Uh, we on right now? Okay, good. Manzano, it's not sports right now. Sports is 8 o'clock when I come back. Toya, get up here, baby girl. Good morning to you. Toya will be up here in a minute. And what this show is about today, folks, is a kind of a show close to both of our hearts. And get used to it because if this goes good today, you're going to see it every Saturday. And this is about people who is fighting obesity and people who have beaten obesity. Okay? And the trauma and the scars it left behind. Okay? Guys Want Sports, 8 o'clock. I'll be back. I may even come on earlier than that, depending on how that goes. But beautiful Toya is going to join me any second. And me and you are going to talk about this. And should be up any second. Beautiful Toya. You know, sometimes people wonder, they come up and they wonder what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the sports news up to date so I can talk to my audience, so I can do that tonight. She is here, one of the most glamorous women in the manosphere. The beautiful Miss Toya is here. It's great to have her with me.
Hi.
Glamorous.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Great. Every day is a great day for me.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, I'm looking good. I'm gonna start with you, ladies first. Tell the public how it is to the trauma you went through, the scars you have on you for what you went through being obese.
Um, well, honestly, if I could, that's a really big question. There's a lot of answers tied to that answer that to
Well,
answering.
which way you want to do it, sweetheart?
Um, I will start by, I feel like I don't want to go too far back, but I have to kind of start with my childhood because, I was asthmatic as a child. And a lot of the medication that I was on to keep my breathing normalized was steroid based. So I was always a lot bigger than the kids in my class, not even just because of my height. I'm 5'8" for those who don't know. Not that I was 5'8" while I was a child, but I was always taller than most of the kids in class or whatever. But also as a result of taking so many steroid based medications related to being asthmatic, it also made me a little bit bigger. Um, I developed a lot faster than most of the girls my age. So let's say fifth grade was when I started wearing bras, and so like there was a lot going on from a young age. But in high school is when I really started to put on weight because my asthma came back with a vengeance. I was a basketball player in high school. I played softball and basketball, but my junior year, my doctor told me that I would have to stop playing because I will never forget this line. He said to me, he said, "You're going to run down the court one day and not be able to make it back." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "What do you mean by that?" I'm like, "I feel fine. Like, yeah, I'd be wheezing and stuff at practice, but that's why I have a rescue inhaler." So fast forward to college, I was working out every day. I was about a size 16, um, but I was always active. I've maintained that. Anytime I tell my weight loss story, I've always maintained the fact that I've always been active. I've always been an enthusiastic person, ready to get up and go. I've never been really sedentary, but I was eating everything that my friends were eating. Like we were always eating out and not making the best food choices or whatever. So through college, I just basically kept gaining weight bit by bit incrementally. And by the time I graduated college, I was probably a size 20, 18, 20.
Mm.
Um, and I don't know, I was maybe like 230, 240, something like that. But I had made attempts at losing weight
Mm-hmm.
during that time, like on my own. Like I found out I had an ulcer, and then I found out I had another ulcer. This all happened in college. Um, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. Because I was like, a lot of people in their 20s, you're young, you feel
Mm-hmm.
like you're invincible, you feel like these things don't really matter, so you just go back to living your life the way you have been, fast and loose. Um, and then prior to graduating college, I had a breast reduction. I don't know if you want to share any of the pictures I sent you, Mace, but um,
We don't have to.
okay. I know some people wanted to see the pictures, so I don't mind sharing them. I'm not sure how to do that from my end. Um, so yeah, when I was in college, I had a breast reduction. I was still heavy or whatever, but working out pretty regularly and just not losing any weight. Um, it wasn't until I graduated and I had been working for a few years that I found out I had gastroesophageal reflux disease, and most likely linked to the ulcers that I had in college. I'll spare you all the details, the gory details of the other things that I went through that were preventing me from maintaining a healthy weight, let's just say. And I ended up having a surgery to reroute how I digest food. And to this day, I still have a port in my stomach that is just lying dormant because I don't need to use it anymore. But this was back in 2008 when I had the surgery. And basically, what it did was it helped me to digest food more slowly. I was eating soft foods for about a year. And then I started to reintroduce solid foods into my diet about 2009. I swore off fast food. I don't eat it. Like, I just don't. Unless you count Chinese food, which being in Jersey, I feel like that's not fast food. I don't know. I feel like Chinese food is not really fast food. I
I
feel
hate to
like,
say it, but not only you're right, but most New Yorkers look at that as a delicacy.
I mean, because it kind of is. It's like, we don't really have the luxuries that people in the South do. Like we were talking earlier about this, how they have barbecue. We don't have that. We don't have to go somewhere and just get a nice home cooked meal from, and pay for it. You
Yeah, we
got to
talked
really
about that
scout
last
out
night.
places like that. Yeah, yeah. So I forgot where I was. But yeah, anyway, so I started eating solid foods again and reintroducing things. Oh, that's what I was saying. I don't eat fast food. I made that decision
Hold on, hold
over
on.
a
Oh yeah,
decade
hold
ago.
on for a second.
Hmm.
Hold on. Try and get me out.
Mace times two. Okay.
Let me Mace times one. Once I get rid of me. There you go. That should be better. All right, sweet. Can you keep talking?
I just want to introduce everybody to my pimple that I tried to cover up for y'all, but she's still. So say hello.
I can tell you one thing. You have an audience to see you in the
Well,
chat room.
they here to see the pimple. It's not even about me. She must have sent out a notice like, "Yo, I'm gonna be on Mace's show with Toya. Come see me." But yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, I made that decision and stuck with it. I still to this day don't really do the fast food thing unless you count Chinese food, which whatever. I'm probably never gonna stop eating that because I grew up on it and I love it, especially
You eat
here.
Chinese food?
Yeah, you can't go nowhere else in the United States and get the Chinese food that you can get here in Jersey and in New York. Like I can go anywhere pretty much and know what the food's going to taste like here. But you try to get Chinese food anywhere else, and it's like, where's the MSG? Because this is missing something.
Okay.
But
I hear you.
I think the biggest thing that I want to say about my weight loss is you have to make the decision to want to change and be committed to making that change, because I think what has helped me keep the weight off all this time, and again, I went from being 296, 300 pounds. I was 300 pounds at my heaviest, and I'm currently 156. I just weighed myself this morning. I'm 156. But the reason I was able to keep it off is because, again, I made the decision to stop eating fast food and to work out at least 4 times a week. And working out, I think it seems daunting to people who have never worked out or that just don't have that as part of their regular schedule. And I'll be the one to tell you, I hate going to the gym. Like, I'm not a gym person. I've had spurts and bouts of going to the gym. When I was in college, there was one on campus, so I would go really early in the morning to miss
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of people. And then I got self-conscious, so I stopped going. Um, the holidays come, you start eating that holiday food and you stop going. There's all kinds of things that keep you from going to the gym. One of them, the main thing for me, was feeling like it was a meat market, and I did not want to go there to be, no, seriously, as a woman,
No,
like, it's
I
like,
feel the same way.
on the one hand, it's like you're looking at the other women there, and they come in there with all kinds of makeup on and a fresh, like, 3-piece little, workout gear set. And it's like, I would come in there looking bummy because I'm like, I'm trying to sweat and get this done and over with. And then you have the men who are scoping you out. Can I help you? Let me show you how to. And it's like, no, I just can't want to come in here, work out, and leave. That
Yeah, I
was
like
my
going to
thing.
the gym at 4 in the morning myself.
Exactly. Like, I want to go when, and no offense to older people watching, I want to go when all the geriatrics are there. I don't have to worry about nothing when they in there.
Exactly.
But I stopped going and I started just working out at home because it became a comfort for me. It was like, all right, I'm going to keep this promise to myself, but I'm going to do it in my own comfort, so that even if I can't do as many reps as I need to, I can still keep going with the workout and take as much time as I need. I can get right in the shower and go on with the rest of my day, so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth. So to this point now, I do that. I still work out at home. I have a kettlebell that I use. I'm planning on getting some new dumbbells really soon because I need to increase the amount of weight that I'm using. Um, and YouTube is your friend. There's so many free workout routines, from 15 minutes to a half an hour to an hour. I would say use that as a resource. That's what I use. Shout out to Mad Fit. She's based in Canada and she has a ton of great workouts to choose from. I would say to anybody who's looking to make a change and want to add working out to their lifestyle, start with what you have that's readily available. Nobody's telling you got to go to the gym and get a trainer and pay somebody a whole bunch of money that you're not sure that you're going to get anything out of. Because I would hate for anybody to feel like they got to waste money. Um, but first, you got to make the decision that you want to make a change and be committed to that for yourself.
I totally agree. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I have a friend of mine that he was cheating on his ex-wife. She caught him, so she was throwing everything he owned out the window, 6 stories. So he called me up and he said, "You gotta take this from me." And I didn't know where it was, and it was an elliptical machine. And I didn't think much of it at the time, but on Mother's Day, 2010, I went to weigh myself and I put a quarter in that scale and it said 305. And I said, "You got to be kidding." I put another one in, 305. And it didn't take me long to make a decision. And like you, I cut out all the fatty foods, no more pizza, no more fried chicken, none of that stuff. And I just did a lot of cardio every day. Or I would walk like 2.5 miles a day. I would be on the elliptical bike 45 minutes 3 times a day. And it was a hell of a change. Um, uh, Best move I ever made. Because the coolest thing was I did it on my own. I didn't need people to help me. And when you look the way, you look the right way, it's amazing how people treat you. Like when I did it, my whole community treated me like a rap star. They're proud of you, glad you did what you did. People thought I did the surgery. So when I lift up my shirt, I said, "Where's the scars?" They were like, "Oh man." And then word started spreading that I lost all this weight. And I saw a guy who I haven't seen in years, and he said, "Bro, I can't believe it." I remember when I went to my old neighbor to get my hair cut, my barber was calling all the dudes. They said, "You won't believe how he looks now." Guys were coming from Midtown Manhattan up to the Bronx just to see it for themselves. And I have an avatar. It was my first avatar I put on YouTube. And it's me standing there and I'm nice and thin. That was the day at the barbershop. I took that picture at the barbershop. And it's amazing how people treat you, especially when you do it by yourself and you didn't do the surgery. It's a nice feeling, you know. But it cost me 10 years of my life because
Yeah.
when I started to live my life on a dialysis machine.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do this first for our audience because we got a big audience, Toya. You should see who's people in the sky, people in the chat room.
I said in the chat, thanks for tuning in to everybody that is watching. I appreciate that.
I told you they would come. Let me say good morning to JB. Thank you for coming. The beautiful Corrine Henry, Brooklyn's finest,
Kareem,
Caribbean
you gotta
goddess.
tell us how to pronounce that. Tawos Ret. I want to know how to pronounce that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Corrine, aka, I guess, she can do it.
Yeah, I'm like I'm at a loss.
Slow Fierce is here as always. And Zano's here. Don't worry, Chaos, I got you next. Chaos Rain, who was in my room at 3 a.m. last night, back up.
Wow, I was asleep.
The beautiful Nicers here.
Shout out to Nicer. Love her.
Raleigh, the build mongers here.
Roguish.
Well, we got a lot of people.
Shout out Laro.
My boy Fireman's here. Love you, bro. Let's see who was it. I know Laro dropped in at the beginning of the show. He got that Wall Street show today.
I
And look
love the
who came
applause.
back to say hello to his boy Mace. Darth Low Value Man. Darth Low Value Man. I get it. What's up, bro? Welcome back. Another one of my big supporters, Sir Adebayo, who is here this
Oh,
morning.
Sir
Thank you, sir.
Obadiah. Sir
There he
Oh.
is. He is here. Let me see who else is here. See, that's the one thing about me on my platform. I acknowledge our people.
Yeah.
That's everybody. 'Cause I said, Laurel. So everybody's been announced, and of course the audience in the crowd, in the clouds. Thank you for coming. What advice would you give people who are going through this right now?
Um, I'm gonna be honest. I think some brutal honesty is necessary in making the decision to make a change. Just like I've said on some of my own videos on my channel in terms of accountability, you have to take accountability for what got you here, right? So if you're in a place right now where you're at a weight that you don't feel comfortable, you have to take some stock and ownership for what decisions that you made to get you in this spot. Then you have to be honest with yourself and say, okay, what about those things am I willing to change? What can I do right now today to take a step in the right direction? Because just like it takes time to become overweight, to become obese, it's going to take time to undo that. I'm telling you, as a person who has gone through it. In 2008, I started to make the change. It is now 2021. That weight didn't come off in 3 months, in 6 months. It took me probably the better part of 2 years to get most of that weight off, because it was not just, I want to go back to what you said about surgery.
Okay.
I'm very open and honest about the surgeries that I've had. That's why I said I had a breast reduction. I had surgery that's very similar to weight loss surgery, in which there was a stent put in my stomach that you could still feel if you hug me today. And that was in a way to assist with my digestion of food. I had a hysterectomy. All of those things contribute to what you see sitting in front of you today. You can't just rely on even weight loss surgery. You have to be willing to put in the work. To answer Darth Solotheus's question, yes, I had back pain. I had dips in my shoulder from wearing bras that I had to get specially made that were very expensive, because at that time, I was probably like a size 12, 14, but I had like G-cup boobs, and it was just not cute. I couldn't wear dresses because everything just looked like a tent on me. So yeah, it was a little bit of both. It was back pain, and it was also for vanity reasons. Like it was covered by insurance because of the back pain, but I felt so much better once I had it, because I was like, these are boobs that can stand up on their own now, and I can wear pretty dresses. And as a woman, in her early 20s at the time, that was important to me. So yeah, it felt great. But then, to be even more transparent, as I gained weight after I had the breast reduction, my boobs got big again. So, I then had to make the decision, all right, I need to do something. I need to change this or whatever. So, my advice to anybody who is currently obese, who is currently feeling like they want to lose some weight, you have to make the decision for yourself to make that change. And then you have to go about it in a way that makes sense for you. I would never suggest starting some fad crash diet, because those don't work. I would never suggest going and paying a trainer right off the bat, only because I think you should do whatever you can to get moving by yourself first. Establish a routine where you feel like you can commit to, so that when you do go to a trainer, you will be that much more committed to doing whatever they tell you to do. And cut out the people in your life that make it easy for you to stay complacent. Spend less time with those people.
Only Chaos Rain will ask a question like you just did.
Well, that's why I said you can put up a picture that I sent you, because I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know either, but all I'm gonna say is this. Trust me, she has the proof. If you want, and you know what? No, hold on. Let me
I can use my cell phone.
Let me do it so he can stay quiet. Because he's one of these guys that Chaos Rain is one of these guys that he wants proof of everything.
Yeah.
Be right back. Just take me a second.
Okay.
Good. Keep talking to the audience. They're here to see you anyway.
Yeah, because I was about to be bootleg and hold it up on my cell phone, and that probably would have been real terrible to look at. But yeah, like I mean, I'll say this: most of the people who've known me since I was heavier will say to you that I carried my weight really well. And let me be very clear: I never suffered from low self esteem as a result of being a fat girl. I was cute and I was fat, and I never had an issue. Um, I think a lot of times people make that mistake of thinking that just because you fat, you automatically have low self esteem. While I can agree that a lot of us do, a lot of big people.
I'm right here. You could keep talking.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do suffer from, feeling invisible, which is something me and Mace talked about before. How you can take up so much space but feel invisible is because a lot of times people look right past fat people. It's like you're not considered for anything unless we need a laugh or we need to feel like we need to prop ourselves up. That's a lot of times what the fat friend is reserved for. But with me, that was really not the case. Like, that was never the case for me. But like Rogish said, always say no to the gimmick. Always say no to the gimmick. I have to agree with that. And yeah, fireman, BBWs are attractive. I like that's the thing. Like when I was heavy, of course I got the you cute for a big girl thing. I got that, but like those were not necessarily the guys I was interested in dating. I wasn't, if you have a fetish, like that's really not my thing. I'm not here to fulfill that. Um, but if you, I never really had a problem with people genuinely liking me because authentically I'm a great person. Like I have a good personality, and I think that's the biggest thing is like I'm not I'm not 300 pounds anymore, but I'm still the same Toya. Like I'm inherently the same girl that I've always been, and I pride myself on that because I think that while I was going through the transition of yeah, I'm very familiar with
All
that
right.
term, Anthony. Duff.
Um, there are some guys that just wonder why they're around, and that's you, Chaos. Everything for you is, oh, I gotta see proof. I gotta see this. And niggas like, I ain't gonna get started with him. I'll get him next time. Come on my show late at night.
I'm
Oh,
5'8",
I'm gonna hit.
Chaos Rain. I'm 5'8",
All right.
and I love to wear heels, so
Oh man. All right,
I'll be
Chaos. You want
with no
proof? Here you
problem.
go, Chaos.
Oh, he's gonna hold up his cell phone. I was gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, here
That's
you go,
funny.
Chaos. That is her, everybody. Make sure get a good view. Yeah, that's a good view right there. Let me turn it around. That was her before.
And that was after the breast reduction, might I add. Like that.
Yeah. She dropped off. She'll be right back. That's her. And she has another picture that she sent me that she was even bigger. So here she is. She got another picture where she was even bigger than this. So Chaos, here you go.
My bad. I didn't mean to
That's okay.
click off.
Sheet, what's up, bro? So Chaos, there's your proof. And if I find the other one, but she was bigger than that, I'll put up that too. Shout out to my boy, Little Big Nate. What's up, partner? Act like
Here's
you
one
don't
I
know
put
me
up.
anymore.
This is a picture of me when I was heavier too, and I had a little more hair.
She's in the building, and Mom Perry in the building. Little Big Nate, my boy. Love you, man. You know that. Doing his duty. That's what Little Big Nate does. Put niggas in place. Proud of you, dude. Proud of you, my brother. Uh, Chaos wants to know what's your weight now, gorgeous.
As of this morning, I am 156 pounds.
There you go, Chaos. She lost 140 pounds. Let me show me to Chaos so he can know that both of us are legit. People, I show my audience, they know how I looked before. But for a guy like Chaos, let me get it up for him. There's nothing personal, Chaos, but sometimes, bro, go with the flow. We're not up
Sometimes,
here to hear,
bro.
we not up here to hear ourselves speak.
Okay, wanna get ready, guys. Get ready. This is me, guys. That is me.
I see you on the right.
That is a lot of Toya right there.
Damn right.
That is a lot of Toya. That was me, guys.
I know
Thank
I
you,
got
Lil
me
Big
in
Nate.
here.
Thank you so much.
I mean,
yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I want to tell you also, like, I had support. Like my friends were very supportive of me even at that weight.
I had
This is
nobody
me,
supporting
this is
me.
me and my best friend. This is me and my best friend before I had a breast reduction. He and I are still friends to this day. But yeah, I was a big girl. I was a big girl. But I want to say that I had a lot of support from my friends in terms of me being a heavy girl, but them still, fucking with me the long way. But I had a mother who was not accepting of my weight, and she would buy me diet pills and like leave them on my dresser and be like, you should stop eating and you should not have any more of that. Like, it was not nice at home for me because I was heavy. Like, she had no sympathy for it. So that's another part of obesity that I think doesn't get talked about. If you come from a family where everybody else is average size and you're the big one, and when Thanksgiving comes around, they clock in how many plates you eat when everybody else could just eat whatever they want,
Yeah, I know the feeling. Matter of fact, in my case,
I'm 156 chaos reign, and I'm between a 4 and a 6 right now.
fine.
I don't know if
There we
that
go.
tells you anything, but
This was me before. Back up.
thank you, Sir O. Appreciate that.
This was me before. It's out of the light. People can
Yeah,
see.
you gotta do screen share, Macy. Macy Dash. There's the smile we all love.
Matter of fact, let me see if I got the picture so you can see the actual picture.
Yeah.
I don't know why this light is bright today. Usually it's not. Give me a second.
Give you 2. That's true, Anthony Manzano. That is true. It is a cultural thing. But that's why I say we got to be more honest with ourselves and each other. Instead of making it okay. And that's why I said also, like, it's important to limit your time with people who don't have your best interest at heart, because there are people who will keep you complacent just because it makes them more comfortable, and your health should be more
All
important
right,
than.
that's me before.
Look at you. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, that's me
What
before
a difference
chaos.
a day makes.
Okay. This was the barbershop picture I told you all a few minutes ago. You get it. Used to be my avatar when I first was in YouTube. And boy, I ain't gonna lie to any of you. Guys like Iman can confirm this. When I put that up as my avatar, boy, did the women start treating me different in the manosphere. You find I just had it. Here we go. This is me when I first lost all my weight. That's the day I was at the barber shop, and I was telling you guys at the barber shop. Everyone told me I lost a human being.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
we
big I
both
used to
did,
be.
really. We both did.
So, folks, we're up here. We are not here. We're not talking to hear ourselves talk. As this platform continues every Saturday morning, we're gonna have people up here because I'm gonna have our girl MTGV TV do the thumbnail for this show, and shout out to her this morning because it was her idea.
Yes, shout out to her.
So when she puts the thumbnail up, I'll put it up every Wednesday so people can see it a couple of days. And what we want to do is help people heal
Hmm.
because we know how it feels to be big and lose the weight. It cost me 10 years of my life. Like I said, they said that losing 145 pounds in 10 months, my kidneys couldn't handle it. Thank God I got a brand new, fresh, 98% perfect kidney now. So let me read this. My brother who just joined us, um, Rogish, the build monger. Okay, it will be all people to understand one goes through such a journey being a personal trainer. Okay, I got my start training obese clientele. Yeah, I know, bro. I see it. And they taught me a whole lot that I ego thought I knew. What he meant is I even thought I knew. Yeah, man. Especially among the women. Because men, we keep it to ourselves. And when other men notice we're working hard to lose this, and not for women, that's the key. Not to get women, but for yourself, they respect you. Automatic respect. With women, they have to let their feelings out, and especially if the trainer is a good looking dude and he has their best interest. See,
And that's
Toya
why
was
I
smart. She did it
said,
by herself.
but that's
I
why
did
I
it by
said you
myself.
have to be committed to making
Mm-hmm.
the change before you go see a trainer. Because a trainer is not going to want to hear your BS. A trainer is not going to want to hear excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Get through all of that by yourself first. Beat
Everyone says
yourself
you're
up at
flexing.
home for not waking up and doing your workout. Get through all of that because you're going to. That's another thing I want to say too. Like I'm a
All
person
yours,
who's
baby.
very hard on myself,
Mm-hmm.
and so the days that I don't work out, I'm thinking about it the whole day. Like, damn, I really, by the time I go to bed and I realize that whole day went past and I didn't do anything, I'm beating myself up. But at the
Thank
same
you,
time,
JB.
I know the next day I have another chance to get after it.
Yeah, we're gonna. I told you, sweetie, that I think this is gonna be great for both of our platforms, and to get in the future, probably next Saturday, folks. You can see it on either channel, either Toya's channel or up here. Well, we're gonna work this together.
Yeah.
Um, we're gonna get women and ladies and gentlemen up here who's going through this right now
Yes.
and try to ease their pain.
I want to shout out, if I can, shout out
Well,
another
we want to
show.
shout out to
Um, Fourth Quarter Talk yesterday did a show with
Big
Underrated
Duke.
Darkness. Yes, yes, Big Duke and the Underrated Darkness and a couple other people. They did a show yesterday about nutrition labels. Um, so this is not to build on top of that, but that was a really interesting show as well in terms of being able to read the labels on the things that you buy and not being blinded by the marketing of these products and the
Totally
colors of
agree.
the packaging, which a lot of times we are really susceptible to. You go into the supermarket and everything that's eye level is usually the worst for you.
Yeah, shout out to Mama Mace, my mother,
Shout out to mama.
because even at her age, the one thing she always does is check the label, check the ingredients. My mother does that all the time when she goes shopping. And if I go shopping for her, she said, "You better check that for me, boy." And I do. So shout out to my mom today for what you just said. Big Duke, if you don't know him, Big Duke 24 is a trainer to the stars also. So check them out. Fourth quarter talk is on today. I think it's they come on later now. So I think it's gonna be like 6 or 7 o'clock Eastern time. And Kenny Conjo's back. He was in O'Shea's room yesterday. Brandon L, known as Bitcoin L, of course, the heartthrob to a lot of women in the manosphere, third ward Colombian, and the
Third ward.
gorgeous, hmm and the gorgeous Miss Topaz. They
Topaz.
do a great job over there.
Yeah.
So check them out. They do everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll give you your money's worth for 4 hours. They do a great job.
Anthony, you gonna stop calling me Toy Huh? My name is Toya, not Toy Huh.
Yeah, Toya.
But I appreciate you for remembering my H. You just got to put it at the end.
Yes, yes, yes. Here with the beautiful Latoya. Speak of the devil, look who's in the chat room. I just mentioned him. Yeah, anytime, third ward. Anytime, bro. There's a story between me and third ward because I have an ego about myself. And
Good
I
morning.
told him that I was complimenting him on how good looking he is. And he thought that I was a little fruity. I said, nah, man. I said, because one thing about me that you're going to find out, and Mella found out the hard way earlier this year, I have an ego too.
Mm. What's your sign, Mace?
I am Sagittarius.
Okay, this is why we get along so well. We're both fire signs.
There you go.
I'm a Leo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you a summer birthday?
Uh-huh. The 31st is my birthday.
This month?
Yeah. So in a couple weeks.
Damn. That's the third hottie that has the same birthday as my mother.
Oh, yeah? That's your mom's birthday?
Yes.
Shout
End of
out
the
to
month.
your mom.
And in fact, mom's birthday, like yours, is 2 weeks from today.
Shout out to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we Leos are great people. In case you guys don't know, if you don't have any Leos in your life, go get one.
I would agree with that.
We're great.
Dude, this is me and her, bro. You stay
Drop
on
the
the
link,
sidelines, Triple Blacks. You stay on the sidelines.
Oh, to answer your question, Tony, can I call you Tony?
Yeah, you can call him Tony.
I think so. I used to drink soda when I was younger, and that's another change that I made. The only time I'll drink soda now is if it's ginger ale and if it's in my cocktail, because I like whiskey and bourbon. But
Shouldn't drop that, Jim.
I'm just saying. Full disclosure. I think it's a great idea that they're taking those things out of the schools because, like I said to Mace, I think yesterday, I'm seeing way too many children out here drinking adult-sized drinks that are full of sugar. And while you're a child, you can work that off and whatever. It's just not a good habit to start at a young age because once you start
let me
feeding the
answer
body
this.
sugar.
Yeah, hold that for a second. Triple Black, in a little while, we'll start letting you guys come up. But it has to be about obesity, not about the sisterhood.
Right.
And we ain't doing that shit this morning. Go ahead, baby. Talk about the sugar.
I just want to give a shout out to Third Ward's mom for being a Leo too. I mean, we are great people. We are awesome people to have in your life. So shout out to you, Third Ward, because you had a great mom, or you have a great mom. I'm not
He's
trying
one of the best. I'm telling you, he is one of the best people I've ever met in the manosphere for years. Me and him got a
he's
great
one of my
relationship.
favorite YouTubians.
The ladies think so too.
But yeah,
Hey, Third Ward, thank you. Appreciate you. You know that.
If you start your kids off with a whole bunch of sugar, like you're just setting them off on the wrong path. No, Tony, you would not be a Leo if you were born at the end of August. You would be a Virgo. And I'm really sorry to hear that.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Prince Pierre, good morning.
Good morning, Prince Pierre.
Triple Black, good morning. You know, we're gonna let some of you guys up when she's ready, because this is her debut today. I'm gonna let her rock this.
I'm rocking the mic, guys.
That's right.
Pause.
Yeah, she's
Pause.
rocking the mic. He is rocking the mic. Yeah, man, so I don't
Gotta pause that.
some of the
Rocking the mic,
craziest.
but
I don't
not
know.
like that.
I don't know about that. Let's get back to this. When you do your own cooking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you use the what you call it? Do you broil your food, bake your food? How you do it?
It honestly just depends. For me, I found that I'm not a meal prepper. I used to be when I had a different lifestyle, let's just say. Right now, I'm in a transitionary period in life, so it's not as easy for me to meal prep. But I'm very intentional about the things that I eat. So, for example, it's not necessarily that I'm holding myself to a strict diet as much as I try to load up on things that give me protein and give me fiber. It is my opinion that when you fill up on things like that, those are healthier choices to make rather than the refined and processed foods like sugars and white starches and things like that. So, while of course I enjoy rice, I love rice and beans. Like that's one of my favorite things. I limit how much of it I eat during the week. But to me, beans is something you can eat all the time, right? So I'll make a big pot of beans at the beginning of the week and eat off that throughout the week because I can pair that with any different types of meats. Um, I eat a lot of salads during the week, and you can get really creative with salads because you can put all kinds of things in them. I like to try to make my plate as colorful as possible too. Um, there's so many resources out here that can point you in the right direction. Um, but when I cook, I just try to think about how much bang I can get for my buck. It's not about how much I can eat as much as it is about what I can feed my body to make my body feel good so that the next time I'm ready to work out, I have given it the fuel that it needs.
Okay, I hear you. You know,
Yeah, I'm a Goya baby too. Like even though I didn't grow up with my father's side of the family, which happens to be from the Dominican Republic, I love me some rice and beans and plátanos. Love those things.
yeah.
But again, it's moderation. Like I don't you're looking at somebody who eats those things in moderation. I have not cut those things out of my diet, but I just don't eat them every night. I don't eat them every week. Like even pasta, I love a good pasta and a cream sauce, but that's something I might eat once a month. I love ice cream. Can I tell you how much I love ice cream?
You
I
know
am
how
an
much I
ice
love it.
cream snob and I love ice cream. However, I have to be diligent about not eating it as much as I would want to. I could eat it every day. Let me be honest with you. I could eat ice cream every day. But because I want to keep myself at a certain weight and I want to keep myself away from being the 300-pound Toya that I used to be, I don't allow myself to eat it every day. It's just that simple.
Oh, yeah, let me ask you this: isn't it frustrated psychologically that there are things you really want to eat, but then the back of your mind say, "I can't do it." Like for me,
Yeah.
it's pasta. It's like ziti, lasagna.
Mhm.
Now that when I eat that, I get sick because of my old condition. Uh,
Yeah, there's
doesn't that
certain things
bother
I
you?
can't eat anymore. But I still like to cook them because I'm a foodie. At the end of the day, like I'm very much a foodie. I guess I'm a half Morena, third ward. I'm a half morena because my mom is black. I mean, my mom's side of the family is mixed as well, but I'm black. I'm black. To keep it simple, I'm black. I'm a proud black woman.
Interesting. Well, first word, I'm gonna describe this to you, American Negro. Say what's up, my boy. I'm gonna describe it to you. Um, I would assume Toya, you consider yourself an Afro Latina.
No, I'm black. I consider
Okay, you
myself
consider you're
black.
black. Okay. The point I'm making is that you just go the way you feel you go, right? There you go. No problem with me. I mean, that's great. Uh, one thing I told you this the other night. Let the audience know. Nah, but we got a big audience in here. One thing with me, and I'm gonna ask you this. What's up, Bargoff? Let me ask you this. With me, I told you this before. Every night before I go to bed, I always think about what I went through when I was obese all those years. Do you ever have those flashbacks too?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Let me tell you about how this is an experience that I'm sure you didn't have, but um I a lot of times when I look at myself in the mirror, I still see that girl, right?
Hmm.
But when I was in the process of losing weight, I had a hard time shopping for clothes
Oh yeah.
because I would still go to the plus size section
Hmm.
and I remember distinctly getting looks from other women like, what the fuck are you doing over here? You don't belong in this section. Why are you over here? But it was a comfort zone for me. And I was very much in denial about how much weight I lost for a while. I was wearing clothes that were too big for me because my weight had always been my armor.
Yeah.
Like it was something that I wore as a shield. And so when I lost the weight, I didn't have that armor anymore. So I struggled with, all right, where do I shop now? How do clothes fit me now? What am I gonna wear? Like all of those things mentally were difficult to deal with because okay, for most of my life, I couldn't shop where my friends shopped. I couldn't go into the junior section of Macy's and get what everybody else was wearing. I wanted to wear those things, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of it that I think people don't talk about. Everybody wants to talk about the celebration of, oh, how great you look. And, life must be great now that you're amongst the skinny. And it's like, no, there's more to it than that. And I really wish that people would be more realistic about that, and how very real that is.
So with me, I knew I did something, but the first time I went to a store, oh, you live up here, so you would know the store. The first time I went to Jimmy Jazz,
Thank you, Bronze Bird.
the um the girl that showed you what to wear and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
she would treat me so nice. I was looking at her, really? And then they hand me what size I should be wearing,
Mm-hmm.
and it felt so good to buy clothes off the rack.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the one thing I get out of it all the time.
Yeah. That does feel amazing. That does.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. People
Anthony,
don't realize that.
Anthony, I'm very well aware of the contributions that the Amish make. Their baked goods are bar none. I love me some cakes and breads and pies from the Amish.
Manzano, not now. Please, not now. Anyway,
Rogish said ice cream, sugar, and nicotine pig fat and butter is some of the worst ish that black people can consume. Also lactose. And that's the ish that seemed to taste the best. What a cruel effing joke.
Hey,
Well,
I drink lactose milk with my cereal because I'm not a big milk drinker.
hmm
In my refrigerator right now as we speak, I got a nice glass of chocolate milk, and boy, does it taste good. But with that lactose milk, though.
I'm not lactose intolerant at all, but I do not drink milk.
Neither do I. I hate it. It better be some chocolate in there.
No, it's not even the flavor for me. It's the effect that it has. Like it I don't like the way it activates my mucous membranes, and then I feel like I have shit in the back of my throat all day.
Mm.
I don't like that. That's just the
And
like
I know
I'll
what you're
cook
saying.
with it and everything, but to drink a glass of milk, you would have to really entice me to do that because I won't willingly.
And I'm going to get the most intense portion of my workout, so I have to depart and put on some of my murder music. Great session you're having. Well,
Thanks for
thank you.
tuning
And
in.
welcome to the family, Rogish. You have a great workout, a great day, and a great weekend. You know, Third Ward, I know you in the audience. We was just talking about your platform
Yes,
right
we
before you
were.
came up here. And I'm going to say it
For
again.
the record.
Yeah. And Kenny Conjo is back. He was on O'Shea's yesterday. I said hello to him. Of course, Bitcoin, aka Brandon L. Yourself, and of course the beautiful Miss Topaz, Big Duke 24. What time are you on today? 6 o'clock Eastern or 7 o'clock Eastern?
Shout out to American Negro.
That's my boy. I'm about to say hello to him right now in the chat. That's my boy right there.
He knows I'm out here woofing. My hair, I need a cut, but I'm growing it out. So I'm like on the fence of whether or not I should go get a shape up or if I should just woof it for the next few weeks until it grows out to the length that I can get it
You see what I did with my hair, bro? I just did
looking
that on
good.
Wednesday. I got rid of that beard.
You did. I was like, "Aw,
I'll
I'm
bring
I'm
it
a
back.
beard girl. I like beards."
I'll bring it back. I always
Yeah,
let
you
it grow.
better.
Thank you. I'll bring it back. I'll let it grow. Matter of fact, I promise you, it's growing now. I have the
I can
beard back by Wednesday.
I can see that. I can see that. It's coming back. Like, oh, word, you tried to stomp me out, huh? Yeah, I almost went and got a fade this morning, but I was like, I didn't want to rush. By the time I got out of the house, it was like after 9 o'clock, and I knew I had to come back and do this. So
Hmm.
yeah, I probably will fade it just to keep it neat, but I'm gonna definitely let the top grow.
Honey, if you can bring me audience like this every Saturday afternoon, this show is gonna blow up.
American Negro, can I get your email because I want to send you something? I want to get some advice from you.
Okay, American Negro, you could drop it in the chat room. She wants your email. She wants some advice.
I promise it's not on no fugazi shit. I know you're a barber and I would like to get your advice.
Negro, you a barber?
To the stars, might I add.
Oh, okay, good for you. Yeah,
He's out here.
I told you, Big Duke 24 is a trainer for the stars too.
Okay.
I didn't even know Negro was a barber like that, but I know one thing about Negro: he's good people. Always been good to me.
Yeah, he's always been a positive.
You in Vegas eating breakfast at what 9 o'clock in the morning out there, bro? Where you staying at the Bellagio?
I've never
You're
been to
tough.
Vegas.
Haven't been to Vegas in years, girl. The Vegas I went to is not the Vegas of today. Oh my God, the corporate America take over that city.
All right, I'm emailing you right now
There
as
you
we
go.
speak. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he put his in there for you. This is his to I like the avatar, bro. I like the avatar. Hey, Toya, let me ask you something. The new avatar you put up of yourself,
Mm-hmm.
you should keep that.
You told me I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
it for a little while at least. I mean, I like changing my hair often, and I like changing my avatars often.
Oh, the
So
guys were going crazy when you put it up the other day. They were saying, "Who's that?" And then they said, "Toya."
yeah, I think the one I had previous was a little bit too risque. So I
There you
had to
go.
take that one down. I don't want nobody, coming at my neck crazy. Black lives matter, but they don't have to be on display.
No, not now, folks. Hit that subscribe button, folks. I can care less about cash apps. Hit that subscribe button. Speaking of that, let me say something to one of my biggest supporters. She hit my cash app last night. Shout out to the beautiful China White. So I'll say this again. Uh, in here, I know a lot of you guys don't be in here much. You drop by, say what's up, Mason. You keep going in the manosphere. The one thing I have in here, which I do appreciate, some of the most beautiful black women that's walking this planet. So applause to all of them. Appreciate all of you. Yeah, I love you, bro. You know that. Darkness, I'll let you up in a few minutes.
Love y'all too.
I love you guys so much. Like O'Shea is so right. Said when you show your brothers and sisters love, they're gonna show you love in return. Uh, get back to this. We got an hour. Anybody who has a weight problem who wants this to have a little like therapy session, Chaos Rain, you can come up. I'm gonna drop the link for you. So
They're freaking hilarious.
darkness, you can come on up. Dropping the link right now. No, it's okay, because we're gonna run this as long as she wants to go. This is not about me; it's about her.
Yeah, we chilling though. We chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling. You know, we're having fun doing this. It's only gonna get better. Uh, the thumbnail for this show will be out whenever MTGV puts it out. She'll put it out so everyone can see it, and it will be 11 o'clock Eastern every Saturday morning. And
Yeah.
for all you people out there, men, women, you have weight problems, come through. Because we're not a bashing session. We ain't doing Kevin Samuels here. We're trying to ease your pain, get you through your day, get you
But
through your
also,
week.
yeah, but also to share some relatable stories
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
and maybe even motivate somebody to get up and
That's my
do
point. Yes,
something.
honey. Hey.
Yeah, because it's really just that simple. Like you can start today. You can start right now. You can go on YouTube and just do a quick search for a workout and do it.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. You
Shout
don't
out
need
to
weights,
the.
you don't need equipment. You can
Mhm.
use your body.
I
Um
walk.
yeah, like honestly, I that's how I started. I started by going and taking walks at the local park
Mm-hmm.
every day. Not even putting a time limit on it. Like just literally going outside and taking in nature and going for a walk. You will feel better. I promise you that.
Yes, you do.
Like it's not even about oh, how many calories did I burn? It's about getting up and moving your body, and your body will feel better. Yes, you will feel sore because if you don't do anything and you start doing something your body's not used to, it's going to feel sore. But at some point, that soreness starts to feel good because you know you've challenged your body.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with that. I agree.
I can attest to that. Like the
Well,
days
look
that
who's in here giving both of us a shout out because I know you his girl, your boy, the Roger Report. What's up,
yay!
Raj?
Shout out to the Roger Report.
What's up, bro? Welcome. I know you're here to support your girl Toya. There you
I
go.
appreciate that so
Yeah,
much. Thank you, Roger.
that should make your day. There you
It
go.
love his show. If you're not
Don't worry,
subscribed to
I'm
the
taking
Roger
care of your
Report, you
girl
better
for you.
do it.
Make sure nobody messes with him.
Yeah.
I like Be honest. The honesty I've been telling you behind the scenes, and I mean this. Stay the way you are. If these idiots don't like you, that's their loss.
That's true.
I mean,
I'm pretty okay.
this, darling, you're gonna be just fine. Because the one thing I learned when I first lost my weight, be real with the women you meet, with the people you meet. And number two, if they don't like you where you are, believe them because nobody liked me the way I was before. They was up to the Roger report. That chaos. He has to say, second, chaos probably have something smart to say. Raj, I really appreciate you coming by, bro. I haven't been on his show in a hot minute. I've been looking in the clouds.
Always good content over there.
And I told him that. And the story with me and him is funny. I told guys like she and other guys who be in there, if you see Roger, tell him I said how much of a fan I was in his show. So then one morning, I came home from the clinic from dialysis, and he was doing his monologue, and I saw the link, and I jumped on the link, and it was about should women be forgiven. So I exchanged pleasantries with him, and I said, "You do a hell of a job." And then he asked me the question, and I said, "Hell's no." And from then on, people were looking at me sideways. But the one thing I will say is this: that brother works as hard as anybody, and
Yeah,
that's
he
for you,
does.
Raj. Let me let chaos reign up here while I'm writing to Roger, thanking him and everything he does. You can ask the questions, chaos. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Race? Hello?
Crystal
Yeah,
clear.
we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, you say you want to pick a bone with me, Mace. Can I ask the question? I was coming in at almost 20 minutes in the stream when I checked the time on the phone. So I had to ask the question 'cause I'm not sure how long the show was running.
Chaos. My problem with you, bro, is simple. When
Mhm.
when people like myself on my sports platform is giving information, just ride the train. And if I was wrong, next time you come up, blast me on it. Me and this beautiful lady ain't doing this to hear ourselves talk. We live this. It is not a good place to be.
No,
That's it's not a good place to be, bro. You tell him, Toya.
it's not. It's not. And I have to say that once you make the change, uh you feel better, and it really does improve your quality of life, to be honest with you. It's
It
not
does.
it's not associated with any specific number in terms of weight loss, but honestly just making the decision to um you know be more healthy, your body pays you back in dividends. I want to still be here. I want to, in my old age, I don't want to just exist. I want to still be able to get up some steps easily. I want to still be able to take a walk around the park if I want to live a life that's full and wide. I don't want to live a life with limitations. So if you start now, just think about how much that'll pay off later.
She's right. I'm gonna tell you something. The old me, and I was 300 pounds. If I would have went through the same treatment, I would have been nasty to people. I would have been mad at everybody. And when I got a new kidney, I wouldn't appreciate it. I would say, okay, the me of today, and this is one of the big reasons why my attitude changed. I lost all that weight. When I lost the weight, my attitude changed completely. So I just put God in my life before I got sick. And I just said, just me and God, and I'll ride out with the spirit. Whatever happens, happens. I never bitched, I never complained. And the big reason why was I lost the weight and people wasn't looking at me like a freak show anymore. And trust me, when that goes away, it is a tremendous feeling. So thank
I'm
you,
over
Lord,
here trying to
Heavenly Father.
pull up pictures for everybody so they can see.
Want me to
And
share the screen?
I don't. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how.
What you do is you put the pictures up, and you hit share on your on your what's this called again? StreamYards,
Yeah,
and you just clicking
I
on
see the
pictures.
share button. Hang on one second. Because
Good, Chaos, you can talk.
this is my first time doing this, so
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch different devices because I want to give this thing to charge up. That yeah, weight loss and obesity is not no joke to our community, but we don't take it seriously because let's be honest, um, we love to be big as people, especially the women, and they feel getting bigger will get more compliments, more attention, and hell, we could say even get more dick. They will take it because they
Uh,
want to attract the opposite sex, unfortunately. But they don't
yeah, but
understand the long term effects of putting on massive weight. Because let's be honest, and I think Tanya could vouch for this. Tanya, you think it's cool that a woman weighs more than a man?
my name is Toya.
I'm Toya, sorry, Toya.
That's okay.
these
Uh,
guys, man.
it's. I think it's fine if a woman weighs more than a man. That's not really what this is about. I think that it's not about a number. It's about how you feel.
Self-esteem, bro.
Yeah.
Not about. It's not about body counts, bro. This is about helping people psychologically cope with their weight problems. Mahogany, get up here, baby. The link should be in the chat. If it's not, I'll drop it right now.
So
It's
we
not
coping
about
with.
recreational, bro. It's about survival.
Mhm. All right, so what I mean, coping with weight loss, because like I said, I was still big once my slim down got back up again. Um,
There you go, Mahogany. I guess his mic went out. Yeah, this is not about recreation, bro. I mean, I'll use me as a poster child. I'll use me as a poster child. Baby girl, know what you gotta do? You gotta click.
wait, hold on. Somebody's calling me. Let me come
And
back
you
in.
gotta
Let me jump
click
down and come back
when
in.
you do the screen save. I
Yeah.
mean, screen share. You
Yeah.
gotta click the link where your pictures are in the box.
Huh?
I'll show you. I'll
I
give you
see.
an example. I'll give you an example.
Okay. Because I'm like, I have the picture up, but I don't know how to share it.
Click on the link. Like they have lines. Like I'll show you right now. What I mean, like here, I clicked it on. I clicked it on Facebook. MGTV is on right now. By the way, now
Hey,
I
MTTV.
go back to the StreamYards. Now I click on share.
And it
You,
says video file or share screen.
you press share screen.
Uh-huh.
It should be coming up right now. Not again. All right, got it. Then you press share screen.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's gonna pop up. You see the box in mine right now? You see
No, I
mine
can't
right
see
now?
what you're looking at.
No. This is the part I'm trying to tell you. Then you click on Chrome tab.
No, I don't have that option.
You got Windows.
It says select window or screen, and then it says StreamYard or entire screen.
All right, click for you. Click on Window because my laptop is a Chrome.
No, but what I'm saying to you is the only option I have
Yeah,
is StreamYard or entire screen. So if I click entire screen, now you can see my desktop.
yeah. Do that.
All right, so I'll do that,
I'll go off 1 second.
and then I'll minimize this because I don't want you to see that. And then I'll pull up this picture.
Yeah, that's it. You just did it.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it up in a second. You just did it. All right, here we go. This is yours now.
All right.
There
So
you go.
this was me at my heaviest. I
A
hope
bug off.
Hey, that's
see
amazing,
that.
by the way. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Okay, Mahogany. Love you, baby.
that was me. And as you can see, I'm smiling because I'm happy. I'm not sad that I'm fat.
I'll let you take it. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll show you another picture. Here's another picture of me when I was heavy. Obviously not a great picture because this was back in the 2000s when digital cameras were all the rage, but I don't have anything of a better quality. So sorry. I'll come back to StreamYard. Stop sharing. Hi.
Hi. No, I just wanted to say that's incredible, by the way, and you look happy throughout the whole journey. That's the key, I think.
I was.
That's the key, I think, because for me, I've put on like 40 pounds, 40, 50 pounds at one point,
Okay.
lost it, and then I went back to it. So it's like a back and forth. This is the reason I came up today. I'm like, it's a really good topic to have. So it's like, I was always happy even when I was big, and that I think it's something that, like I think it goes both ways, right? Because there is like a society thing where everyone thinks it's like thin is better, but if you're happy when you're like fat, you learn a lot of things also. Like, I mean, there's a lot of the way people look at you, there's a lot to learn, like when you go through that whole thing. So that's incredible. What did you do, by the way? Did you like, was it mostly diet, or was it like
It was
exercise mixed in big?
Yeah, it was an entire lifestyle change. I'm very open and honest about the fact that I had surgery that was similar to weight loss surgery, but not specific to that. I had 2 ulcers that I found out about in college, and then I was diagnosed with gastroesophageal reflux disease.
Okay.
And to spare you the gory details, I had an issue with digesting food and passing it. So the surgery that I had was to slow the absorption of food so that I could digest it better. I had to eat soft foods for about a year while I was adjusting to that change. This was back in 2008. It was May of 2008. So it was about a year before I started eating solid foods again. But I also started working out regularly. And I took fast food out of my diet completely because I felt like that was probably the biggest contributor to my losing weight. Like just deciding, okay, I know this isn't good for me. It's not giving me the nutrients I need, especially when you're at a situation where you can only eat soft foods. It just made sense. It was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I started relying heavily on smoothies. I didn't really like juicing at the time because I wasn't finding that it had the flavor that I wanted. And obviously coming off of eating anything that I wanted, I was still looking for that satiety. And when you decide to make that change, it's hard to replace healthy things with the unhealthy things you've become so accustomed to.
Right.
But choosing to stop eating fast food was the biggest saving grace I could say, because I started seeing results more immediately. Those foods are so packed with things that don't serve your body that when you remove them, cheese, I stopped eating cheese for a while. I do eat it now, but once you remove a lot of those things, you realize that your body stops craving it.
No, that's interesting, actually. That's interesting because the problem I have, like, sometimes is like, you just hit it on the spot, is like the taste portion, right? Because right now I'm like going back to the eating vegetables, like, because that's the ones that have the most like nutrients.
It gives you the most bang for your buck.
Exactly. And then the hard part is learning how to make them in a way that suits your taste buds.
Yeah.
And then the second part is it takes a long time.
Yeah.
So you get like lost on that journey. And it's for anybody that's like done like, like 15, even like lost 15, like 20 pounds, the amount of time that takes is insane. Like, yes, you can lose it just by like fasting and not eating, but you'll just put it back on because you never got adjusted to the good diet in the first place. And that's why like this time I'm like, I'm not exercising. I'm just trying to get the diet spot on.
You gotta put one foot in front of the other. Each step leads to the next, honestly.
Yeah.
And I applaud you for knowing that and staying committed to that.
Oh, it's not easy. Trust me. Like,
It's not.
there's so much like good food out there. Like, especially if you live in like good cities. Like, you want to go get wings. You want to go get fries. You want to go. Those are the stuff that you crave because you just got so accustomed to it. And then now to eat like vegetables, like have your diet be broccoli, like carrots and okra or stuff like that. It's a change. It's a change.
It really is. It really is. And culturally, if you're used to eating the foods that, your mom and your grandparents ate, and they aren't necessarily the most healthy, but they're so rich.
Yeah.
It's hard to get away from that. But I can say you can enjoy those things in moderation. You really can. You just have to make smarter choices. I'm a firm believer in the fact that we are given life to enjoy it. So food is part of that enjoyment for me. Right. As a foodie, like I'm always gonna be that fat girl on the inside.
Yeah,
that's just what it is. But it doesn't mean that I have to eat like that every day.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So that, like, I guess now it's like, I just came back from vacation like 2 weeks ago, but I did lose like all my weight, so I kind of earned like the vacation where you just go out and you like have all the food. But I think it is right because I think everyone's like, there's an element to it where you have to seek the diet out completely. So if you're going on like an 8-week diet, you have to do the 8 weeks. It's not
exactly
like it's not 2 weeks and then you just stop. And
even if in one of those days you fall off, go back the next day. Like you'll feel so much better for completing it.
Yeah.
Even if you fell off a little bit, you'll feel so much better for completing it that when you go to try it the next time, it'll be easier to not fall off.
Agreed.
That's just how it works.
And you mentioned juicing. I couldn't do it. I'll put it this way. Like I've tried that. So I'm around like doctors and nurses that they recommend that you have like, the 10, 12 servings of vegetables. So some of them, because they see patients every day. So they're like, they see patients with cancer every day, and they say like it's like a godsend when people just suddenly switch to like a vegetable diet, and it avoids you being in the hospital in the long run. Now, imagine juicing like 5 carrots and drinking that. It's there's some of them. It's all they eat is just fruits and vegetables, and it's incredibly difficult. I mean, I'll put it that way. I tried it.
I like carrot juice though.
You like carrot juice?
I do. It is tasty, and that's another thing. Like, I used to hate blueberries. Can I tell you how much I could not stand blueberries?
Really?
Could not stand them. Like, would pick them out of my fruit salad, whatever they were in that I could see. Like, I would pick them out. Today, I love blueberries. So one thing I will say is that once you start introducing your body to other things, your taste buds will change.
Oh yeah, that's that is the truth actually. Like I've noticed that because it's been so. The first time I did it, I think I was exercising to the max, right, and I lost all my weight. But the problem was I never got the diet down, so I knew it was eventually gonna rebound, and time took its place, and I gained all the weight back. This time doing it diet wise, just focusing on the diet first, my taste buds are a lot different than before. Like there's no craving for pizza, there's no craving for chocolate. I was never like big on sweets, but I like spicy food, so I grew up on spicy food. But I don't think that's the biggest killer for me. That was it was more the lifestyle of like constantly being out, constantly not having like vegetable like an air fryer or a pressure cooker. Don't have access to it when you're traveling a lot. So those are key, I think, for me. But just sharing stuff. But
do you speak any other languages?
I speak Telugu, like it's like a South Indian, but
I speak a little Hindi. That's why I was asking.
That's the one language it's funny. People ask me all the time, and I watch the movies on subtitles, but I have never I don't speak it. And there's 30 different languages in India. So
I know.
Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Jersey, born and raised.
Okay. How's it up there right now?
It's hot today.
It's hot.
It's hot today. We finally started getting some summer weather because I feel like it's been up and down for the past few weeks. And normally I'm used to it getting hot by the time June rolls around. But I was still like wearing sweaters a few weeks ago. So
I wear a warm-up jacket every day.
Yeah, like I get cold, and I like in my office. I have an office where I work, like, and I can close my door, or whatever. So I have a heater that I use every day because it's
Yeah.
the air conditioning is too high in that building, and I have to dress like it's still fall to go to work. It's ridiculous, but it's nice now. Like I'm a summer baby. For everybody that didn't hear that, my birthday's in a few weeks on the 31st. So drop by and wish me a happy birthday on my birthday, please. Thanks in advance.
She went off the air. I'll hit her up on her. I'll hit her up on her Instagram.
I'll be there. I'll be there, Third Ward, over at For the Record TV at 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm tuning in.
Okay, there you go. 5 o'clock Eastern. For the Record TV. Great people over there. So Toya will be there to tell her stories.
No, I'll just be tuning in.
Oh, you're gonna tune
in? Mm-hmm.
Your flock of fans wants you to go up there.
How do I pronounce your name? Is it Bargov?
Yeah, you got it right.
Oh, cool, cool.
Not many people get it right the first time.
I'm big on that. That's why I asked. I hate when people butcher people's names and don't say it correctly, because it's a form of respect in my eyes.
Exactly. I agree with you, Toya.
Agreed.
I totally agree with you. Shout out to the beautiful Miss Melina, by the way. Waiting for Leaf Corp to make that big head chopping.
Is she here?
No, I just give her a shot because she watches in the clouds.
Yeah,
Slowfius is here. Chaos Rain. The Great Bug Off is here. And like I said before, one of the most beautiful sisters in the galaxies up here with us. And Miss Toya is becoming a big star in the manosphere. And that, to me, that's a great thing. I'm the master told Mahogany, same thing. And he was like, now she got over 1,000 subscribers.
That's Mahogany right there.
There you go.
She wakes up like that.
I tell you, if you want to see when this woman became a star, folks, go to Mahogany. It was 2 weeks ago. Did a one-on-one with her. Room had over 100 some people watching. So I'm glad to see you putting your feet down. You landed on the moon, baby. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Love the love.
Mahogany saying hello. She's laughing.
Look at her. Like, look at her. Look at her avatar. Just pretty for no reason. Just unprovoked. Unprovoked.
Very
now,
relaxed.
Triple Black, we are not
relaxed.
doing sisterhood, bro. I don't want to hear that.
Nigga, I got a story for your ass, man. What the hell, man? Shout out, man. Good morning, Good morning to everybody, man.
Hey,
You know
let
what
me
I'm
say this to you
what's
real
up?
quick. There were 3 clowns up here late last night who were starting trouble, especially with Prince Pierre, about you saying stuff. And Pierre was tight. And then when the guys left, I told Pierre they was trolling. Because I know that you're not going to start trouble with people, bro. So I had your back, so you owe me one.
Who was running their mouth?
I'm going to find out their names. But Prince knows who it is. He ain't forgetting.
What were they saying?
But I can't get into it here, but come back tonight for the basketball, and I'll bring
All
it
right.
up, and you can see it for yourself.
Hey,
Triple
no, man.
Black
I was
with
talking.
us.
I was talking about. No, I got to go to work in a little bit, man. But I was just wanted to add to the conversation, man.
You're good.
You know there's this book I reference all the time, man. It's about incremental change. You know, when it comes to weight loss and stuff like that, it's very, very important in just overall productivity. Like a lot of people don't realize just a small incremental change can yield like a almost sometimes a 50% result. It can yield like a crazy result, just a small change that you make. You know, I remember because my weight has went up and down because I was a college athlete and a high school football player. So in college I had to keep the weight on, and high school I had to do the same type of thing. So it's kind of I've had situations where I lost 100 pounds, 50 pounds. I was a wrestler in high school, so it was football player, Pop Warner, so it's always been like up and down, up and down. Right now I'm trying to go down. I'm probably gonna go right back down, but I've always had that that concept, man. Like I remember one time I was going through my divorce and shit, and real stressful, right? And basically I just found this workout on YouTube. It was 15 minutes. It was like 15 minutes, or it was like 10 to 15 minutes every month. I mean, like every day I just woke up and I just did that right out the gate. Basically, I mean, it pretty much said, you know how like what they say when you start, how you start your day is how you end your day. But you got to be disciplined enough to do it. You just got to get straight up, put on your clothes, and do that 15 minutes. I mean, it can be low intensity, it can be just do something. A lot of times that will set you up for, I mean, like, during that journey that day. That way you'll eat better because it'll be at the top of your consciousness. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to waste that workout I just had. That's why, like, those little things that you do mentally will set you up for the rest of the day. So a lot of the whole journey, it's not like being hungry. It's like the mental decisions that you make. Sometimes when you were like, hey, you know what, let me not eat because I'm going to eat later, you end up eating a terrible meal later because you didn't eat and you justifying it in that mind. But if you eat at that time, even though you're not hungry, you're just disciplined to do it, it'll set you up better for the rest of the day. So that's all I want to make to that contribution was it's just it's got to be mental. A lot of it is mental, and then you have to be if you're a person that follows directions, like dieting and stuff like that will be very easy for you. You just got to be really disciplined.
I agree, Triple Black. Excellent job, buddy.
Yeah.
The woman who came up with this idea is here. The beautiful MTGV TV is here. Hey, baby. How you doing, baby?
Yeah. Oh shit! It's man, I gotta leave, man. I just wanted to give you guys peace and love, man. Love what you're doing.
Thank you, Triple Black. That was a great contribution. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I'll see you tonight. I'll be up here for Game 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta go too, but like I just want to come up here and say stuff, and it was nice talking to everybody here, and then
nice meeting
nice
you.
I
meeting
expect to
Yeah.
see you tonight, Bargoff. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, I'll be
I'll
there.
be here.
And
I'll
Triple
Tell
Black.
Melina to come because Giannis is her boy. So
Oh yeah. I'll talk to her about it.
yeah.
And then Triple Black. That's really good advice, by the way. Thank you for that. That's something I have to like keep in mind, like what you do like early in the morning. I never actually thought about that
literally
idea, so.
like that whole thing, that whole concept has been how you start is pretty much how you finish. Because if you because the thing about it is like you wake up and you get that good workout, you get those endorphins going, you get that good feeling, and then it sets up your decisions for the rest of the day. Because if you wake up lethargic, blah blah blah, or hungover or whatever, you're gonna make bad decisions. And if you have like 2 or 3 of those days, then it turns into a week, then it turns into 3 weeks, and then you're off the whole wagon. So every time you wake up, you just got to put yourself in good position to make better decisions during the daytime. So
Yeah, I'll incorporate that this week. I'll let you. I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, you'll be
Thank you so much.
surprised, man. It can be 10 minutes, it can be 5 minutes. It will completely change the complexity of your day, your metabolism, your decision making, your thought process, and everything. Just like when was it Les Brown? If you're in business and stuff like that, Bill Gates, all these, they live by this philosophy. The first thing that they do, after their workout and their coffee and shit, they read 30 minutes a day. I mean, it pretty much, because it gets your brain going. I mean, it really helps with your brain activity. If you get up and read or do something productive 30 minutes for that day before you go to work, you'll be surprised how much more intelligent you feel.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
For sure. Thanks, man.
Triple Black, it was great. I'll see you tonight, man.
All right, man.
See you guys tonight.
I'll see you tonight too, Bargoff. So I got 2 of my favorite ladies. Slow Fierce is up here. Chaos Rain is up here. Honey, you have not said a word, so go ahead.
Yes. MTGV TV.
Hey, baby.
Toya, I thought you was gone. Like your face is not there, and it's just circling. But
really?
Yeah, it's just circling.
My
Triple
screen.
Black was doing that also.
Yeah, my screen.
I
Everybody's
can see
good.
everybody.
You can see her face.
I see her perfect. I see you perfect. I see Slow Fierce perfect. I see Chaos Rain perfect.
That's crazy. Maybe it's my phone then.
Yeah, I think
My
it's you,
screen is
baby.
black.
I think it's
But
you.
I'm so irritated that I missed it. Look, I had IG both of y'all, DM both of y'all. I was like pictures, and so I didn't know that the show was still going on. So
Oh,
I went
You
live.
was on at the same time we was, honey. I was checking you out.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But right before I hit the live, I had already set it up. But right when I hit the live button, I'm like, dang, they live too.
Yeah. 11
So-
o'clock every Saturday. Your idea, genius.
No, but you said I thought it was gonna be like 10:15, 10:30 or something.
yeah. He changed it. We were gonna do 10, and then he changed it to 11.
Yeah, sorry I
Oh,
didn't tell you
dang.
because, baby, it's my bad. You've been busy. Trust me, I've been watching you in the
Don't
cloud.
worry, I'm gonna watch the replay because I really
There you
wanted
go.
to see
I
it.
gave you a
But
big
Thank you
shout
for
out,
showing
man.
us your face. I
Yeah,
love that face.
I
you
gave you a
said
big
show.
shout
Oh,
out.
thank you.
You're
I'm like,
welcome.
I
I'm
gave
getting
you
a little bit more comfortable. I'm trying to make myself more comfortable by
yes,
getting on.
yes. I gave you a
You
big
should.
shout out earlier because I
Did you?
told the world it was your idea. So
Yeah.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah,
no
we're
problem.
we're brought to you today by MTGV TV. So go subscribe to
Hey.
MTGV
Woo,
TV. This would
That's
not be
right. Go
Yes.
happening if
subscribe
we
because
didn't
she has
drop the seed.
exploded on the scene. Yes, you are a
Yeah, I
jewel to the
mean,
space. Both of you been a jewel to the
hey,
space.
Mahogany, how are you?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
said hello to you. I put it up.
MTGB, I saw you went live today. I will be swinging by for sure. Give me a little time. Today is crazy. A pipe busted under my house. Are you serious?
Oh
So they
man.
digging my whole damn front. Oh my God, Mahogany.
My prayers to you, honey.
But like
That's
she said,
crazy.
complaining won't help. I feel you though, sis.
Oh my gosh. Well, well,
Hey,
thank you.
sweetheart.
Yeah, watch the replay.
Yeah, sweetheart. Why don't you tell people your story? Me, Mahogany, Triple Black, Chaos Rain. We all told our stories. Why don't you tell
Oh.
yours?
Well, my weight, first of all, I've never in my life ever been comfortable with my weight. So growing up, I was really, really skinny. And I hated being called skinny. So when either you're fat or skinny, people don't like to be called that. So I know both sides of it. So growing up, I was really slim. And then after I had a kid, maybe a couple years later, I gained weight. But my weight fluctuate up and down, up and down. So it usually would be like 10 pounds, but I got up to 260. Maybe it was like, it wasn't, maybe 4 years ago. I didn't even want to go to my nephew's wedding.
It was
I'm gonna
that
see if I
bad?
can find a picture while I'm talking, because the thing is, you know how some people when they're big, they might not have a big face, so they can take just pictures to show their face. Well, my face was like this big. I ain't lying. But I was a full adult. I wasn't big growing up. It was just something that I did on my own. And I've never gotten fat shamed or anything like that. So I really don't have a big story. I wish I would have heard y'all so I could know what you want to hear. But it was just more, I'm hard on myself anyway. So I was my biggest critic. And when I tell you, I didn't want to go nowhere, I didn't want to do nothing. So to get myself out of that slump, I just what did I start doing? Because honestly, I was still like, I'm still not, I've never been satisfied with my weight. Never. But I remember saying, Lord, if you help me, let me lose this weight. I promise I'll be satisfied.
Yeah, I was telling Toya the other day that it's so true. You can make a deal with the devil with your subconscious. And I was telling a story, and you was here when I told the story that I used to look in the mirror and I used to go, I can picture myself looking like this. And then the next thing you know, I ended up looking like it, but I had to pay the price for it. And to me, that was making a deal with the devil with my subconscious and not with my heart. And once, I guess I put my life in God's hands right before I got sick. And I guess God repaid me because I stayed loyal to the spirit, and I like I said, I never blamed anybody but myself, and I never bitched and complained about what I was going through. I just kept it to myself.
So I mean, how did it affect you? Did it make you like not want to be around people?
I was always never around people because people didn't want to be around me when I was 300 pounds. So,
Really?
yeah, I that's why right now I still live the way I do when I was obese. The only difference is I'm not obese no more. You know, I
I keep
rarely go
telling you about that.
outside. I don't really socialize. I just stay to
Alone.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, y'all, man? I'm finally here.
Lofius, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me good, man?
Yeah, crystal clear. Why don't you tell your side of the story?
Oh
What's
yeah.
up, Mr. Miami?
I ain't got no adult fat stories, man. I'm just a little fat kid, and you know all them jokes. You know, kids is ruthless. So you know, after a while, like I think middle school, I started working out. I still was kind of fat though. Then what helped me out was high school starting wrestling. So coach would put me up like two weight classes higher than I was because I was strong, but I was fat. So eventually, like both of my coaches were like Marine, they like former Marines.
Yeah.
So pretty much they didn't play, so they started getting on my ass. Like they walk past me at lunch and be like, "You eating a pizza? You need to be eating a salad." So you know, when it got to that point, that's when I started being more disciplined with what I eat and cutting out soda, like completely cutting out soda and drinking a lot of water. Man, it helped out. So that's what helps me keep my weight down, man. I don't drink no sodas. Try to stay away from candy. Keep out a lot of sugars. I don't eat dessert that much, but everything else I'll eat, but not like too much. Like I ain't gonna go get fried chicken 3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have baked chicken and steamed veggies. So
Oh,
it's
you
little
don't
stuff
be
like
getting
that,
the
man.
chicken box like Mace?
Nah, man. I heard Mace talking about the chicken box the other day, man. I had my headphones and I just rolled my eyes because I was like, man, Mason, this fried chicken, man.
He
Talking
loves
about
Oh yeah,
fried
I'm a
chicken on
black
Black
man. You
YouTube.
better believe I like my delicacy.
Fried chicken on Black YouTube, man. We gotta stop it, man.
Oh man,
Nothing wrong with anything in moderation.
that's true.
True.
But you
I
can't
had
eat
wings last
abundance
night.
of it though.
Yeah, I had wings last night, so it was a cheat night. So try to
Wasn't
keep
those
myself,
wings good?
try to keep below 175.
Yeah.
I'm about 150 now though, so gotta start back hitting the gym, man.
And how tall are you?
About 5'9".
Okay, so we're about the same weight class then.
Yeah. But I like to have I slimmed down a good little bit, stopped working out. I used to be more muscle, but yeah, I'm gonna start back working out, so I'm gonna gain some extra pounds.
I feel you, bro. Yeah. There she goes.
What a
Very nice.
picture.
Very nice, gorgeous.
She been fine as frog hair. Look at her.
I what?
I said you been fine as frog hair.
Oh, thank you. That's
You're
so sweet.
welcome. It's
I don't know what that
obvious.
means.
I'm
This
just
woman's
calling it like I see it.
Can you tell the difference? How
Of
fat
course.
I told you my face was like this.
Yeah, you got nice cheeks though.
one
Thank
thing
you.
that Slophia said. Same topic.
Hey, Third Ward.
When you drink a lot of water, it makes your skin complexion so much better.
Yeah, man. People say I look 22, man, and I'm late 20s.
Oh, I'm getting the compliments again for
You
the
said
first time
late
in
20.
years, but
You only
Yeah,
20
right.
something.
I'm like, okay.
I'm getting the compliments again that I look young for my age.
Yeah, I get that too, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna tell y'all how old I am exactly. However, I get hit on by young people, like
Young
men
men.
in their 20s, and I'm like, sir, we have nothing in common. I am
There you
well
go.
into my 30s. We do
Yeah.
not have anything to discuss.
I'm one of the rare guys where I grew up at, because most of those guys, in my opinion, date little girls. I don't
That's
play
me.
that.
You know that's me, Mace. Hey, man, over 25,
Yeah.
can't do nothing with
See,
you.
no, for me, you gotta be at least 38.
Yeah, I get guys who are like 27 hitting on me, and I'm like, I don't think I look 27. I definitely, I know I look like I'm in my 30s, but like I'm definitely not in my 20s.
You ain't that far.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I got some of the most glamorous sisters in my room, and I really appreciate you ladies. Thank you for always coming through. Appreciate you all.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for being a gentleman and making us feel welcome. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here.
That part.
You make us feel welcome. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that because
That's a big part of it, Mace.
All human beings.
My bad. Go ahead,
I
man.
told you ladies before, guys just don't know how to talk to you.
Oh, I see her on my other phone.
There you go. On the other
phone. Let me address this though. Something that Toya said earlier about like the self-image part. I think that's the biggest part, man. And that's why I always try to tell you, Mace, you still have that mindset like you just this big dude. And you gotta get like look at yourself in the mirror and realize like who you are and how other people see you versus how you see yourself, man. And I think that's a very important part. Because Toya was talking about like shopping in the big girl section because that was where she felt comfortable. But it's like after a while, once you make that switch, then stuff becomes a little bit easier.
Speaking of clothes, I can remember hating to go shopping, and I can also remember like not picking something necessarily that I liked, but something I could fit.
Talk about it.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you ever watch What Not to Wear?
No.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
That was a show that was on TLC, and it was like a makeover show where they would pick someone.
I remember that.
And I used to watch it religiously. The reason I'm bringing it up, though, is because they used to say, dress for the body that you have now versus the body that you want to have or the body you used to have. And to Darth Slothius's point, in terms of like embracing where you are, you have to start somewhere. And it's important to understand, okay, this is the body I have now, and you can dress well for that body. There are so many options today as opposed to 10, 20 years ago, in terms of there's so many of us who are walking around here that are overweight and obese that the clothing industry had to make an answer for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to just have that self-awareness about yourself. Just know where you are currently until you get where you want to be. A lot of women, I think, struggle with trying to still wear clothes that they've outgrown and not realizing that makes them look worse.
I agree.
You know, and I can attest to that. It's a slippery slope, because it's like, as a woman, you want to look feminine, you want to look good, you want, at the end of the day, as a woman, we all want attention, right? But I think that it's important to understand where you are, and to Miss V's point, in terms of not buying something because you liked it, but because it could fit. I was there too. It got to a point where I was like, well, it's a 24. I guess I'm a size 24, so I'm gonna just put this on, and it's gonna look like a tent, but at least I can move in it. At least it's not cutting off my circulation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And even now, to this point today, like, I have a belly. Like, I'm between a size of 4 and a size 6. And you would think that that's skinny, but I don't feel skinny. And I still buy clothes based on how they feel on me versus what the number size says. I have everything in my closet ranging from an extra small to a large. I even have some plus size stuff in my closet that I've held on to because I just like the way it looks on me.
You still wear the plus size clothes sometimes?
I was about to ask that.
I bought a jean jacket last year that I love, and it is a 3X. I just want you to know. But I'm 5'8", so like the way clothes fit on me is different than somebody who's shorter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Prince, you want to come up? You can. I'll drop.
As long as it makes you feel better, pretty much, that's good. But yeah, man, I couldn't do it, man. I love these little slim fits, man. Them big clothes hanging off of you, I can't do it. I feel like Missy Elliott in that music video. Missy Elliott, you remember that Missy Elliott video with the trash bag? I can't do it, man.
Yeah.
I gotta have slim fit stuff, man.
I gotta wear my baggies, bro.
Bro, it ain't 2000s no more, bro. You gotta let it go, man. You lost some weight, bro. Show it off, man.
I gotta wear my baggies, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I wear slim fitting things. It's just not all the time.
Sometimes you can lose weight and not realize it. Like me, I lost more weight and I didn't realize it. So I did an unboxing on my show and I told her I wore a 2X when I really wear a large or extra large.
Yeah.
But wow, you got down really small. Like I haven't been in a 4 or 6 since like junior high.
Can I tell you I was never this small? Can I tell you that even when I was in high school, I was a 12 at my smallest?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Yeah.
Like that picture I showed you
dealt
earlier
with-
in the platform with
Yeah.
me in the barbershop. I was never that small either. Never. Seriously, I was never that small.
So
Yeah,
y'all
man.
really lived it. Y'all really lived it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we had this man right here, my old friend, me and Princess Chaos Reign, beginning of the platform, talking about I want to see proof. I'm like, bro, let's go with the ride.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, take that. I'll
Hey,
mute you.
yeah, mute up.
Hello?
I got him.
No, what
Anyway, you know, yeah, Prince, he was at it again earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed
You know
out
what
on
I
that.
mean by that?
Yeah, I missed out on that, man. But yeah,
I'm
man,
like,
my weight
bro.
loss
Yeah, go ahead,
journey
Prince.
has been my weight loss journey was an ebb and flow. Like 2019 to like 2020, I was doing good because I was enjoying going to the gym, and then COVID hit me. So you got to think about it. I finally got used to going to the damn gym. Really like enjoy going. It was one of the worst ones, PF, but the no excuses gym. That's what we call it in the truck industry. They everywhere. And I was like, I got down to like 207. So then I had to go to the home thing.
Yeah.
I ain't like that. So I had to figure
the
something
home-
out on that. Yeah, I had to do the home thing. But I enjoy going to the gym because everything was there for me. So I be there. I used to go there every day, be there like 2 hours a day, didn't have no problems. Then I ended up creeping back up and I did some extreme things though. Like I did 180 days and just straight fruit and water. Did that during that time, but I was going to the gym every day. Then during football season, I would go walk.
Your
I
boy
go
getting a
walk
little bit.
3 hours along the football game. Oh, hold on. But I got down relapsed a little bit, but now I'm kind of sitting at between shit. I got about my goal was 220. I got to 215. So shit, but I blew back up like 260 now. Now I gotta start. I gotta go back extreme. If I don't do
Man,
extreme, I can't eat none of that. I can't touch a carb to save my life.
can you show Toya so I can see her picture?
Yeah, sure. Hold
Yeah,
on. Give me a
I
second.
changed my avatar so you could just see that instead of going through the trouble of trying to share my screen again. I don't feel like I did that too well
I'm
before.
gonna make her big for you in a second. I'll show you Toya for you. Oh, here we go.
But now,
Toya right now. I can see this. There she is.
That was a lot of woman.
I was gonna say it, but
I
I ain't gonna say
barely
it.
see you, Toya.
All right.
I
You got
barely
problems with
see
your
you.
phone because everybody's seeing this picture.
Yeah,
this
I see
avatar.
it. Yeah,
I'll share my screen again because apparently that's what I need to do.
you came a long way, man.
I can
Yeah,
see
I
it
did.
just fine.
Oh, you just said you couldn't see it. You could see it? Okay, she's good.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't mean like that. I don't see. She
Yeah.
looks totally different. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know y'all was talking about me.
Yeah, we
She
were.
looks totally different. I could see your nose a little like I don't know. I wouldn't be able to know that you was the same person. You should
Yeah.
do a side by side
A
on
lot
that
of
picture.
people.
That's amazing.
All right,
But
I'll.
you still had confidence though.
Yeah, I'm a Leo. That's kind of what we do. You
Yeah,
know,
because you had I would have never I don't wear dresses anyway though, but just you was confident and that's the best way to be.
yeah,
Were you really confident though?
yeah, no, I really was. I spoke a little bit about it earlier. The only time I wasn't confident was when I was around family because they were the most critical of my weight.
Yeah, my family totally abandoned me.
They used to make me feel really shitty about being fat,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like,
Nah,
That
you
ain't cool at all.
you would fit in my family reunion. You'd fit in. You fit right in.
I ain't gonna lie, not in my
Man, I'm gonna
family
tell you,
reunion.
when I was at 200 pounds
Mm-hmm.
and I put a suit on, I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
go nowhere. I go into like a regular bar, sit down, have a nice suit on. They try to kick me out because they thought I was a pimp. So, so when I get slim, if I get slim, that's what I'm gonna look like. I don't care what I wear. I can wear. If I like suits. That's the only time that's when I was wearing my suit game too. I don't wear suits with no gut, bro. So it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna look like that V. So so that was like one of the little old criticism I had when I got real slim back in 2019, 2020. They said there I couldn't go nowhere. They thought I was pimping for real. I'm a truck driver. But I took it as a compliment, not a diss. Because when I was raised from Chicago, that means you had to be fly. That means you was slim, you was fit. So it is what it is. I'm just telling you what I couldn't go nowhere. So it is what it is. But I just gotta deal with that. That's how I look. That's my name. Shit, they got I had clean cut and everything. So at the end of the day, shit, I just gotta continue to stay on what I'm staying on. I done figured out what my body can't. I can't touch a cough to save my life. I got it. I ain't finna do all that cardio. So what I do is hit now. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't trying to knock too much running, knock testosterone down. You can't do that. I'm too old for that. So so it's a journey on this weight loss. But now I'm lifting these weights now. So now I'm looking at my weight is I'm looking better now. You know, my weight is down, but I'm looking better. So I'm sticking with the weights and then the hit. And then I'm just gonna have to just stay on the lean and green diet I do. Eat a lot of grass fed stuff, eat the egg whites and the greens and try to really lay up off some carbs a little bit. And some carbs tearing my head up. I can't touch one at all. It blow me up instantly. Just being real.
Yeah. Not a problem, buddy. Not a
What's that?
problem at all. Appreciate you, Bruce. Appreciate all of you in the clouds, in the chats, on the
Dang, my
panel.
fault. I thought my mic was muted. And I want to say congratulations to everybody that lost that weight.
Thank
Oh
you so
yeah,
much, baby girl.
yeah. Let you know. At January of 2019, I was 320 pounds. By September of 19, I was 220 pounds. So I lost 100 pounds in 9 months.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I was telling them earlier I lost 145 in 10 months.
Yeah.
Hey
Whew, that
man,
was a lot.
water and exercise, man. Water and exercise.
For me,
Yeah,
it was just
water
a
and
lot of
exercise is
walking,
the most
and I used the
important.
elliptical bike.
Yeah.
No, the one that's like a skiing, like you're going skiing. I did
I
that.
absolutely hate that bike.
I did that 3 times a day. And I agree with Toya.
Yep.
I'd rather do my walking. I get some dumbbells and do my own weights, put muscle on me, firm my body, and I'm good.
Hmm.
Yeah. Go back on my diet on Monday.
So that
My
too,
old diet.
but doing that, yeah, man, spring, like
Yo, but
more.
organ a little bit, my brother. Yeah, you're borging. Yes, yeah. Right here. Yeah, walking is slept on. It gets you right, though, when you do enough of it. Yep.
Yeah, another thing I used to like to do was swim, man. Swimming a lot helps you because you get like a full body workout.
Yes. You use all your muscles.
Yep,
I
that is
totally
it.
agree with
Yeah,
that. Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah.
Even though when you're fat, it sucks taking your shirt off when you're swimming. But I mean, eventually you get past that if you keep trying.
There you go. I'm laughing in a good way.
Yeah, improvement.
There you go, Toya. You just stay the way you are on the left, you'll be just fine.
Diva.
Yeah, I see why you got the
Wow. I
reduction.
mean, I seen her waistline in the other one though. Wow.
Yeah.
Let me
That's
see.
what I'm talking about. That's what I tell her all the time when we talk
Yeah,
privately.
man.
Stay the same.
She did that quick as heck.
Went from 3X's
Wow.
to L's.
Stay the same. They don't like you, bleep them.
Okay, so the picture that y'all saw on the right
Mm-hmm.
is from 2006.
And Miss V, fix your mic.
No.
Yeah, man. That's a like she said earlier, bro. Lost a person pretty much. Lost a
Yeah.
That
person.
happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. You said you was 300. Man,
Yo, 305. I went down to 160. There she
man.
is.
It's possible, everybody. You can be fat and lose the weight. You just got to make the decision to change your life and be motivated to keep it off. I don't want to work out every day that I actually work out. Some days I really don't feel like it. Some days the bed looks more appetizing than the floor. But you know, I would just say for me, the motivation is having been that size, never wanting to get back to that
There
size.
you go. There you go. I'm them at my clinic. I used to tell the nurses that all
I'm
the
back.
time. I used to tell them I never want to be that big again. You crazy?
Yeah.
It's funny. A lot of people laugh at like Americans because like the majority of us are so huge. So if you like go anywhere outside the country, they're like, oh, just as soon as they see it, like, oh, fat American. It's like
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
it's real common. Like over here, sedentary lifestyle. I think that's what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
I've been saying that a while. America is fat.
Yeah. Before, I earlier in my career, I worked as an editor, so I was always on deadline. I would go. For example, there was a deli not too far from my office back then, and I would go there and get a full size panini, some chips, and like a 24-ounce iced tea or apple juice or something like that. And that's what I would eat every day for lunch. And I mean, the panini was like this big. It was filled, you know what I mean? Like I was not eating healthy, but I was eating what would satisfy me and keep me going until I met that deadline. I would come into work with a muffin and a large coffee every day and drink coffee throughout the day. Like these are changes that I had to make because I realized that my body was not getting what it needed to go, and me just feeling full was not enough.
There you go.
Yeah, it was like the main thing is with this is it's more than just eating the right foods. like the main thing that helped me was eating avocados and watermelon every day. That's gonna fill you up instantly. You just go down to the little store and get you some guacamole in there. You know, the homemade what they make, or just get the avocados yourself, and then you get your 400 calories on that, 300 calories on that, you're done. You know, I was just eating some peanuts, the shell, eating that every day. Then I'll get me some meat, and I go get me some lean meat. So that's kind of the main thing you got to do is just put them fruits in your body and them avocados in your body, them healthy fats. Them are the most important thing, especially for men. Healthy fats are very important. That's the avocado. That is that and that watermelon, things like that.
Yeah, watermelon is great because it hydrates you, and it's also just good for you. It's filling, but it also hydrates you. I actually add watermelon to my water a lot of times.
Drink your water.
Yeah, water is
your
key. Water is key. I don't think people know how water is a cheat code. Okay, can I tell you that water is a cheat code? I'm gonna get to what Manny Mayweather said, but I really want to stress this. If you can replace everything that you drink with water, that will make enough of a change for you to want to keep going.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cheat code right there. If
You're right. And like I
that's
said
what I had
before,
to do.
it really clears your skin.
It does, but it clears your body too. It literally flushes your body. So
I
whatever
totally agree.
if you drink water, it will come out of you quicker. And trust me, you want it to come out of you.
I am curious to hear this answer, what Manny
Yeah.
put up there.
Before I answer his question, I want to say to Darth Slothius, in terms of using shame as a form of motivation, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't work. My mom used to shame the fuck out of me about being fat. And that didn't work for me. It never worked for me. I would come home from college and there would be a new bottle of pills on my dresser. You know, from fen to all kinds of things that are not good for you. And she would say things about the things I would eat. She would see me eating and be like, "You're eating again?" She would see me putting clothes on and be like, "Well, are you, you're bigger than that. You need to buy new clothes. That doesn't fit anymore." Stuff like that. She would say some really not so nice things about me. And it wasn't until she started seeing other people's journeys with weight loss that it dawned on her, okay, that probably wasn't the right way of going about it. So I would not say that shame is a good form of motivation, because all it does is make somebody feel bad. It doesn't.
Yeah, my mother does that to me still to this day.
That's why I said can. That's why I said can. It all depends on your mindset. It all depends on your mindset. Like because that's what helped me lose my weight, is all the fat jokes and stuff. So it all depends on your mindset and the type of personality you have.
Yeah. Fat jokes didn't work. I'm gonna tell you something. I know how. But I hang around guys that was used to be obese. They learn how to high side better than you, bro. I had a homeboy, rest in peace. Fat jokes didn't do him. His name was Brent Hudson. That nigga will that nigga will high side Joe skinny ass up out of there. So some of these fat guys can high side. I got a homeboy
you talking about roast?
now.
You mean like roasting?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the best roaster I know is a fat guy. Yeah. But it all depends on your mentality.
Yeah, they ready.
Yeah, my best roaster I know is a fat dude.
I just flip. Yeah.
That is true.
Fat dudes.
You're a real a-hole.
The reason why I disagree with it, and I understand that you said I can read, and I did see that. I'm just speaking towards my experience and saying that if you live by somebody's ridicule, you'll die by it too.
It's true.
And so, in my opinion, using shame as a form of motivation can work the opposite way. And the whole point of it is to be motivated to make the change that's long standing, versus it being hinged upon the shame that you received and the love that you get thereafter, because both can be just as fleeting. Yeah. So that's the only point I'm trying to make.
I'm curious to hear.
I got you. It can go both ways. It just depends on the point of person.
The key to weight loss is goal setting. You put a goal in your setting, and that's when you will use cheat codes. Cheat codes mean you'll go do a stream. I ain't eating nothing I ain't eating nothing but fruit and water for a month. But you know it's gonna burn 30 pounds and get you there quick.
Yeah.
Then you turn
But
around
then
and
what
eat
happens
regular
when
again. It's gonna slow you down. So you
Toya,
yes.
I'm
back
curious
up.
to hear this answer,
You know,
Mr.
do something,
Mayweather.
do it. Yeah, you
I
would do
didn't
the
forget.
opposite way
I
around.
didn't want to cut him off
Go ahead.
though. So okay, to answer the question,
I'm done.
it's much more simple than just answering what it was like, because a lot of people who knew me when I was in high school, obviously I really wasn't that heavy. I was like between a 14 and a 16 in high school, which really wasn't that big, but I was definitely overweight. I just wasn't obese yet. But a lot of people had become obese by the time we had our class reunion. So a lot of people were coming up to me and saying how good I looked. And I think I found out that people had some preconceived notions about me, which it's interesting that now in this body, I get a lot of you're skinny, you need to eat, or it doesn't matter. You can afford to have this or whatever, like people do a lot of projecting. So it was a little awkward and uncomfortable for me, because I had to kind of manage people's projections with reference to how they received me. I felt a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed about when I was losing that weight. People try to feed you more.
Yeah.
You kind of have to stay to yourself.
Even in my family, like I was saying, they were really scrutinizing me when I was heavy. But even now, when I go to gatherings, people are whispering behind my back that I'm too skinny. And I'm just like, thank God I didn't do any of this for y'all, because y'all would never be happy. Y'all would never be pleased. My mom also said things about, last summer, I'll be honest, I was about 10 pounds lighter last summer, right? And she would say to me, do you have an eating disorder? And I'm like, ma'am, it's like, first I'm too fat, now I'm too skinny. So it's like, this is why I say the whole shame thing doesn't work for everybody. And I understand you were not saying it is the best form of motivation, but it's important to just note, like, be careful with how you treat people, because you don't know where they are in their journey. And something that you say can stick with somebody for so long after you've said it, and it can be to their detriment. So just try to come from a place of understanding rather than judgment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's why I don't really gossip about people like that. Because but if it's like a friend, like I will tell you, like, hey, bro, if you trying to lose weight, like, you know what I'm saying, we gonna do it. But as far as behind people's back, that's why I don't do that stuff. But I feel what you're saying. I was just saying it's a way, because I mean,
yes,
hey, people like Kobe Bryant. I mean, shit, you talk shit about him, he gonna go out and do 50. People like, it's all about the mentality type of person you're dealing with.
Yeah, but you already have to be of that mindset in order to be able to use that as a motivator. Some people need to even get to the point where they've admitted, okay, I need to make a change.
Yeah, Kobe is a good inspiration, but he's not a good inspiration. That nigga's an athlete his whole life. So you're not gonna sell that to no fat guy.
Not for fat, but as like mentality, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, not for fat.
No, that ain't gonna work. Now, if you like me, I trimmed down a little bit, then I kind of got bulk up. Now you can use Kobe, my mama mentality. You just got to go every day and do that one workout great. Like that's what I do now. If I even skip a day, sometimes I'll double up. But that means I do what I do. Like today, I supposed to do my biceps and triceps yesterday. Well, today I'm gonna do a superset of that, knock that out in 45. I'm gonna do my hit, and I'm gonna do half of my chest and my doggone back today. So I do 1.5 if I skip a day. You know what I'm saying? And then move on, and come back up the next day and do it all. So that's how you got to do it when you miss out sometimes. So at the end of the day, on that scale that I'm doing on that day or whatever,
that's okay, man. Just be back tonight for the game. I'll be back on 8 o'clock after I finish this platform. Sweetheart, you want to go another 45 minutes?
Yeah, I was just typing something in the chat. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, we'll be done at 2 o'clock, folks,
Yeah,
and begin to get used to this because we're gonna be doing this every Saturday. So.
Yeah, I could talk to you for hours, man.
To me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
This is cool. I just got to work on getting some equipment, so hopefully I can get some time with DJ Kuda so he can school me on what I need to go get.
I think you'll go in the front of the line of the list. I think you'll go in the front of the line.
Hey, who's Melody having an interview with? I heard she having an interview with somebody.
Today?
I think so.
Let me go find out, guys.
You know, I was just talking to my best friend the other day because she has recently put on more weight than she's comfortable with. And I was telling her, you know, this is what we have to do as friends and family. We have to be willing to bring people along and show them what works for us. So we were just having a conversation about her cutting out certain foods and trying to eat better. And I offered to come over and show her some things that I like to cook that keep me going through the week. Now, she happens to be someone who doesn't enjoy cooking. I on the other hand do, but I was willing to make these things for her just so that she has them, because to me, it's about being able to bring people along on your journey versus always just leaving people where they are. A lot of times people don't even realize how easy it is to make a change unless you show them.
Exactly.
And I ain't nobody's fitness guru. Let me just say that. I'm nobody's expert. I don't have, my degrees are in journalism and public relations. I minored in French. None of that has anything to do with losing weight or whatever. But what I have learned, I'm willing to impart. What I have learned, I'm willing to share, because I think it's important. If you love the people that are around you and you see them making poor choices, you can help them make better ones. Yes, Nicer, a food diary. I started my journey by keeping a food diary. That's what helped me to make better decisions. It became more seamless once I was looking back on what did I eat throughout the day and where could I have made better decisions. Once you see it written down, you can point the finger at yourself. You can look in the mirror and say, now, Toya, you know, you didn't need to eat that entire bag of Lay's. Not the entire bag.
Wednesday, Mel's gonna have Alan Roger Carey on as a special guest.
Okay.
That's on Wednesday night.
Okay, gotcha. Wow.
That's Wednesday night. See, what Melody did right, in my opinion, was that when she started moderating a lot, it brought her a lot of points among the manosphere. And I know a lot of people don't like Game Changer, but me and Game Changer are pretty cool. And I told them that's the best thing you ever did was mentor that young girl and protect her. You know, well, some of you ladies out there, like you, Toya, one thing I think is going to help you is that the more guys know you, like Platinum, like Roger will definitely do it. I will definitely do it. That guys have your back. And if someone's messing with you, they come up in your panel to act stupid, you just tell us who he is. We'll check him. Seriously, that's important.
I'll check them too.
Because a lot of these guys, I don't know. I just don't know.
Gotta be on the shit.
Bro, I told you that space got some weirdos in it, man. I'm telling you.
Weirdos.
Yeah, man. That space got some weirdos in it, bro.
I mean, I've never seen a woman. I've never seen a woman have a show, a platform like Danica Marie does. Shout out to her. and her, let's just say her army will go to the sisterhood and make sure they don't mess with her. That's not easy to do. I think that's very important for any woman that's going to start a platform. But you have guys who got your back.
Yeah, and I appreciate everybody here.
And we love you.
Mhm.
I know I do. I know we do. I appreciate that you came in my room that night. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's been a good topic, man. I'm enjoying the topic choice for today.
Yeah,
I'm so glad to hear that. We all need to do better. We all
I
need
totally
to.
agree. Those are beats, bro.
Bro, you Borging, man.
Yeah, you Borging,
Bad,
please.
man.
Borging.
Hold on, my mom's calling.
Okay, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I said the main takeaway from this, bro, is drink a lot of water, man.
Yeah, you're right. Drink a lot of water because it will clear up your skin, and all these gassy acids will be out of your body. Takes about a week, and you look like a totally different person.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, that's what helped me. As soon as I started cutting out that soda, I drink juice every once in a while, but mostly water. Yeah, man. The weight
Great,
started
man.
just falling off.
So she's on the phone. Let me ask you guys this: people in the chat, if you like this type of platform, put a 1. Slowfish, what you like? We like this, Slowfish? Think
Yeah, man.
me and Toya did a good job working together.
Yeah, man. I was listening earlier, and I enjoyed it. It's a good topic.
Yeah, gonna be like this every week. And I told Toya it was gonna be a hit. And I haven't kept a crowd like this in the sky in a long time. Dark Man puts a 1. I know Manny thinks it's a 1 nicer. So
Oh, what did you ask? I missed it. My mom.
I asked people, you like this platform?
Oh,
And I'm pretty sure people do like it because I haven't held a crowd like this in a long time.
yay! I'm glad to
And
hear that.
again, nothing against them, but Chaos Rain had to be the smart ass again. And we showed them pictures of us before and now. I mean, like I said, we're not doing this to hear ourselves talk. We really want to help people.
Yeah, and it's really not about perfection. Can I tell y'all? It's not about perfection. It's about a constant journey towards being a better me. For me, anyway. I'll speak for myself.
I agree with you, and I'll go a step further to be happier and
Yes,
loving yourself more.
yes. Because look, I still got bingo wings. You see that? I still got
yeah.
bingo wings.
Yeah, me too. Look,
I be working out. There's some muscle there, but I still got.
You gotta do the deltoids. You gotta work your deltoids, man. It's like
I know.
reverse. Yeah.
Earlier in the stream, I said I'm working on getting some proper dumbbells. So because I use a kettlebell right now, but I'm gonna get some proper dumbbells and do more arm work.
It ain't too bad. This is pretty much just reverse crunches. Just throw them in every once in a while, and that'll tighten up.
Oh yeah, because my waistline is a problem still. Like I will say, all of the weight that I lost came off clean in most parts of my body, but I still have loose skin around my belly because I had a belly. I had a lot of weight loss there. So even though the fat is no longer there, the skin is.
one thing about me, I was blessed. When I lost all of that water, when I first did dialysis, you saw the picture of me in the barbershop. I was completely slim. No hanging skin, nothing.
Yeah.
And I never felt better in my life. Getting up every day, walking, getting up every day. Because the one time of the year I hate is the summertime. The first year I lost my weight, that was 2011. The only time in my life where every day I enjoyed the summer.
Yeah, I was gonna say that stomach fat, that also comes from like pregnancy, right? So that's pretty normal. That's nothing to beat yourself up over. That's kind of normal.
I don't have any kids.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, like I'll be honest there too. Another surgery I had was a hysterectomy a couple years ago.
Sorry to hear that, baby.
due to having endometriosis and uterine fibroids. So I have quite a few scars on my abdomen because of that. But yeah, like I had no core strength after that. I had to build up my core strength again, which I have. But like right now, I'm gonna stand up for y'all. I'm not trying to be boastful or whatever or
You
inappropriate.
don't have to, baby. You the goods.
So
There you go.
hold on. So you can see my waist. Like I still have a little something here and whatever, but I just wanted y'all to see real quick. I still work on it though. Like when I sit down, I do have a fupa. I have, it's very much there. And it's
That,
something I still work
that first picture you had of yourself, the first avatar,
on.
and I looked at it real hard, and I said, keep it. I said, keep it. Because that's the type of woman
Keep
these
things warm.
brothers crave.
Keeps things warm,
I feel you, baby. I do.
Yeah, you're not too bad. It don't like when you stand up, it don't look like you got like a gut, but maybe like it's different without. Maybe it's the dress. I don't know, but I don't see no problem.
No, like I wear clothes that compliment me. So
There you go.
you'll never see that necessarily. But when I wear a bikini, for example, you can see it.
Got you.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I
I
And
mean,
you
still
may
wear
never put all ones for you.
them.
Yeah, I told people. I ain't tell nobody about the show, but I tell you now, people are gonna know about it. I'll talk to beautiful later on, Miss V, about doing the thumbnail. Hopefully, she'll have it ready for us by Wednesday, so I can put it up for the people next week to join us. And I do agree with you,
I'm gonna show
JB.
y'all what my stomach looks like without.
This could be a good series.
Y'all ready to see some cellulite?
There you go. Still look good though.
yeah, it don't look bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
She still look good.
it don't look bad at all. I don't know.
Yeah, real men ain't tripping on that.
But
Real
see,
men don't trip on
that's the
cellulite.
thing. That's the thing, though. Like, I'm not afraid of showing it. Like, y'all don't understand. Like, I was really 300 pounds out in these streets. So
Me
at
too.
this point, I feel like I have a lot to celebrate, and I'm not a believer of perfection. And the summer is going to get the body I give it.
She's right.
Hey man, yeah, pandemic summer, bro. People are coming out, looking way worse. I know everybody been
You ain't
stress eating.
lying.
Everybody been stress eating. I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that pandemic tore me up.
comfort eating.
No excuses though.
Too much Uber. Too much Uber and too much DoorDash.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck around and get a bike again.
I
About me a
actually
new bike.
want a bike. I want a bike so bad.
On 10 speed, and you want the new motorized type.
No, I want
Nah,
to
man.
speed. I just want to get a bike. I've been looking to see if I could find one at like a garage sale or whatever, because I don't want to spend $600 on a bike. I got better things to do with my money.
Smart girl. See who I think I see? There she is.
Miss Melina, hi.
Like
There you
that.
go, baby. I was asking for you. You're gonna come up here tonight so me and you can praise Giannis. That's what I've been doing these last 2 weeks, girl.
I'm gonna be listening, man. You know me, bro. I'm gonna be,
Hey, Miss
making
Melina.
dishes, man. Making dishes, cooking and sweating over that fire, man. I'm gonna be in the clouds, man.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Still over there making them dishes.
Oh, you won't. I'm gonna be praising him. I call him the best player in the world, baby. I am all in when it comes to Giannis.
Yeah. Another guy that liked him is Shaq. I called YouTube Shaq. They talking about your type ain't in the league no more. So who would you be? He said, yeah, he's still in the league. His name is Giannis. You know what his game is. Go to the paint and kill in the paint.
There you go, Miss Melina. Let me give her some applause.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this. I really appreciate that Toya, the second Miss V brought up this idea, Toya was all in.
Yeah.
And I think this show today went very smoothly. We've got a great audience for it. It's something very different. But it's surreal for me and you and anybody else. Prince Lofius as a child, it is something that we went through, and in a lot of ways, like I told the audience and told Toya, I live it every night before I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It will never go away from me.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah. Eh, you
Shout
know,
out to my nails. I got my nails done yesterday, and I'm
very
loving it.
nice.
The grabbers.
Okay.
Manny Mayweather, you cold, man.
What did he say? Let me put that up. That's why I said. I said it wasn't for me. I have to listen. I said it was for Toya.
But you're included in the platform, so they were for you.
Nah.
Accept your flowers, Mace. He's giving you flowers. Accept your flowers.
Baby. This was all MTGV's idea.
Yes.
And it was you who signed off on it. Because you signed off on it, I said, okay, I'll do it. No problem with me because it's something I lived.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coach Mace is the goat. I appreciate that, Mr. Miami. You know, gonna have a good night tonight, guys, because that game is everything.
Bro, I'm gonna be so mad I can't watch it, bro. That's why I be waiting for you to go live. Like, bro, I can't watch it. They got me back here sweating and cooking and stuff. And I'm like, man, I gotta. Oh man, yeah, man, keep that going, bro. Because I'm telling you, I had my one little headphone in. Like, Giannis did what? Oh man, yeah, man.
No problem, bro. I mean, the NBA bought me something I haven't had in a long time.
I used to be a huge basketball fan because I played basketball in high school and I was a tomboy, so I used to collect cards.
Yeah, we spoke about that.
But yeah, but like I couldn't tell you who's playing now. I don't watch it anymore. I fell out of love with it because the basketball I grew up watching, I feel like the players were a lot more hungry than they are today.
There you go.
So
Right.
it's hard for me to watch.
With me, I stopped watching because I was tired of the BS. And the only reason why I came back last year for the bubble was to grow my audience. The reason why I did it this year, because I give things back to our sisters and brothers in the manosphere. And it was enjoyable. I had nice crowds in here every night. I did the play-by-play. I think the Portland Denver game 5, put me over the hump. The Dame Lillard game. Because people couldn't believe what was going on that game. And I still can't believe Lillard did what he did. But anyway, the point is, I give back to everybody who supports me. And I didn't think about it. You know, it's my subconscious. But then O'Shea signed off on it last week. Did that video that if you treat your people well, they're going to support you. And all of you have supported me. The manosphere supported me. And I love each and every one of you. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I love you. I mean, those sports guys used to come in here. They left, let them go. I don't care. What I care is...
Macy Dash.
Nah, that's Macy with the good hair. That's what you gotta call
Macy with the good hair. Okay, Macy with the good hair.
One of them
I like all
slick-haired
these
Negroes. Slick-haired Negroes, that's what I call them.
Macy with the $1 million smile too.
Appreciate that. You're happier, Macy. That's for damn sure since May 21st.
I I really like the name Mace Taggart. Is that really your name though?
No.
Oh, okay. I just like that. Mace Taggart.
Mom
Yeah.
will kill me.
I'm gonna let y'all have it, man. It's been a good one. I'm gonna drop down and get
No
ready. To
fears.
go to
Be
work,
back tonight a little bit, and I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, if you still on late, I might drop through, man. But you know,
No, I'll be on. Yeah. I'll be on late tonight, Saturday night. I'm not going to be on tomorrow. But let me tell my audience something. Next Sunday, 11 o'clock to about 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm doing all football because training camp comes back next week. So
Thanks for joining us, Darth.
yes, thanks, Darth. Appreciate you, buddy. Got good 25 minutes left. Good. Damn, time flies fast. Boy, time flies fast.
When you're having fun.
You ain't lying. Let's stimulate this audience a little bit more. I'm gonna get a little personal here.
Okay.
Yeah, Nicer loves like did the Final Four with UCLA Gonzaga. That's right, Mr. Miami. Next Sunday, be here all day, baby, all day. I'll cook some chicken fried steak with green pepper and onions and with white rice and bring the plate and let you guys see me eating chicken fried steak. Anyway, let's get back to seriousness. Toya, when was the first time you realized that you was first time you felt isolated because of your weight?
Ooh, that's a good question. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Mr. Miami.
I got to dig really far back in the archives because I don't know. I know that I've had that feeling more than once. I would say it was probably with reference to shopping because like I said earlier, I could never shop in the places that my friends were shopping at because I was so much bigger than them. So that might have been one of the first times. Like I remember my Nana, who I love and we are very close. She would take me shopping for clothes. And I remember in high school, her still wanting to dress me appropriately, but having to go to lengths to try to find things that were still appropriate for a teenager and that could fit me. So that was always an issue because, again, it wasn't just me being bigger. It was also the fact that I had these boobs that were huge. And so we had to try to find things that would cover them and I would still look appropriate, you know? So it wasn't just as simple as going into a grown woman's store and buying clothes that size. It was also keeping in mind that I'm still a child. So I think maybe those were the first times where I started feeling like isolated and very different from my peers.
With me, people, the one thing I found out as a young teenager, talking 13, 14, you find out who your friends really are. The people I went to school with, who I thought was my friends, they treated me bad. The guys who I had to play baseball with treated me good. And the one thing I come away in life is I've been treated so much better in the manosphere than I've been in the real world. You want to come up? Come up, bro. Let me come up. Come up, game changer. Come up, buddy. Yeah, game changer, come up. Here's the link. Pop up. I want to talk to you anyway about our girl. I want to talk about Melody real quick. And this topic, and him against the sisterhood. Game changer will hopefully join us in a minute. give him the proper air. He is one of my favorite guys. When I first started being the manosphere, keep that avatar too, girl. I was always in his room late at night, Eastern time, and he has done a phenomenal job with the gorgeous melody. One of my favorite people, Game Changer 0000100 is here. Hello, sir.
Hey, Mace, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Man. How are you?
Game changer.
What's going on, Prince?
Ain't nothing much, man. Talking about this fit life.
Oh yeah, I noticed. I was only here for like 5 minutes, but yeah, apparently the two of you went through drastic life changes, physically, which is in a good way. So that's yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting
welcome.
at all.
Glad you came.
Yeah, we're glad you came. I mean, I always appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
Let me say this to you, because I said it about 20 minutes ago. I admire the job you doing with my baby girl, Melody, and you taking her under your wing, and she popped up over a case of scraps 2 weeks ago, and you guiding her in the right direction. You done a hell of a job, bro. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, I want you, her, and I want everyone to, really prosper in what they want to do. Y'all supported me and my channel, so yeah.
Always been a big fan of you. Let me ask you this: did you ever have a weight problem?
No. Well, not along the lines that that the young woman whose avatar I seen earlier. Nothing to that extreme. Just maybe like a freshman 15 or something like that. And of course, since I'm past 40, I can't eat what I wanted and still have a six pack like I'm 17. But have I ever had like a major concern? No.
I'm gonna go to what you do well, and that is not only question the sisterhood, but call them out.
Yeah.
I be looking at some of your thumbnails, and I peek in from time to time because I'm busy doing up here. I think your message is beginning to get through, man. Seriously.
Thank you.
I see a lot of these women beginning to change.
Thanks. I like to say it was solely due to my message, but no, I think that collectively women are starting to, as society intermingles with each other through the internet, women are starting to see where they stand against other cultures of women. And I think that they just don't like it. So, they're starting to change their behavior to mimic other cultures, which, is a good thing. Taking the best attributes of other cultures is what we do. Like, that's how we get martial arts and, certain other things. So, it is a plus. I mean, nevertheless, it's a plus. I was saying the other day how there was a time, I think between I want to say like 2010 to maybe like 2017 where, it was very difficult to get a Black woman to smile just in general passing, and your eyes wander and you meet and your eyes meet with a stranger or something, it would be met with harsh looks. That has changed significantly. I noticed like in recent years, and this is just, I'm not talking about like flirting or attempting to, get with someone or ask for a number or something like that. I'm just talking about in general passing. So, yeah.
I agree with that. I have the beautiful Latoya up here, Prince, and special guest star just arrived, the great game changer 0000100. Yeah, your crusade is really reaching out. I mean, I see it, and in the manosphere, I see it, and I think you should be really commended because you stuck to that. Have you noticed? There's a certain concept creators who was on that crusade 2 years ago, and now they got nothing but women on their panels, and they act so giddy that they're there. That tells me right there weakness. One thing about you, and I um, champion it up here too a little bit when I get in the mood, when I'm not happy. You guys have to keep the sisterhood accountable. And this is my opinion, no one does it better than you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean that. No one does it better than you. Nobody sticks to it better than you.
Thanks.
And when they get me pissed off, you should hear me in here, bro. I lose it. My audience can tell you. And I don't think there's more people like you, bro, that keep them accountable. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, thanks. I like to think that I tell the sisterhood and the sisters in it really and out of it what they need to know as opposed to what they want to hear. And I'm not going to pretend to know Toya's life story, but I'm pretty sure that you have come across those in your life who either encouraged you to remain the way that you were, or they didn't say anything at all. They just said it was nothing wrong with it, and things like that. That as you know now, I'm sure was not in your best interest.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I was saying earlier, it's important for us to hold each other accountable and to hold the mirror up to show people like, okay, this is something that you want to address. And if you don't, we have to be comfortable with spending less and less time with those people, because it's a choice at the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, it may feel good if I were to walk up to you at a previous rate and say, oh, queen, you're beautiful. This, you're a goddess. I mean, it may make you feel good and it may get me a piece or something like that. But I mean, what did I, or how would that benefit either of us long term? Like that wouldn't do anything. I'll be creating an illusion, and it's just all bad. And I couldn't do that. I never was that person.
Yeah. And another thing that it slipped my mind, but it has to do with the same topic. I did a platform about 6 weeks ago, and I killed the simp men who do the black woman is God and all that stupidity. How do you feel about the simps?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's stifling everybody. It's not making them, because when you say someone is God is, infallible, meaning that there's no room for improvement. You should never do that to, anyone at any time. I mean, if your kid gets a 3.97, it's like, where's the other 0.3 or 0.03 points? I mean, even though you might secretly be proud of them, you want them to strive to do their best. Like that's really what it's all about. That's how we have, people who are good become great. That's how, people like Steph Curry, Andre Ward, I'm mentioning local people, but, that's how you really maximize your potential. And this isn't just in reference to beauty. This is in reference to anything. Like, you don't want to tell somebody, well, don't get me wrong. You tell somebody that they're smart, and they might be smart, but I mean, they probably won't maximize their potential. Like they may feel that they don't need to do as much homework as the next kid or something like that. So, I mean, it's so much potential that Black people, both men and women, have that I've seen just in my studies of American history. There's a lot of potential there that's untapped. And we don't tap it for cultural reasons. We feel that because we have these innate abilities, that's all we're ever going to need. Because we're a little bit, taller, leaner, faster, stronger. We don't have to work out. We don't have to, push ourselves. And we tell each other this, and it's a cycle that's keeping us down.
I agree. We gotta get out of our comfort zones, and we have to stop resting on our laurels. There were plenty of people who were fine with me being 300 pounds. And again, I had to wake up one day and say, this is no longer okay for me. And I had to want to make the change. And so I did, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, that's, and I commend you for that.
Thank
You know,
you.
I wish that we lived in a culture where it would happen more often, and that's because of outside influence. Like, you know, you have women, young ladies in other cultures, and I don't condone this extreme, but you know, because of the way the outsiders kind of, you know, push them to do it, they take it to an extreme, like anorexia, bulimia, but they do want to get fit to feel comfortable in the culture that they're in. Far too many unhealthy people feel comfortable within our culture. In fact, we're getting the unhealthy people from other cultures to come into ours just so they can feel comfortable. It's
because they'll get acceptance.
Exactly. They'll get acceptance. It's, you know, and it's really bad. And I don't want to continue to be a part of something like that. I couldn't. And
yeah, like body positivity is a thing, but there's a fine line between being body positive and being self-mutilating, to be honest. And, you know, the other side of it is totally foregoing the health aspect for, you know, clicks, likes, and, you know, attention. And it's like, then you got people who fetishize it. And it's like, and I've experienced all of that. Don't get me wrong. There's a pot for every lid. I like to say that because it's the truth. Like you'll always find somebody who will co-sign it. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it right.
Well, I get the pot for every lid analogy, but no, there are far more overweight and obese women than there are men that fetishize overweight and obese women. So there's far more pots than lids. You know,
touche. Yeah. Some people got to share lids. You know, exactly. I know I do that when I'm in the kitchen cooking. I always use another lid from another pot, but it'll work right now.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as the body positivity thing goes, that's really more. And I don't like. This is one of the many reasons why I might expat altogether, and maybe go to my girls' country or something. But one of the many reasons that I want to leave is because capitalism is driving this, and that's why we have things like the body positivity movement. You know, like if you have like this snack food industry and this corn syrup industry and everything like that, they're not going to do well if everybody was concerned with their weight. You know, like maybe people stop DoorDashing, you know, Jack in the Box as much. If
I just said that with the Uber Eats.
Yeah, exactly. Like if the culture changed to be more health conscious, then, you know, then people would lose money. McDonald's would lose money. I don't know who's Krispy Kremes would lose money. So they want to create a mindset where people don't care, be body positive and eat all the, you know, just get that Homer Simpson body. You know, who cares? It's handsome. It's sexy. It's, you know, nobody will judge you. So they want to create this. It's disgusting in my opinion. Like, you know.
No, it is. And then you'll cry and protest about people accepting you that way, because it's easier for you to just be lazy. So why don't you accept me in my laziness?
Yeah,
so you guys think these anti-bullying campaigns hurt this conversation we're talking about too? The anti-bullying campaigns that you see
absolutely
advertised by.
Absolutely, because they're really not an oppressed group. Ever since our civil rights movement, there are so many other, and when I say our, I mean Black African American people. You know, others have just identified as a minority group and you know, reap the quote unquote benefits of it. Because we weren't the only ones on the back of the bus, but we were the only ones who fought really against it. So ever since then, people say, okay, there are positive aspects to being a minority group, and there are certain protections that we'll just take advantage of. Now, when it comes to overweight people, they're saying that, you know, we're a protected group of people and we're protected from criticism is what they're doing. But no, it's not bullying to call a fat person fat.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you guys agree with this, but America in general, it's either extremes to one side or extremes to the other side when it comes to weight. It's either unhealthy to the point where they're obese, like you guys are talking about right now, or extreme to the other side where people are either anorexic or bulimic because you're projecting these models that you see on TV that are super skinny. That's not natural. They're starving themselves purposely to get that skinny.
Toya, you take it, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, she got it.
Am I correct, Toya and Game Changer, that when you see these models that are on TV, it's not their natural weight? They're starving themselves to be that skinny, or
there's different types of models. There's models who model clothes, and they are unnaturally skinny. My ex, she modeled clothes. They're unnaturally skinny, and even though she was naturally that way, and that's because, and she told me this, they wanted the focus on the clothes and not really her. So
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What they were looking for. She had like a pretty face, A cup, tall. She had those features because if she was more of a shape that's pleasing to me, which I would say is like Megan Good, in her heyday, then people would focus on Megan Good and not the clothes. So there's that type of model, and then there's the type of model where the focus isn't meant to be on the product itself that they're modeling, but the focus is to be on the model herself. And
yeah, not even that's what I'm talking about.
More so the body.
The ones I'm talking about.
Yeah, the model's body. Yeah.
I'm talking. The ones I'm talking about are the Sports Illustrated models. The ones that you see modeling with basically no. It's almost like no clothes completely. It's almost naked.
Yeah.
Like
So
that.
they're as I understand it, because I'm not really into sports, but I think I've seen a magazine or two. As I understand it, they're not really modeling a product. They're just in the magazine to get people to view the magazine. That would be an example of modeling themselves. I don't see them as unnaturally skinny. I know the body type that you're talking about, and it is pleasing.
Gisele Bundchen, like Tom Brady's wife and stuff like that.
Gisele Bundchen.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I do know the body type that you're talking about. You're talking about like the Lupita Nyong'o type bodies that does seem unnaturally slim. I'm actually not against that. I don't like to see rib cages, but I'm not really against like the Lupita Nyong'o type bodies, and that's because I know that women's metabolism slow over time, and if you're looking for a long-term relationship, then you get a Lupita Nyong'o, and in 20 years she'll be like a Megan Good.
Yeah, she's only going to get butt so big.
Yeah, exactly. So that's actually kind of safe, even though it's like a green banana. You don't want to eat the green banana, but if you get a yellow one, it'll probably turn brown by the time you eat it. So you get the green, and that by the time you eat it, at least you get a good yellow.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but do you guys agree with me that the U.S. it's to the extremes in both directions? Either you're overweight, obese, or super skinny, like the models and stuff like that. It's never down the middle in terms of weight. Am I being harsh, or is that a correct analysis?
Well, first I want to just welcome J Speed to the panel. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you for even having me, and Mason, thank you for having me. And if I can offer something to this conversation, we have to be very careful, as the young man Tony is talking about, because you got to understand, I worked in the movie industry for 35 years, and I can tell you when you're taking pictures at 10 to 15 pounds of what you are actually seeing, it's not what the photographer is looking at. Mm-hmm. We got to be very careful with this, because as Tora, as you went through your condition, you got to add some other things in there too. There were some health issues too, And then we got to add in we as African Americans have had the worstest diet ever since we've been here. And I think when you start adding all these things, it's not even making the excuses, but what it is saying to attack any kind of problem, sometimes you got to understand how the foundation got there in the first place. Because it took me many years to start eating healthy, coming from a family at 18, and I know as human beings, we usually become a victim of our own environment. And it took me years to when I start boxing and start getting into other trainers who taught me differently than what just even trying to make the weight at 155 middleweight. And so we have to be very careful about putting everything in the soup bowl. And that's what my approach is, because I work with people with weight problems and I don't make excuses for them. I help them to understand your body weight dictate by what you eat. And if you eat the proper diet, it's going to dictate your weight. There's really no square for that. When you start eating the right type of food and doing the right type of exercise, and it's going to dictate what your natural size is. So we have to be very, very careful, because some of these women are totally unnatural, small, and not compared to the other side, what the gentleman was talking about, the extreme on the other side. If I had to choose one or two, I would choose the smaller, just like a Game Changer said. I would choose the smaller, because then you can always build on that. But when you get too obese, you got the loose skin you got to deal with. It's a lot of things you have to deal with. And a lot of people decide to stay bigger because they don't want to deal with a lot of that issues as when you come down in weight, what they're going to have to deal with too, cosmetic wise. And so I just praise this young sister who had the strength to go through and know that she was unhealthy. And that's the most important thing about it, knowing that she need to work on her health. And I'm 100% with you on that, Game Changer. I'm 100% with you on that, Mace, because our community is way over the scale as far as our weight. And we have to be accountable for it, because we don't. There going to be a lot of people dying.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there'll be a lot of people dying, and they'll be dying at early age. And you're now starting to have kids with diabetes at 13 years old.
Yep.
High blood pressure at 13 years old, just because of a regular diet. They want to call it hereditary, but hell, only thing hereditary that I always say, you follow them home, they're eating the same food that their mom and dad ate. That's what hereditary, that damn meal she cooking. And
yeah,
I think it got bad. So I don't know, about this, Game Changer, but it had got so bad that it would start to take. It had started to want to take legislation to guidelines to look at that as being as far as raising a child like that and having a child obese at 9 and 10 years old. They call that child abuse.
It is child abuse.
And some states, I would say that. And some states, they do have laws on the book, that somebody can call the social service and try to get that child. Because when you're young, your skin can stretch back. But when you start getting into your puberty age, it's going to be more harder, because now you start to develop as a woman. And you got some kids around here 9 years old, look like they grown 19 years old just because of the overweight.
Well, I mean, improper diet is the same as you starving your kids out from a nutrition standpoint. I mean,
most certain.
Yeah, like overfeeding them or feeding them poorly, that is irresponsible parenting. I agree. And
in terms of the weight you guys are talking about, Jay and Game Changer, do you think it actually has to do with the person's height too? That depending on the height, there's a certain weight you're supposed to be too. Like if you're short.
Well, no, that's true. People make excuses like that, but we know a fat person when we see one. Let's not be obtuse. Like, you see a 300-pound man or woman, and they can't say, oh, I'm 8.5 feet tall. Like, you know that they're fat. Come on now, like. And
when you get in the shower every day what you're working with. So
right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you can't see your penis, then
Tony, I know what you're saying, but it really don't make any difference, height, short, whatever. When I said you eat the proper diet, your body's going to dictate what your weight should be. So height or none of that stuff comes in when you start fat count, how much body fat you got. I mean, that's a certain square when you want to start to do that. And that's mostly for like athletes or people who want to have some starting point. But if you start eating correctly and start doing the right exercise, after about a year or so, you go find out your body will dictate what your weight should be.
Yeah, no, the reason why I ask that is because when I go to the doctor sometimes and I have my physical, they have a chart and it shows what weight, depending on your height, you're supposed to, your correct weight. Are those charts that the doctors use accurate, or is it just a general estimation?
Well, let's just be honest.
A little bit of both.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, and I've seen your pictures, your workout stuff, J Speed. So I'll use you as an example. J Speed has a high muscle density, so he's going to weigh a scale down more, but in a healthy way. But there are people who are completely healthy, but because they're muscular, they come up on a scale as unhealthy. So I mean. But you know when you're healthy. Be intelligent about it. I mean that's the base guideline. What they're showing in the doctors. Like a man can be 6'4", 250 pounds and be completely unhealthy or completely healthy. Like he could be lean, muscle build.
Right. Yeah. And you have to take that. You have to take that, sir. If you old enough, if you go back and look at some of the food pyramids, you'll start to understand the doctor's approach, and they change all the time. What was said 10 years ago is not what it is today. And that's why I say the best dictation of what you should be weighing is your diet. You have to depend on it.
Yeah,
I agree.
I noticed that when I used to play sports a lot in high school. Like I used to run. I used to run track, run, and even if I ate unhealthy, I could lose that weight faster because of the way I was working out.
Your metabolism is you are some of the lucky human beings on this earth, and I'm one of them too. My metabolism is it burns off fat and it burns off. I could probably eat just as unhealthy as this sister right here. And I could talk about her because she gained weight, but I'm eating just as unhealthy as her. And I don't gain weight because of my metabolism. So you have to be very cautious about that too, because just like Game James was saying earlier, that you could be at your ideal weight, but unhealthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Like I said, I did sports and I was in ROTC and stuff like that, and we would work out, and I felt I didn't feel sluggish. Like right now when I eat unhealthy, like if I go to a fast food restaurant, after I eat like McDonald's or if I eat too much, I'm super tired and stuff like that. As you get older, am I right? Your metabolism slows down, correct?
Yeah. But let me just give you an idea. My mom had 18 children. None of her children would be over 67 years old. There's only 5 of us left. And the 5 of us left came from the same gene pool. The only difference between the 5 and the rest of them who have made their transition, they would never change their diet.
Yeah.
None of them was hit by a bus or shot or were killed by some, accident. All of them passed and made their transition due to the fact they would not change their diet.
Yeah, Tony, I don't want us to fall into the realm of excuses. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing deliberately. I'm saying that some of the things you're saying are used as excuses. You'll have somebody who's out of shape and they say, "Oh, it's because I'm tall," or or they try to discredit the, body mass index thing, or they say that, it's better that than to be freakishly skinny.
That's true. I can attest to that. Being 5'8", people would always say to me, "Oh, but you're tall." Even when I was 300 pounds, "Oh, you're not fat. You're just tall. You're thick." And I'm like,
and you got big bones.
Yeah, exactly.
Thick.
Yeah.
There's a big difference. And, you know, and like I said way earlier on in the stream, I never had an issue with confidence or self-esteem, even at my heaviest, but it didn't mean that there wasn't something I needed to be doing about it.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not making excuses. I'm just wondering.
No, I'm not saying that you are. What I'm saying is that the things that you say people use as excuses. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
We've become too complacent as a society. In America, it's customary to go get something to eat and for there to be food covering every inch of the plate. That's the expectation. And until we start changing that, I mean, we've got a lot to unpack and uncover. We've got a long way to go. But there's this echo chamber that exists where it's like, oh, you're fat? It's okay. You can sit with us. And it's like, no, we need to have better standards about our lives, our you know, sense of living. Like, this is not what it was meant to be. And the fact that we have become so reliant on these things that don't even qualify as food, that's the biggest thing. Like, you were talking about corn syrup earlier.
Yeah, that's the devil. Oh, that's the devil.
So many people rely on things that have that as a first ingredient. That's not food.
Yeah. When I stopped doing that, and that's another, right quick, Tony, if I may, and that's another U.S. thing that's really upsetting because, you know, many countries, unless they import the goods, the soda or something like that, they don't allow that to their general citizens. Like when I stopped drinking corn syrup, or when I stopped, eating corn syrup, you know, I started looking at the label and it's in almost everything. And you know, I had a taste for a soda one day, and my mom, who I convinced also to not do corn syrup, she said, no, you could get the Mexican sodas at the Mexican markets because they get the sodas from their country and they don't have any corn syrup in it. So
yeah, I noticed that. Like, if I went to the DR for vacation, and I noticed they don't use a lot of corn syrup in their sodas are naturally sweet. It's not like super
right.
Manufactured.
Well, they use sugar like regular people. To save a buck or two, we replace it with corn syrup.
Right. And cane, they use the cane itself versus fructose corn syrup. And that is a big difference. And in fact, I mean, I even tell people, if you want to go to the grocery store, go to the Mexican grocery store and get that little hard sugar they have. And if you have to use sugar, but there's so many natural sugar substitute that I mean, I turn my people on, and you got to understand, this is a process. It is a real process, but we must, as one of my co-hosts been telling me for the last couple of months, because she quite understanding now. She said we just got to put the hammer down and say that we're just too overweight.
Yeah.
And you know, and some people ain't gonna like it. But think about all the stars and the singers who came out and said, I'm proud of myself being big. All of them are small now, and they're now preaching, you know, that wasn't a wise statement they made. It sounds cute, you know what I mean? But it ain't cute when you have to be with a young lady and you married to her and she blow up or she has a kid and then she gains 85 pounds, but the child only wears 9 ounces. You know what I mean? Let me say 9 pounds, and she gained almost 200 pounds, and she says she feeding for 2. No, you feeding for a whole community when you gain that type of weight when you are pregnant. You know what I mean? And wonder why, you know, they keep that weight for so long. It's so hard to get off. And I think nutrition is going to be one of the number one platform for us in the near future, because if we ain't healthy, there's not too many things we can do. Michael Jackson and Prince have taught us that. If we ain't got our health together, you can have the best doctors in the world, but if you don't take the prescription, then hey, what's going to happen?
True.
You only get
You
one
know,
body.
and it's a
You get
generational
one
thing,
body, so you got to do what you can with that. And on that, I'm actually going to get out of here because it is 2:18 p.m. and unlike the things we've been talking about today, I have not eaten yet, and it's important for me to go eat.
Okay.
Yes.
No corn
And you've
syrup.
been up just as much as I've been up. I ain't been.
Yeah,
I've been up to
exactly.
like 2 o'clock in the morning, so I know you've been up for a while because you was
Exactly.
on my channel this morning. So yeah, go ahead and get your little small meal in. So you know you can do your thing. And I enjoy your story every time I hear it because anytime you can go from a negative to a positive to help our community, it's got to be a 100.
And let me say this to you, honey. You've been a joy to work with. I told you it was going to be something like this today, and it better than we both thought it would be.
Yeah.
And I'll see you during the week. Thank you so much. Remember, this is yours, baby. You could go any way you want with it.
Aw. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Thanks to the chat. Thanks
Subscribe to her. She put her link in there.
I did. I put my channel in the chat, so please come over and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm big on accountability, so if you don't want to see that, then maybe not subscribe. But yeah, I'm gonna come back with a live soon on my channel.
I'll be there.
All right.
I'll be there. I love you, baby. Thank you so much.
Day.
You too, baby.
Have an amazing weekend. Rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Take care, Toya. You're becoming a big star. 3 people I want to say hello to. First, Jay Speed is up here. I was in the kitchen when I let you up. I went to the kitchen. Welcome back, sir. It's been a hot minute. It's good to see you as always.
Yes, sir.
The Macosphere is in the building. What's up, Ism?
Town biz, Ism.
And last but not least, it wouldn't be this platform, it wouldn't be this chat room without the beautiful, electrifying Sheila E. in the building. How you doing, baby girl? Enjoying the weekend up in upstate New York. I'll let you guys continue the conversation. I'll be right back. I'll let you guys talk. Go ahead.
Okay. So, JSP, I want to tell this story. Oh no, you got it, Tony.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys agree with this. Do you think eventually it's a generational thing too? Depending on where you live, there's a lot of hipsters. Like in New York, you start seeing a lot of really healthy, like green stores that are serving healthy, like how the food is made and stuff like that is better. Have you noticed, like, depending on where you live, there's a lot of green-wise stores, or like I forgot what they're called. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like a Whole Foods. Or
you mean like Whole Foods stores?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there is a push
everywhere in New York, bro.
Yeah, there is a push towards healthier eating, but there's a counter push because fast food, snack food, corn syrup, whatever you want to call it. These are industries. Mm-hmm. These are industries, and they're going to counter push against that. But I do think that with the internet and people just becoming generally more healthy, more
informed.
Yeah, more informed about the results, because that's where I got the information about corn syrup from. I think that these new stores that are opening up is a reflection of that. People are more concerned about preservatives, for example, and that's why you have pesticides. So because we're more informed about it. But that's not the country doing it. That's individuals doing it for each other. That's there isn't a corporate interest to remove pesticides. If anything, it's a corporate interest to maintain the status quo.
I have friends who work in the school system, like here where I live, and they say the school systems are starting. The parents and the kids are the soda industry is actually starting to get mad that they're pushing out these vending machines that sell soda and these unhealthy foods in it.
Right.
Stuff. Those industries are upset that the schools are moving the school systems are moving more towards eating healthier, promoting.
Because they're losing their revenue. That's
exactly.
what it comes down to. Follow the money. Hey, Tony, I'm going to tell you something that probably could help you from here on out, especially when you come on panels. You don't have to give it if someone agree along with you. Just be yourself, as long as you be respectful and just say what you have to say. Because when you say I want to know who agree along with or you don't agree with me, you're pretty much filtering out who you are. So just be yourself, and as long as you're respectful, just let it go.
Yeah, the reason why I do that is because I've been on other panels that that told if I didn't say I agreed with them, or if I don't say if you agree with me, it felt like they wanted me to become a robot, is what it was.
Yeah, and then obviously dealing with channels you shouldn't be on. So what I'm saying is, when you are having a conversation, you're a man, and I can see you that you are a man. You should be able to have your own point of view, your own talking points, and if someone agree along with you, they gonna let you know. When they disagree with you, then they gonna let you know. You don't have to give a disclaimer before you say it, or try to pull people in, because then you'll be looked at as double talking, or trying to. It's like when I box, right? And the guy know I could beat him, so what he would do is try to hit me soft and hoping I wouldn't hit him hard, and then I would hit him twice as hard. So what I'm saying is, just be yourself, brother. If you go be up in these YouTube street, just be yourself. They're gonna like you or hate you anyway. I've been in places where they like me, hate me one moment, next moment they like me. So don't worry about that. Just be yourself, and that's in your life too. In your whole life, just be the best person you can be.
Yeah, and like I said, I honestly agree with what the schools are doing now. It's promoting healthier eating, but like you said, if you follow the money, it's pissing off the soda industry,
Right, but
and companies like Gatorade or what is it called, Powerade.
mhm.
They promote that they're healthy, but technically they're not really healthy. Am I correct?
Well, look at the sugar content, or look at the substitute sugar they use. All that is chemical. It's just as worse as sugar itself. So you're correct when it comes down to. You think about it, you got millions and millions of students going to school every day who can line up at one of them vending machines and make that type of money. Even out here in California, we're starting to cut down on the ice cream trucks and the coming through the neighborhood every 15 and 20 minutes. It's just an unhealthy situation. If you start to look at your block, and you got 5 and 6 restaurants on one corner, and it's like people eat, like there are people who go to school, pick up their children, and they eat something from one of these street vendors, and then they go home and cook and eat again. It's just getting totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you. And honestly, this is what I'm saying. I think it's my generation, like the millennial generation, since we have so much information, we're going to our parents, and then our parents are the ones that are doing this, because sometimes the millennials we're too lazy or too not like, we lose interest after a while. Our attention spans are a little bit too short and stuff like that, and then we lose focus on what we're talking about and stuff like that. And then
Right.
yeah, so
It's much easier to pick up something from McDonald's and give you a video game and let you go up in your room, versus sitting down as a parent and child should do, and eat at the table and have conversation how your day is and how your day not. So it's much easier to send them upstairs and eat that junk and keep them playing video games.
and these fast food restaurants are starting to trick people into going in there selling healthier food. Then the people look at the menu and they end up choosing the unhealthier foods. So it's a cycle as well.
Right.
The fast food companies are losing money, but now they're promoting healthier food to get these people back into the restaurants and stuff like that. So technically it's a cycle, and it's all about greed. Capitalism is what is hurting as well.
How many 7-Elevens you got on? How many 7-Elevens you have in a block ratings, 3 or 4 block ratings in your city? Because they are just off the hook here in California.
Okay, where I live, we have one 7-Eleven, like maybe 2 or 3 7-Elevens, but most of them are Circle K. We have Circle K's down here.
Right. Okay. So Circle K is I'm familiar with them because we had them in North Carolina and Georgia, and we have very few in here in Southern California. But the 7-Elevens are just as worse as any fast food restaurant, because everything that they sell in there is unhealthy.
Now I do see people, because I go to the Red, or I used to before I started streaming, but go to the red box in 7-Eleven, and I look and I'm like, people actually eat chicken. Like, how you gonna eat chicken out of a 7-Eleven? Or they'll eat that pizza there.
Yeah.
Like there's no pizza thing in the back. There's no kitchen in the back. Where's this coming
Right.
from?
Process.
Yeah, it's processed.
And you know what it is? It's all about convenience, because I think Toya said it best. The people who are in the working late night shifts, they don't have a lot of there's not a lot of selection, because most of the restaurants either shut down. They shut down at like 10 o'clock or something like that, so they don't have a big choice of food. It's mostly fast food, or like you said, 7-Eleven, and that's unhealthy too.
And but what is wrong? This is what my problem is. What is wrong with carrying your lunch?
No time. No time, OG, because right quick, Tony, if I may. The culture that we live, like, it's no time. Like, it used to be where, you know, people can work and men could work a good shift, a good healthy shift, and yeah, they would carry their lunch because they had a woman at home that would make their lunch to carry. But right now, you know, you work that 12-hour shift and you don't really have much time to make your lunch and dinner and stuff like that. So that's pushing this whole fast food narrative. But yeah, I mean, you know, so not only are we unhealthy in our bodies, we're unhealthy in our culture, you know, because both parties are working and nobody has time to cook. So
yeah, and I'm specifically talking about the long haul truckers that really don't have, like, some of these guys come into these cities really late, and there's not really a ton of restaurants open by the time they get here. So I'm talking about certain industries.
Right.
If you know what I'm trying to say.
Right. Mace, you say you had a question for me?
No, he's not. He went to get some.
No, it was in the back chat. He said he had a question for me. I was just wondering. Okay, so he'll get to it when he get back. But you got to understand, all this is by design. And that's no excuse, even if it's by design, because you got to understand, when I was coming up, we had drugs, we had alcohol, but I would say that a lot of the people in the neighborhood didn't submit themselves to that, you know, that drug. I mean, you had great people coming out of that neighborhood, so we can't say just because somebody put something in front of us that we have to gravitate towards it.
What up, panel, man? I'm back in the building. What's going on?
What's happening, Zone?
Hey, man. Hey, now I had a question, since we were like, you know, I came on earlier, but I heard you were like a herbalist, man. So I know you got all the knowledge on all the different herbs and things.
I'm a student of a student of a student of a student.
Okay. Nah, man. You know what? I'm motivated right now, man. I need to probably take about 50 off right now, 50 pounds off. But one of my good friends was a personal trainer, and he said a lot of times when you start that, it's always good to do like a cleanse or a detox.
Most certainly.
Because it makes it, I guess, a lot more effective. What would be like, for instance, if you haven't, you know, done that in a while, what would you think would be like the best type of detox to do?
Okay, so if I had something like $25-$30 that I can order a compound, and one that I use is by New Body right here in Compton, California, and it's called CKLS by New Body. And what I have a program I call 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You take 5 pills the first day, 4 the next day, and 3 the next day, and 2 the next day, and the 1. And then you go on what I would say a liquid. If you just can't drink water, what I would like for you to do is put all your stuff in a blender and use it as a smoother, because at that point you have got all the solids out of your intestine, small intestine, large intestine, spleen. And so by that time, you're ready. You're ready to start. Your body, it has really punched itself back. Everything that you stretched out at that point, you can always tell, because when you eat something within the first hour or 45 minutes, you'll be going to the bathroom, so you know you're ready. So that's when you tell that you are ready. That's number one. Number two, if I was going into exercise, the first thing I would do is learn how to stretch for the first 2 weeks. I wouldn't even try to put exercise in. I would do walking and learning how to stretch, because a lot of people don't even understand that stretches is a form of exercise.
Yeah.
And so
Yoga.
and
Yeah.
right. So what you would do, you're starting to make sure that you are stretching your muscles and your tissues and your joints. So when you do get ready to go into this aerobics or whatever you want to do, that now your body is conditioned and knowing it's on the move now, and you won't injure yourself. I see so many people try to jump in and lose weight, and they injure themselves in the first week, and down they gain more weight than there was when they initially started out. So there is a pros, but best product I have ever used. And I studied under Dick Gregory, Dr. Sabi, and I have been selling this product by New Body. It's a black doctor named Dr. Goss. It's called New Body. And I'm telling you, I don't get any money from it or anything. Matter of fact, you could become a distributor yourself for less than $40. So it pay for itself on your first order. So what I'm trying to say is, get you a good cleanser. Because a lot of people get cleansers mixed up with laxative. I mean, if you got a laxative, that's not what you want. Anything can make you use the bathroom. Prunes can make you use the bathroom. Epsom salt can make you use the bathroom instantly. And so you want to get a cleanser because you want to clean that liver, because the liver is the purifier of your blood. And once that go, you pretty much, if you can't get a transplant, you pretty much finish. And so
that's the reason I asked that question, because he was like, a lot of people defeat themselves. Is it more about clearing out those small intestines, and so that way your the food can move through, and your body can kind of burn it up faster?
Not only the small, but the large intestines too. You got to understand. Think about your inside, your digestive system as being a grill that you've been cooking on for like 5 or 6 years, but you never went out there and cleaned it. What usually build up? The crud, right? It comes from the grease, the starch, and everything, additives or the spices you put on it, everything, and it cruds up. And if you put a hamburger on there, it won't even put burn marks on it, because it cannot touch that metal. And what's happening is all of your nutrients in your food are not even being pulled from it because of your lining. And that's where you start to get acid reflux and all this other stuff from sodas and all that. What you want to do is start off with a clean slate. So when you do eat meal, it can pull the nutrition that you need, the elements that you need. Now you start to put brain supplements in, natural supplements, not these little pills in the store. I mean that you actually go out there and order your own herbal stuff, raw form, where you can make your pills yourself. And I'm going to be doing a video next week to show people how to make their pills. But anyway, because some people can't take it liquid, they can only take it in like veggie caps that I use. So yeah, you are headed in the right direction. Whoever gave you that information gave you very good information, because once you clean that grill, now it can cook the food properly like it was designed. And once you clean the lining of all your intestines, small intestine and everything, get everything filtered out, cleaned out, now you are prepared to grab all the essence of your food, where you can move forward and get full energy from your food.
Yeah.
I mean, let me answer your question.
The last question I have: how much should you? I guess when you start, because the hardest part is that plateau. You know what I'm saying? Because when you can go a month, go hard, and lose 25, 30 pounds, and then you start to plateau. What is your advice to get over that? Like a fast or something?
Believe it or not, my 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everybody usually lose between 21 pounds and 27 pounds in the first week.
Wow.
And I have tried it on hundreds and hundreds of people, even people who come to me and say, well, I got a different body. It ain't going to work for me that way. And if you follow my instruction, a lot of the food, a lot of the weight that you have is water stored, or it's just waste and garbage just packed inside of you. And the most thing people don't understand, you don't have to even do any exercise. If you drink a right amount of water every day, you'll lose a half to a pound a day. Just water.
Cold water.
Hey, yes. The link for the cleanser.
Dr. Goss, you can just put it in CKLS. You put that in, it's gonna pop up.
I
And
need that.
and anybody who buy it and it don't work for them, I would buy it from you. Because I've been using this stuff for over 30-something years and I haven't had a cold.
You said
Because
CKLAS?
believe it or not, I just got a kidney like
Right,
2 months
I know.
ago.
CKLS.
Okay, I got it. CKLS.
And if you put it in there, Dr. Golf's gonna pop up. I mean, this stuff is distributed all over the world, and he just happened to be a black man who has been in the business for over 40-something years, and most of the herbals that he used is on his land in South Carolina. He owned thousands and thousands of acres, and he don't put anything on it. He just let it grow naturally, and then he farm and he take it off. He don't plant it. It's just there. When he go to buy land, he surveyed the land and look at every herbal that is on that land, and that's how he's been in business for that long. But there are certain things he get from different distributors, but most of his stuff comes straight off his land.
So that's
So what you saying?
KLE.
Repeat that process when you get that plateau.
What was that again?
Repeat that process, because you know what? The reason I asked that question, and this has happened to me a couple times, like when you set like a, say if a goal or something, right? And it could be whatever. Sometimes you get to a certain point, you start stepping on that scale. It doesn't matter what, it just doesn't move. And sometimes people get demotivated.
Right, and that's why. Okay, this is why I don't allow any person who goes on my approach to diet, because diet is just only the food you eat. That's all it represents. But I know people have kidnapped that term, that word, but it only means the food you eat. So what I do is I tell everybody, go that 7-day and do that last part of the cleansing, and then you jump on the scale. And then that's the motivation right there. Because when you jump on that scale and you don't lost 25 pounds or 27 or 21, and it was only been a week, you be like, I thought that was impossible. I thought that was unhealthy. Believe it or not, when I used to box, sometimes I would come in 10 pounds overweight, and I can go outside and do exercise about an hour and a half and come back and lose 10 pounds. So don't tell me that people don't have the capability to do something, and you don't starve yourself. And my 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you are eating 3 small meals. And see, that's the trick of it. A lot of people think just because they go and starve themselves, that's a whole something totally different. It takes a long time to lose weight for the first 7 days when you starving yourself like that. It don't take as much when you eating small meals.
OG, how you spell that doctor again?
Dr. Paul Goss, Paul Goss, Goss. Just say new body.
Okay, I got it right now.
And it pops up, and then all that yellow, that's his brand with the pyramid on it. And he, just like I say, the stuff is amazing.
So how much does the liver contribute to that whole cleansing process, though?
Well, your liver is your filter for every cell in your body, because it is the filter for your blood.
Okay.
So it's very important.
Okay, I see. It's the yellow bottles.
Yes, sir. CKLS.
Yeah, I'm gonna order it right now as we're talking.
It's funny when you say with stretching, because I never understood with yoga, like how people get slim and lose weight and stuff like that. I guess that do you think that the meditation part of it is I guess kind of stimulates the body to kind of burn calories? I mean, how does that work really?
Well, I think
the aerobic movement.
I think the meditation part of yoga is to make you concentrate and relieve yourself of all the daily pressures, where you can go within yourself and point things what you want to be done with your body, because you are the architect of your body. You understand that? Right. And so what's mostly important about yoga is not just being still and meditation, it's breathing exercise. See, humans have stopped learning how to breathe properly. We breathe and quit. And when you are learning to do yoga or you're learning to do proper breathing exercise, you might suck in as much air as you can, through your nose, and you fill them lungs up. And the same way you fill your lungs up, you blow out all the old air. And that's learning how to breathe properly, where you can get the right amount of oxygen in your cells that purifies the blood in the liver. And so it has a push. It's like the pump. You know what I mean? So a lot of us, we don't breathe properly. A baby, when it comes out, breathes properly. But as the baby get older and older, it learns how to breathe improperly. And so we got to understand there's so great. This body is designed so great that it will let you abuse it for years before it breaks down.
Yeah, man. Being a boxer, I mean, I bet you know a lot about all that stuff.
Yes, sir.
You gotta do a
Because
lot of breathing exercise.
right, because you have to build that stamina. And that stamina is what makes the difference when you're fighting a tough component. And it's all about who wants it the most at that end. Who has the most stamina? Who can look like in the 9th round they looked in the 1st round versus sluggish. And so, that's why swimmer bodies and boxers' bodies, and I'm talking about true boxers who know the science, you go see their bodies pretty much parallel. And swimming is so good because even though you can't put stress on the body, you get in the water, that water takes a lot of the stress out, the exercise. I see people doing a lot of therapy in the last 15 or 20 years in water. It's due to the fact that it's not putting that much stress on the muscle and the joints.
Oh yeah. No, people do. I mean, that's how people train now. I mean, to get over injuries like ACL injuries and stuff is water training.
Right, because you're not putting that much stress on it, because you have to have a moment of healing. And some people try to heal too fast and they end up causing more problems in health. And so water takes that pressure off straining yourself. Like you could take a woman who's 300 something pounds and she's in the right amount of water, you can pick her up like she's nothing. But you better not try that shit on the side of the swimming pool.
Yeah. I mean, because I think I don't know what it's called. I guess there's like some type of thing that you have. There's every time like you jump, there's a little thing that I forgot what it's called. It leaks out. There's that's how you start getting arthritis when it runs out. You know what it's called? But I guess when you're in the water, it saves all of that. That's why
your cartilage. You talking about your cartilage?
No, cartilage and I can't remember. It's associated to like corporate tunnel. Like what people get corporate tunnel because that every time like you crack your knuckles, right? A little bit of it leaks out. I can't. I got to look at but I think when you're in the water, it saves all of that. It doesn't, the shock.
And see that is the great thing about me, like, because going to certain different countries and looking at their diets and looking at like understanding the Chinese diet. Okay, let's just give you a point of reference what I'm talking about. If you look at Chinese, they have a beautiful diet, but one thing they do have is a problematic for them. They eat too much starch, and when they get older, they start to bend over. The posture that's due to arthritis in the spinal cord. And so I used to think when I was coming up, they bend over a lot because they bowel all the time, but it had nothing to do with it. And that's the effect of starch, too much starch. So what I'm
too.
Right. And so what you got to understand is there are certain things printed in your DNA that you never have to read a book. You just know what you know. And then you take that's your natural ability, and you take that and have it tweaked, and you study on the people who've been doing it for years. And that's why I always say I'm a student of a student of a student, because it's a learning process every day. And I have over probably 60 something inventions when it comes down to supplements from natural sources that can really help a lot of people. I did this at the beginning of the macaroni phase. And that's what I call it, the macaroni, because they keep changing the cheese on it. So what you got to understand that when you understand what's coming at you and why did we have that macaroni so bad compared to other countries, the third world country, we had it worse than them. We were supposed to have the best medical facility, the best as far as science and doctors. Reason why we were so far in the numbers is because we are so damn unhealthy in this country. Obesity in our country.
Now, it's a perfect storm, though. It was a perfect storm because if you look at the metrics with America, as far as the obesity rate and like high blood pressure, cholesterol, that's corona. I mean, like this type of virus. I mean, it's easy money for them to wipe those type of people out. Plus, right now we have a really aging population too, so those numbers are definitely going to look skewed because with this type of virus, I mean, it's very easy to spread in the United States because in certain cities we're not as rural. I mean, we're just like so packed in, like Boston, New York, and all them. We're on top of each other.
We're in cement jungles, but I mean, besides all that, you know, when they first started talking about old people dying, and then now they went to this person dying, and this person. Now, let's just be honest. It attacks unhealthy people. Yeah. Point blank. And so when you start doing the numbers and seeing how the numbers caught up, there's no difference in the number of old people and young people.
Thank you, nice.
No.
Just unhealthy people.
It's more, and I mean, the other metric that attacks more is economically. You know, economically, people that have, you know, I guess live in areas where I guess the unhealthy
below poverty line.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but we got to be very careful about this, right? Because I find in our grocery stores are packed with vegetables, and especially in California. I don't know about anywhere over the world, outside the world, but I'm pretty sure Kroger's and Ralph's all over the United States. Kroger's is the biggest market in the United States. And so they have a bunch of subsidiary stores. I can guarantee you that these shelves are full of vegetables. The problem is we should be eating close to 85% vegetables and 15% meat if we have to eat it. But the problem is we eating 85% meat and just a little bit of vegetables, and junk in is junk out. Matter of fact, to digest beef alone takes so much water that we ain't drinking water. We drinking sodas. We drinking juice is really not juice, and we drinking this thing and that thing. And we don't have any water in our body. The water that is in our body is preserved to try to keep our body moving. So when you put that beef in your stomach, that's where the constipation comes in. And then you can have beef stuck in your stomach for 12 and 13 years. That's why the cleanliness is so important.
Yeah, I just ordered what you told us about Jay's beef. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
and so,
so you have most people have old rusty plumbing.
Most certainly. I mean, if you ever looked at in the plumbing, when the plumbing come out, it makes you not even want to drink water. And I ain't talking about the one that going out. I'm talking about the one that coming in.
It's coming in, yeah. It's true.
You know, and
Changer,
so.
you got something to say to this after?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Game changer, you there, bro? Game changer.
Yeah, I'm here. I was away from my screen, but I'm here.
Don't worry about it. I was just gonna say you should add to this conversation.
Oh no! I mean, OG got it. I do want to ask though. What do you think of keto?
For me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think keto and any discipline that you do as far as the mind, the body, and the spirit is most beautiful things, because that's what kind of being you are on this planet. And so if you find a discipline that you can engage in it and then you really like and you have a passion for it, stay with it, regardless if it don't do anything but give you peace in life and give you health in life and give you a spiritual tuning in life. Please stay with it. You know, I got two disciplines under me as far as when it comes to martial art. I have Jeet Kune Do, that was Bruce Lee style, and I have Kempo that I studied under Master Steve Muhammad for almost 20 something years. So any art that you can be in,
well, keto
can give you.
Keto is where you don't eat carbs or sugar, just proteins.
Right. And no, I thought you was talking about keto, the martial art. I wasn't thinking about the diet itself. I'm kind of like, iffy on that. But if it works, look, let me just put it this way. If you 300 some pounds and you ate proteins, you got down to 145 pounds. How could I argue against that?
That's true.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not against anything because we all are trying to get to Atlanta from LA. If you decide to take a good route and that's working for you, I'm not going to get my bullhorn and jump over there and tell you to stop it. What I'm going to say, if it works for you, it works for you. And I remember, I thought they called that diet something else when it first came out.
When the Atkins, but that's for prepackaged stuff.
Okay, so yeah, now I understand what you're saying. When that diet first came out, people, they just ran to it. You know what I mean? So my whole thing is, whatever you can get in protein and meat, the cows over there chewing on what? Why are you going through the third man trying to get to the first man? He's chewing on grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's chewing on grass to give you protein. Why can't you chew on vegetables and get the protein from the source? And so that's my whole approach. And anything that I do, I try to break it down as you break it down. Game changer, as looking at the problems in our community. You go to the essence of putting it under the microscope and go to the root of the problem. And that's the way I look at it. My approach as far as health and nutrition.
Right. But hey, let me ask you this, OG. Because people get stuck on diets and stuff. What if you say? I mean, do you believe this? If you've created a body that I guess that's running efficiently, meaning like your body is a good furnace. Does it really matter what you eat if your body is already efficient? Break down.
I have had this question asked to me so many times in so many different ways. I have had people come in and say, "I've been eating pork all my life, and I live to be 80. My grandfather lived to be 85 years old." Now, there's two reasons that I can look at that and I can take that. I say, what if you didn't eat pork? Could you have lived to 145? Or I say, what if the pork that you eat yesterday is not in the same pork that you eating today? Right. And so you have to be very careful how you look at things. And what I can tell everybody, just do the best for you. Try to get as much knowledge as, don't believe anything I have to say. Try to get the best knowledge you can as far as when it comes down to your nutrition, because when it comes down to your nutrition, you are what you eat. If you don't believe that, follow a person who's on crystal. Follow a person who's on crack. Follow a person who's an alcoholic, and see what do it produce.
OG, being that you're a martial artist and a boxer, are you a vegetarian, vegan, or do you actually eat meat still?
Okay, let's just I don't get things twisted. Either you eat raw vegetables or you don't. All that other stuff is irrelevant. They come up with all these little subgroups inside of what they're trying to say. Either you're a vegetarian or you're not. Now, as far as me eating, when I'm a vegetarian, I don't eat any meat substitutes, meat substance, or anything that eggs, cheese, or none of that. Now, when I break my fast, as far as being a vegetarian, might be a celebration, might be for my daughter's 21st birthday, or it might be my son's anniversary, or something like that. But it's not something I do on a consistent basis throughout what's name. And one thing you got to understand too, especially as you consider yourself a vegetarian, if you do reintroduce meat to your body, you must chew that meat at least 15 to 27 times. Because you don't, you're going to be miserable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, because there's vegetarians like you are, then there's the vegans that don't need any animal products and stuff like that. So I'm wondering.
Right, but listen what I just said. It's just like religion. If you say you're a Christian by practice or by faith, that's two different things. You can be a Christian by faith and not practicing. And when you are practicing as being a vegetarian, that's all it is. Ain't none of that in between stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you
Okay.
start all these different levels of what a vegetarian is, that's where the confused state comes in. Because there are a lot of byproducts are put in food. Some vegetarian meals are very unhealthy when you start reading it.
Okay. Yeah, and I asked a question in the panel in the chat. I wasn't sure if you were able to catch it, Jay. And I was asking, being that you're a boxer, a professional, not a professional, but a boxer, have you noticed, in your honest opinion, is it unhealthy when you see these guys sweat down directly before a fight and they come emaciated into the ring and they're so fatigued and that can cause serious injuries?
Well, what I would say about that has been done since the beginning of boxing. What I would say to that, I would love for a person to come and weigh in, and then by the time they get to the ring, they don't gain 15 pounds because I know that person is tired as hell, and I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. And I'm gonna wait till about the second or third round,
Do
and I'm
you
gonna
play
beat the shit
sports,
out of them.
man?
Who, me?
What do you do?
I don't know if you was talking to me or someone else.
Now I was talking to you, OG.
You asked me, did I play sport in high school?
Yeah.
I wrestled in high school. I was undefeated
Oh, okay.
because I was. They used to call me at that time. They called people C strong, and if anybody's old enough, you know what C strong is. But it
Yeah.
wasn't that. It was just the genetics I came from. I would be, just say I was wrestling at 155, and I would go to practice and I would wrestle the super heavyweight because nobody in my division couldn't put up with my strength. So all the maneuvers they tried on me wouldn't work because I was so much, I can just overpower them. And so, yeah, I did wrestle in high school. So I had guys who, because I never lift weights, I had guys in high school who can bench press 400 and something pounds, but when they got on the mat with me, they couldn't do nothing with me.
Yep. No,
So
I
you're
I
like
know exactly what you're
almost
talking
a
about.
Kurt Angle type of wrestler.
Nah,
But it
I mean,
didn't
you
matter the
wrestle,
weight class.
so you already know the concept of cutting weight, 10 pounds in one practice. That used to
Right,
happen
right.
all the time.
Right. The
But
wheat germ oil used to be one of the things we used in wrestling back in the day, and this is way back in the 70s, where you would just cut all food and drink wheat germ oil with water, and it would cut the weight. But if you really want to start losing weight, that has something called chickweed. Chickweed not only make you lose weight, but it cuts your appetite.
Hey, Mace, thanks for having me. I got to head out. It's 12, but I appreciate you, and I'm gonna listen to Clouds. And I'm gonna hit that.
Hey, don't be a stranger, bro. And when I get time, I'll come in your room too, bro, to contribute like I used to, with the donations. Hey, keep up the great work, and tell Melody I want to see her this week to congratulate her on her 1,000 subs, bro.
Okay. I'll see if she can stop by. I'll send her a
All
message.
right, I appreciate you, man. Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
Okay,
It's crazy.
Game changer,
Tony,
00100. One of my favorite people in the manosphere.
Yes, sir. Have a good, amazing weekend, Game Changer.
It's crazy how Jay Speed said
I never heard
he
of
be
chick
killing,
germ.
like those killing those dudes that were big, like that lift all that weight. I remember I was in college.
Yes, sir.
I would had to go in this one offensive lineman. I think he was like an all conference dude like lift, crazy weight. And I completely just washed him. I think I might have had like 2 sacks that game.
Right.
Just completely bullied him. And I couldn't believe it. He was like about 2 inches taller than me.
Right.
Long arms, supposed to be, this
Right.
dominant dude. You can see him just killing people on film.
Right.
And I got in there, I destroyed him.
Well, see, what people, you're correct, but what people don't understand, a lot of these people who can go in the gym and lift a lot of weight, they're concentrating on lifting that weight. They can't do it on a spare of a second, a quick second. They have to actually concentrate to lift that weight. And weight, a person who lift weight, weights is not pushing against them. Weights is only just what it is, dead weight. It don't have no thought behind it. But a human being have thought behind it. So you find somebody who has a big mass and you can learn how to use their weight against them. And so that's the understanding of real wrestling. That's the understanding of real martial arts. And when you understand that approach, then you can let a lot of people who are much bigger than you. You learn how to make that be they weak point, because they coming at you so hard, so fast. You step to the side, you can use one finger and push them, and they get off balance. You know what I mean? So people don't understand, and people don't understand this. They learned this in football, that if a person don't have balance, that's why they try to teach the linemen not only just be brute strength, but have balance.
Right.
Because if you don't have balance, back in the day when I used to play football, a person could reach over and just pull you down to the ground.
Oh yeah.
Before you get started. And so that's understanding counterbalance, balance. You know, it's almost like a fighter. When I fought, I'm a counter puncher. I'm more like I can't even say his name. I've been up so long.
Wing Chun.
But anyway, no. The boxer, Mayweather. I can't even say his name right. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people don't like that style of fighting, but that's the art right there. If knowing what the man is going to throw, knowing where his body's going to be to throw it, learning how to counter that and still get 2 or 3 shots in.
Yep. That's very important that you say that, especially in sports, because a lot of people, like for instance, for me, I was, borderline undersized as at my position, but I had a really quick first step, and I knew how to leverage. So I would, like dudes that were twice the size of me, I would kill them because, like I mean, my first step was like my get off was really fast, and they didn't know how to react. I used to kind of pattern myself around Warren Sapp. Like,
I got
people couldn't understand why Warren Sapp was so good. Warren Sapp was so good because he just knew how to leverage his body. Like Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald he was like under 300 pounds. I mean, he was so small for a defensive tackle. Like, he's just killing them. But because Aaron Donald just knows how to maneuver himself, and he's super strong, and he just knows how to do. That's why he's so dominant. Like was it Dwight Freeney?
What was that other person played for the Saints or the Eagles? He retired early. I forget his name.
John Randall.
No, he's a black.
John Randall, another dude.
Yeah, but it was a brother who in the 90s or maybe the early 2000s, he retired.
Oh yeah, Ernie Mills, one of the greatest linebackers. Not Ernie Mills, but Sam Mills.
What's his name? I know Mace know who I'm talking about, but he was so good that he just retired. Everybody thought he retired 5 or 6, let's say 10 years before. He was still doing the things. I get his name in a minute. No, it's none of these guys. Once you name him, you would know exactly what I'm talking about. But he was so good at the running back position. But one thing, when I play football, I can hit you so hard they made me middle linebacker. Now, I wasn't the biggest one on the team, and I probably wasn't the fast, but I was the person who know how to cut the ring off, like I learned out in the ring. But we had a boy named Jody, and I think Jody had a center mass. He was like 4'12". When that when that boy would hit you, he would knock snot out of your nose. Oh, yeah. And so, because he had the center of gravity at a low, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. But I can tell you, pretty much 7 out of every 10 interceptions I ever get, I'm gonna run a touchdown back. It's not because I was fast; it's the way I move my body. I can sling guys. If you didn't get a good hold to me, now if you coming at me real hard, you'd never go hit me. And if you got one hand on me, the only way you could bring me down, as soon as you make contact, you had to lock my knees. Mm-hmm. If you didn't do that, you'd have had no chance of bringing me down. And I didn't even got so good with that. The coach wanted to put me on offense. I say, no, I don't want to play no offense, because that means you become a target every time you get the ball.
You know who was really good at that? A lot of people didn't understand why he was so good was Emmitt Smith. Emmitt Smith used to run the way that he ran, it was
cut and stop.
He wasn't he didn't have blazing speed. He wasn't the biggest dude, but he just had, I don't know, he just knew how to do it.
He can juke you, as we used to say, he can juke you. And basketball, they say they cross you over and make you come out of your shoes. Football's been doing that for a long time, making people come out of their shoes and falling down.
Yeah. I'm Jay and No Cupcake and Mace. I'm gonna go old school for you guys and make you feel with how big he was. No one expected Bo Jackson to run so fast. Bo, remember how fast Bo was on?
Nah.
Oh no! If you had it,
Either Herschel Walker, either. I mean, those.
No, but Herschel Walker, by the time he got in the NFL, he was doing too much tiptoeing. He had got scared of them hits.
Right.
But Bo Jackson was not scared of hits. And if you look at what Bo Jackson did in school, you would have let you know what he was going to do in the NFL. But I was really shocked of Herschel Walker, what he was doing in school with what he did in the NFL, because he almost like, he was tiptoeing like, don't hit me hard. If you go back and look at his runs, the only time he ever put it in drive is when he didn't see nobody close around him that could hit him. But he come out of the line, and I just don't like a runner like that. His college days was great, but by the time he got in the NFL, he was a different beast.
I wanted to say this.
Yeah, because he was doing kick returning, I think. And
yeah,
plus, I mean,
want to say this.
Bo Jackson, that was a definition of C strong right there.
Right.
That was the definition of C strong. Because that dude right there, I don't even think he probably needed a lift a day in his life. He probably can go in there and out.
Larry Zonkel was the same way.
Yes.
If you go back into the older days, Larry Zonkel could. I remember one time somebody hit the quarterback, and Larry Zonkel could say, "Let me have him." He was a defensive player. He went and broke that guy's collarbone.
He sure did. I mean, me and Jay Speed remember those great days with the Dolphins. Before I let you guys continue, I just want to say this. I want to thank the chat room who have been electric today. And we will do this show as long as Toya wants to do it. Thank MTGVTV because it was her idea. I want to give standing O to the chat room today. They have been lively. As John B is back. I want to thank the panel today. Been excellent. And I definitely want to thank the people in the clouds today who hung with this platform all day long. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you haven't hit it, and hit the likes.
Jay, you guys were talking about wrestling earlier.
Yes.
My favorite Olympic wrestler of all time, because no one expected him to win the gold medal back then, was Kurt Angle. He was so small, but he out wrestled most of the guys that were bigger than him.
Right.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Remember that Olympics? Was it 94 or something where he wrestled with a broken neck?
96.
96.
And whatever happened to that guy that went to Iowa State, and he won in high school? He had never lost a championship. I mean, he never lost a match in high school, and he lost his last state championship match. But I don't even know if he ever won the Olympics. The guy there was,
Jordan Burroughs, Jordan
Sanderson,
he just retired.
Right.
Let me win a gold medal.
No, he didn't win a gold medal. He didn't win any medals. He just retired recently from. Actually, he's a coach now at Iowa State.
Let me give y'all a short story about my wrestling at West Mecklenburg, Charlotte, North Carolina. And this could be considered being in the wrong place at the wrong time. All right. One thing people don't understand about wrestling is you're all on the team, the junior varsity and the varsity. You have a wrestle off on Thursday, decided who's going to wrestle on the varsity. That's how it's picked. We had this guy named Jerry Handy, all right? And we had these people coming from recruitments for college. And it was the last match of the year, all right? And so we had a wrestle off, and he did he was down on the down position. He did a sit-in on me, and he tried to take me and try to, turn me over. I grabbed him by the waist, picked him up. He got 1 point for that. By the same time I picked him up and did a fireman's carry and put him on his back. And I must have stayed on that guy 10 seconds, and the coach would not pop him out.
No problem, Sean.
And so this shows you, I don't know if it was racism, or I don't know, it was Jerry Handy was in the 12th grade. I was in the 10th grade. It was a moment that his coach wanted him to shine. So I can't tell you what it was. But what I can tell you, I'm looking at the coach, look at me, and that what made me not wrestle the next year. I was already boxing anyway, so I just gave wrestling up. But I can always chalk that up as being at the wrong place at the wrong time, because I can't call it racism. I can't call it anything, because if this guy had an opportunity to be scouted into a university and get a scholarship for wrestling, and I could have spoiled it with one match, so I could understand. But it didn't make me feel good for a long time.
Nah, those wrestle-offs used to be way biased. Like, no, they were biased. It was never fair. And I don't know. I mean, what in that era, probably in that area, maybe. But I know
1970,
wrestle-offs.
1970, 74.
Yeah, those are never fair at all, because the coach usually has like some type of favorite, and you can pin the dude, whatever. I mean, it's almost, it's crazy. I've seen like some egregious, like,
Right.
nah, he shouldn't be, like, that guy shouldn't be fighting. I mean, like, he shouldn't be
Be
starting.
representing that school,
No.
representing the school on the varsity. But I still kept my undefeated record for the junior varsity. I was happy with that nobody did that feat up to that point. I don't know if that record's ever broken now, but my life could have been changed. You know what I mean? I probably could have got some early recruitment as far as being an upcoming great wrestler for the Lippet team, or scholarship to a university. I could have been, you understand what I'm saying? Just as it was an opportunity for him, it could have been an opportunity to me for early recruitment. Yeah. So I never forget that. But I can't cornerstone it as being racist. Or I can't cornerstone it as just being them trying to give him an opportunity, because he was a great wrestler. I did learn a lot from him. Matter of fact, the move that I did on him is one he taught me. And so he just didn't think I would catch on so fast. And he thought it would just be average another Thursday where, he gets to move on. But I didn't hold it against him, man. I didn't.
Nah, I used to see that. I mean, our coach used to basically give any senior preference. Really, I mean, you literally, if you were like a sophomore or underclassman, you literally would have to completely I mean, if he was a decent wrestler or a marginal wrestler, most of the chance they're going to find a way to give him the wrestle off. But most of the time, they wanted the seniors to go in there, because a lot
I'm
of
not
times
sure
they
if
say
it's popular. No Cupcake and OG, since you guys wrestled, my brother wrestled in high school. We had a lot of. I'm not sure if they had it back when you guys were kids, when you were wrestling. Did you guys have a lot of dual meets, or did that not?
Right, that was pretty much common.
Yeah.
So
I will take this show. I will take this platform up to 10 after 4. That'll give me a good 5 hours in. So you guys can talk whoever you want.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, wrestling is, believe it or not, in wrestling, I got just as good condition in wrestling as I did boxing.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, my neck even today is not big because of boxing. It's big because of wrestling. Mm-hmm. My neck is a 17 and a half, and I don't weigh over 200 pounds. I hardly ever can find short shirts that fit around my neck where I can wear a tie. And I never lift weights in my life. But we had this helmet. with a spring on it going up, and a spring going on the side, and a spring going to the side and back. And we used to strap in and try to move our necks into a circle. And then we used to what we used to call the bridge. That's when you lay on the back of the mat and you just use your head power to get your neck, and you using nothing but feet, head, no hands. Mm-hmm. And so you had to learn how to do that, because when a man throw you on your back, you don't want your shoulders on the mat, so you have to learn how to use your neck and your head and your legs to bridge up, so you wouldn't get counted out, because it's not like 1, 2, 3 and wrestling on TV. It's quick. 1, 2, 3, pow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough sport, man. You gotta definitely. I remember I had to stop wrestling like my sophomore year, because I was trying to I was trying to go. I mean, I was trying to fight one division, but the person there was like, I guess they had made state and all that. It was virtually
Right.
impossible. So I was trying to go down to the lower weight, right? So I
Right.
cut weight to go to that lower weight, and I got the flu. Not
Right.
only did I lose like 15 pounds, I lost
Yeah.
another 20 with the flu. My
Yeah.
God. I just could. I mean, I just looked bad afterward. I was just like, I can't do that because football's.
Yeah.
I was like, man,
Right.
I got it.
Well,
Because I had to, because I played football in a certain
Right.
certain weight. I couldn't just like be that weight all the time. It would
Yeah,
affect my
you ain't
football.
at your max. You ain't at your best, man. When you
But it
lose
was,
too much weight like that.
yeah. I mean, but the thing about wrestling, man, you almost, because you're rubbing against people all the time. You
Right.
get sick. You get ringworm.
Right.
I was just like,
Right. And your locker room smell like jock straps all the time. You know what I mean?
disgusting.
Yeah.
And then I saw my coach's ear, and I was just like, nah, I don't want my ear to look like that no more.
Right.
I mean, I don't want my ear
like
to look
cauliflower ear?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna bring up a guy who used to be a collegiate wrestler and a UFC fighter, Brock Lesnar.
Mhm.
People
Mhm.
accuse him of taking steroids, but what people need to
For
realize,
some, he has that wrestler look. They are to me,
Right.
they look like they have like that big jawline. They almost look
Right.
like they have the measles. Like
Right now, upper body. And so, like, yeah, that upper body. And one thing I can say about white boys is they have that upper body and they have them big, strong legs. And here I am with the Mike Tyson legs, and I'm killing them. You know what I mean? I'm killing them. And they are some strong. Don't get me wrong. They grab you. See, the best thing about wrestling in high school, you can't lock up. You can't lock your hands. And if a person can't lock their hands on me, they're in trouble. You know what I mean? They are in totally, they're at my will. Because I'm so slippery and so fast and so strong at the same time, and you don't get that kind of combination. And so if you can't lock up on me, you in trouble.
But the crazy thing you're talking about, specifically with Brock, he was a super fast heavyweight. Like when I used to watch him wrestle when he was in college when I was younger, because he would be the national championships every year, and you could actually.
Did he go to Iowa State? What college did he go to?
Minnesota. He went to Minnesota.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, but like I said, a guy like he's like he was 265 pounds, but he would move like what weight class is 155?
Right.
Yeah, he would move like a 155 pounder.
Right.
Is that
Hey, look here. I'm gonna tell you something make your ass laugh. Looking back at them damn wrestling uniform, they look kind of gay now. You know what I mean? I just, I mean, they look like women one-piece swimming suits. They look like women one-piece swimming suits. You know what I mean?
They're a romper.
Yeah, so I mean, so I can't look back at some of these old pictures I got, and I was like, damn, did I wear that? It's like looking at basketball back in the 70s with them tight ass shorts. I mean, I would prefer those that wore shorts or something. You know what I mean? Instead of that one piece bathing suit we had. That's what the hell it was.
The short,
what? I never clocked
80s basketball shorts, the really short ones that you see, like
in the 70s.
Oh, good lord!
The real tight shorts. Yeah.
I watched a movie called Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell. Is it kind of like that?
Oh yeah. It just looked real kind of gay. Like when I look back at it now, I look at some of my albums and photos and my school pictures and stuff like that. But I just, if I look at these pictures, you're always embarrassed about certain things you did when you was younger. But that was the uniform at the time. But man, looking back at that shit, I was like, I would hate to be in 2021 and have a bunch of guys looking at me right about now, in that wrestling uniform. Because the only thing you really had was a cup, and it was always purged out. But it's about as gay as looking thing you want to see now.
Hey, OG, did you have a real wet Jerry curl with it?
I think Jerry Carroll came in
In a
about
choker.
2 years later, because I think I was one of the first person, because I was working at a belt department store when the Jerry Carrolls came out, and this guy told me about it, and I went and got it, and I was like 17 years old, so I was working in this department store as a store detective. And we got it together, man. We were walking down the street. It reminded me of that Eddie Murphy movie when they were walking down the street seeing all these strange people. And that's the way we looked there. Now, that was about as gay as it could be, too. You know, two brothers walking down the street with Jerry curls. You know what I mean? So that's kind of.
So you.
Oh man, I had a. Hey, look, I used to use that Carefree curl in the yellow baller, man, and that stuff was thick. God. You had the activator, and then you had the straight spray juice. I mean, you had everything. You know what I mean? So it was like wet, 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 wet. Watch where you walk at, you go slip and fall.
In the Eddie Murphy red raw jeans.
No, you know, I had the Serving Vegas. That was a big jean back in the day. I think it was called Serving Vegas, and it was kind of tight. You know, like black men back in them days, like their jeans to fit kind of tight so they could show their body off, and you know, with a nice shirt. You know what I mean? And it was tucked in, so that's gay to looking too compared to what they wear today. So,
hey man, you know what? I went to a comedy show last night. Man, you know that comedian Benji Brown?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was in our city last night. Dude, he surprised me, man. He was really, really, really funny.
Right.
With the sounds and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, he killed it last night.
OG, it's funny you talk about the tight pants. You know, that's popular with the surfer, the white surfer kids. Like you see a lot of white kids wearing the tight jeans that you're talking about.
Right, with cowboy boots and all that hat and everything, man. We were trying to get it in because we had just came out of the revolution. I'm black and I'm proud with the afro, and we went from the afro to the curl. You know, so we was trying to sell it back in.
Hey, well, I was going to ask you about that, OG. Are
yes,
those
sir.
sounds pre-recorded somehow with a DJ? Because some of those sounds, like you know, those sounds those comedians make with their mouth.
Right.
Are they really doing that?
Man, they really. Let me just tell you, man. When rap first came out, a lot of the tunes you heard with rap was done with what they call bebop, and that's when they do the sound with their mouth. You'd be amazed of the instrument that the human being has with his mouth, what he's able to do with it. As far as sound.
was, God bless the great. He just died.
Yesterday. And so you know, rest in peace and rest in power. So yeah, you be surprised of like me myself who throw my voice. I used to do every character as when I was coming up, and I could speak like anyone coming up. And even Eddie Murphy movie, I can do every character he ever did in the movie. You know what I mean? And so you'd be surprised the instrument you have as far as a mouthpiece.
Dang, nah, he was just doing like he was doing the truck like a.
I know what I'm saying. That's what. Yeah.
God, that shit crazy. I thought it was like, man, this sound got to be coming out of a DJ booth or something because I was like, it sounds too on point.
Oh man, think about the guy who used to be in that. What was that cop series they used to have? They used to make all these movies. That guy actually made all them sounds.
Are you talking about Police Academy?
Yeah, he actually made all them sounds.
Yeah.
He made all them sounds, man. Matter of fact, he went on a comic circuit and he proved to the people that wasn't Hollywood. That was him.
Wow.
You know, when I first got into comedy, when I came into California, because that's what I came out here to do, is as I could do impersonation of different voices and stuff, but Jamie Foxx was a lot better than me impersonating. There was a lot of other comedians better than me. I didn't never take it seriously. I'm just be honest, because I had so many other things I could do in life. These guys are like what they took it seriously because they wanted to become actors. I was already an actor, so I didn't have that. I guess with that hunger. I wasn't as thirsty as these guys, but these guys, they practiced their art, man. It was great. If you don't know it, Faison Love did the voice for Robin Harris and Baby Kid. That was not Robin Harris. He had already passed away.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. So that shows you the talent that we have around us in mostly every level of who we are as people. And so we just don't get the real max out of it because we give it away freely.
Right. We definitely give it away freely.
I mean, when a man can say he can get a patent on "Let's Get Ready to Rumble," and all the things that we have created in the arts, and we don't have one patent on anything, that shows you we don't understand how this business is ran.
Nah, it's the game is not to be told; it's supposed to be sold.
Right.
I don't know who said that, but that's a concept a lot of people don't really understand. You know what I'm saying? That's why throughout history, a lot of shit is stolen.
Right.
It's like damn.
Well,
stolen.
wait a minute. You know what I say is, if you put your garbage can out in the street, even if somebody take your stuff out of your garbage can and you recycle, that's not stolen. You gave it to the public. And once you give it to the public, you can't claim it anymore.
Right.
If you didn't put a patent on it, I don't understand what you're saying that people do that, but I think we're going to have to stop saying that as much, and due to the fact we keep saying that, people are not going to sit down and write these patents where they should be writing. And so these things can't get done. Because we've been saying that ever since we came up with the, rock and roll, jazz. Little Richard went on a campaign that I started rock and roll, and he's correct. He's correct in a way. But what I'm trying to say is, if we learn from the past, that we can start, when we do come up with a creative art, that we can put a patent on it, and if anybody jump into that art, we get residual income from it. Just think about it. If they had to put a patent on the style of rap, how much residual income could have been passed down to family to family to family to family by somebody using that art?
Right. Even if we had our own publishing companies back then,
right?
That would even be, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, imagine if Tom, because a lot of people don't know this story about this guy named Lewis Lattimore, who was Thomas Edison's, was it Lee's draftman or something like that? He's basically the dude that invented the light bulb.
The film. He invented the film.
Filament. Yeah.
Right. The filament for the light bulb.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but the light bulb has been around, they said, since.
And he sued Tom Edison too and won. Right. Go look at it in Wikipedia. He won because think about it. If you invented the film, that means you already invented the light bulb. Because why invent a film for something that's not created?
Yeah, but
that was a light source. The film.
Right. No, the thing, the way what I was going with that was,
yes, sir.
I mean, because of that, you had all these different conglomerates that arise out of that. Imagine if he was the head of those conglomerates, like, was it Westinghouse, GE, all those companies that basically depending on that filament.
Right.
That person would have been the face of it instead of Thomas Edison.
Right, but he did something greater than that, and people don't understand. There used to be a time when trains had to be hooked up to each other. A lot of men lost their life.
Right.
And so he invented how you push the train into the next train and it snatches and hooks itself. He invented that. And so there are a lot of things that we invented, but you got to understand that we was at hard times and we were just trying to make it easy. I mean, if you really think about it, we invented self-service because there was some Negro back in them days who was jumping out there helping people with their cars, who were working for his master or a non-master, or just trying to have a job. He came up with, I can wash your windshield, I can do this and all that. So a lot of things, indirectly we invented just to keep from doing hard work. And so, but the residual income of all them inventions, the new generation should learn that if we don't take care of ourselves and what we produce, then nobody's going to tell us when we're giving away something, giving something away. And we are responsible for that.
Right. I mean, culture.
Yeah. And that's why I hate when people say we have no culture. And I'm like, well, where you been for the last 100 years?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's I don't know. The thing about it is they the they said that if you want to keep information away from Negroes, just put it in a book.
But-
A lot of
and
people don't read. You know, it
right,
takes too much time to read. Because if you read and I mean, not even necessarily study, but if you just read, you'll find so much, you know, about like how much contributions that we made to culture in general. You know, like
well,
anything from the monetary system all the way to mathematics. I mean, it almost sounds like some pro-black rhetoric, but it's all true. It's
right,
all verifiable. You feel me?
right. No,
You know, astrology. I mean, astrology didn't come out of thin air. You know?
right. I mean, the Dagon tribe mapped out the solar system before we ever got the first anything. And they were so true to the point that when they talked about Planet X, that's how the Europeans started attacking that tribe and said they was not correct. But in 2000 and something, they seen Planet X. And so now they had to go down and submit that these people was way advanced as far as the solar system without having anything to look up there in the sky, and was able to map it out. And so when you understand it, this is why I say our history don't start at slavery, man. And the human life experience on this planet didn't start 2,000 years ago, neither. That's someone else's history, but it's not ours. You know, we didn't go through the cold age over there in the equator. And so
that's why they call
what I'm
it
trying
history. It's his story.
It's his story. You're right. And then when you look at TV, it tell a live vision. You know, everybody know that. And so what I'm trying to say is we're gonna have to be accountable for the people who came before us, who laid the groundwork, and seeing the mistakes they made. We should be learning a lot more than we're learning.
Yeah, you know what's so fucked up about it, man, is and a lot of people don't talk about this, is I think because we don't get, especially black men or black men in general, get credit for a lot of contributions to this world. It kind of almost is a breeding ground for the lack of respect we get from our women, because a lot of our women attribute all these advances in technology and shit like that to the dominant society, which that's why they can't. A lot of them don't respect us because they don't think that we brought anything to the goddamn world. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But see, when Batman got a sidekick with him, Robin, I mean, he hell. You know what I mean? Not only is he instructional, he's hell to beat. You know what I mean? Because he had somebody to look at. And so I was just having this conversation this morning. Just take our women. Our women get their power from their sidekick. The same sidekick we want to discuss that don't exist. But it only exists when we're talking about them. But when we're talking about our progress in this country, we don't want to recognize that sidekick. When I bring it up in historical terms of the things we fought. And what I do try to tell the young generation, I understand your life and your pattern and everything is different, as my life was different from my parents' life. But we must recognize facts. Facts at the time when we was fighting back in the day, we was fighting the source himself. You are fighting the woman who's been controlled by the source that you are saying now. We fought him directly. And you saying you can't fight the woman that he's instigating to do the things she's doing. And to me, that shows a line of weakness.
Right.
And so you have to look at that both sides. You can't just look at it in both ways. Because think about it, if you was a military general, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you was fighting a force, and you was fighting the elite force, or you can just go over there and get the peons. Which force would you want to fight? The peons.
Right.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's been done through the history of time. You see how they find the weakest link of the chain and use that against the stronger link. And if we ain't learned that lesson, and if we fall in attacking her, we are doing exactly what was designed.
Yeah, but you know what?
Because the elephant in the room. Wait a minute. The elephant. Wait a minute. Do you fight? Let me just ask you this simple question. Do you fight if you go to a play with a puppet master?
Right.
and whatever he designed as his puppets. Do you turn against his puppets or the person who's pulling the string? Because and sooner or later you're gonna have to deal with the person who's pulling the string.
No, you're gonna have to deal with it. But the thing about it, like I talked about this with Mace the other day, and one thing I noticed, like, especially, are black men perfect? No. But I think, throughout we've shown a propensity to take the criticism and do something constructive with it, right? Or try to do constructive with it.
Yes, sir.
But it seems like black women, and I'll just use them for example, whenever you come up with something constructive or anything, they run the opposite direction. They don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want no criticism. They don't want no accountability. They don't want nothing. They
yes,
say,
sir.
how do you can't fix broken glass? Right?
Yes, sir.
Once the glass is broken, and it seems like a lot of them are already broken. What
yes, sir.
do we do when you can't fix broken? Because the thing about it is, you can give a woman all the information. You can give her the data. You can put it in the softest terms. If it's unflattering and if it's not something that feels good to them, they're not going to want to take it. They don't want to ingest it. You might have 1 out of 4, but how do you fix that broken glass when?
Well, the first thing you have to do is stop calling it broken glass, because you can't fix imperfection in the glass once it's broke. But a human being was a prime example who was on this show earlier today. She was broken. She was over almost 300-something pounds.
Right.
And she was able to understand what she needed to do to change her journey. And so I think in the midst of all of that, as I made the example at first, is who do you think should be attacked? I always ask people that question. If you're the strongest one in that group, you know damn well you the one they go keep the bullseye on.
Right.
And if you are a warrior and you a warrior and you a soldier, you should know that. And so for you to say that it's just like football. Mace talk about football all the time. More football than anything else, but he covers other sports. But I think his whole thing with him is the Miami Dolphins. He's a Miami Dolphin fan like me. And so what I have to say that is, when you have a team that haven't made the playoff in so many years, you can get frustrated and disappointed with them. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But I believe you stick with a team like that because you thinking someday that they go cross that line and they go make changes. All right?
You speaking to the choir, baby.
Yeah, I know. And so
I think I get what you. I think what you and it makes sense, and I kind of said something to that extent.
Yeah, and so I think what happens. I think what happens in. See, you got to understand that our situation changes every 18 years. That's when a child becomes from a child to an adult. And the problem is a knowledge when we got the latchkey kids and everything is hair up and weight and there's no parents at home today. This problem is not going to be easily solved due to the fact is it took so many years to get us there. And so when you have so many years, and this is not to make an excuse about not being accountable. I heard a gentleman say earlier, we got to stop looking at ourselves as gods because we make mistakes. No, we don't. A reason why I say we never should stop looking at ourselves as God. No more than we should say a Christian who's practicing versus a person who just confessed they're a Christian. What we got to do is understand where we at and understand that we are playing chess.
Right.
And there going to be some people on front line that we just have to separate ourselves from. We just got to understand that we got to put some people in front so we can get this checkmate. You understand what I'm saying? And
I get what you're saying.
And so that's not making excuses that I hear up in these YouTube streets a lot. But gods make mistakes. I mean, even the God, my question is to the God that I prayed to for so long in Christianity. I'm like, you made the devil. He was in heaven. You couldn't straighten his ass out up there. How in the hell were we supposed to deal with him down here? So I consider the way I'm thinking, I would have did it differently. Maybe that's some master plan he has. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, you look at what you're up against and how do they attacking you, and then you resolve that problem. Some of our women gonna have to be left alone. But we're gonna have to make some good examples out of women where we can see the family become strong again. Because everybody jumps on a winning team, and that's what that football thing that I started off with this was about. Once your team start winning, you start seeing everybody wearing the jersey. You start seeing everybody with the hoopla. You know what I mean?
Caps.
Right, and the caps and everything. They've been cussing out the team for the last 20 years. But only when they get to the Super Bowl, everybody's on that, that fanfare.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that's where our women are. That's where our women are. They're waiting for us to champion it up so they can join this team because nobody wants to be on the losing team.
Let me ask you this.
And I talked with Mace about this the other day. It's like, I guess a lot of these platforms that they go on and see is almost putting a battery in their back away, because that's why a lot of them develop this superiority or the superiority concept. I'm better than you, because they almost want to feel like their team is winning. And
they're winning. They're winning big.
No, they're not. I mean, that's why we're in this state. It's a false. It's delusion. It's delusion. But the thing is you can't tell. I mean, listen, you can't tell them nothing. But the thing about it is I think as a culture, until we learn to kind of almost not box them out, but not make them as relevant as they think they are. And I hate to say it that way, because I think the more relevant that we think that they are to the black family, the more they're going to try.
That's beginning to change.
No,
and let me go a step further. I want to ask OG something.
But it's their nature, Go
ahead. Go ahead.
I want to ask OG a question. I said to him the other night that when you talk about who's winning, the women are winning big, and I'm going to tell you why. And I said this to you the other night, Triple Black, and to Black men bond together as one, show leadership, go against our enemies instead of killing each other.
Right.
We'll always lose.
Mace, but I'm just trying to put it in a different contextual basis.
Well, let me answer this question first.
They're not winning. I mean, they can tell themselves they're winning, but
you both are right. You're both are right. Listen to what I'm finna say. And I learned this a long time ago. If you gain the world but lose yourself, what have you gained?
That's
nothing. True. So that's why they're winning and losing at the same time.
Exactly. I mean, guess what? If you're a woman and then all of a sudden you want to grow a dick and act like a man, guess what? You're no longer a woman anymore. That's just what it is. I mean, you can be bossed up all you want to, but that's not your true nature. I don't.
JSP, don't you think it's more important that the men show some damn unity for once and stop attacking or disrespecting each other's opinions and feelings?
Mm-hmm.
I think that women look, when a team going awry and you got the talent, but you can't coach them into shit to get out of weight paper bag, you fire the coach.
Right.
Because he's the leadership. Now, if we are finding ourselves in a situation, where we are losing like we are losing, is all because, I'm going to just be honest with you, and I know I'm going to go against the grain here, is because we haven't stood up. And when we stand up, it's easy to pull something over somebody when they sleep. But when your ass wake up, there's some hell to be paid. And just like I said again, if you want that respect and you want that, why would I give you respect? And everything that you do, you have to go to the person you mad that is my sidekick.
It's true. I mean, they don't have to walk into job interviews, Triple Black, and beg for a job.
No.
Most black men do. Because
you're right.
Because most people can't stand us.
Right. You go into the same place that you're criticizing her for taking the opportunity, but you go into the same place begging for the same jobs.
Right.
We're begging. They're not.
Right.
All
and
they
so
have to do is dress up in something
and that's it.
provocative, they got the job.
Right. And so how could you criticize her for her behavior if you can't supply the same thing that she's getting from that side?
Yeah. Women are winning like 5-1 right now.
And if you could, if you could supply, listen to this. If you can supply what her needs is, you so frustrated and beaten down, you'll choose somebody outside that race to go on and continue. And you wonder why we never, ever get ahead.
Mace, I got to give you a little pushback. They're not winning, man. I'm telling you, I've been around them. They're miserable as hell.
Listen what I just said. I'm not saying that. No. This false sense of what you said from the beginning. But I'm just saying is, if you had to go to the wait a minute, the white man hire her and the white man hire you,
right?
And so if he's hiring you, how in the hell can she ever look at you as being any different? And you going to the same source she going to, and you trying to tell her that the strength is really over here, but you going to the same damn door to get the same jobs.
And let me go a step further.
And complain about it when you can't get the job.
And I said this to Triple Black the other night. The one eerie thing you're beginning to realize now, especially the ones who work in corporate America and, office jobs, they really look at us as black men as invisible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They look at us like we don't exist. That like let's say I go to a bank and I want to get a big business loan. Those black women are looking at me like, I don't know why he's here. This ass clown's never gonna get the loan.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna say it again. Society, and they're part of it now, especially the educated. They went over there with them. They expect us to be in jail for at least 10, 20 years.
Let me ask you a question, my brother. Let me ask you a quick question. If you was a general of all black men right now, just say you was a general of all, and we was at a serious war with white men, and you seen the weakness and you seen his strength, you seen the weakness in his woman, would you attack his woman or you would try to attack the white man head up? You don't have no weapons. The only thing you can do is intertwine yourself into a white woman to confuse her head where she can break him down. By the time she break him down, he be so weak you can just go in there and wipe his ass up. Wouldn't you take that approach?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the same approach he have took.
Right. No, you're absolutely right about that, OG. I mean, that's why. I mean, it is. I mean, the thing about it too is you can't really grow a culture, really, if you're what's the name the
your other half
that have the children are compromised.
Yeah, because they're the manufacturer for all ideas and thoughts, because they're the first nourishment of that child even before it comes here. It's in her stomach for 9 months. She's the cultivator of that thought. And so why wouldn't I attack the manufacturer who produces the child? Like we attack the manufacturers of weapons in other countries. We don't go and blow up the neighborhood. We go blow up the manufacturers of that weapon so it can't be used against us. So getting her mind is number one priority, because he knows that if he get her mind, that the fight starts way before he crossed that damn line and he draw it in the sand.
And that's exactly what they have done.
Yeah. But
a lot of people don't want to hear this type of conversation because
I want to hear this conversation because I think it's really productive to me. This is great conversation.
No, I know on your channel. But I would be attacked from the kneecaps to the ankles.
I've seen that before. Yes,
and the neck and the head. I'd be called a double simp. I wouldn't be called just a simp.
I'm gonna do a show next week. Hey, I'm gonna do a show next week.
But that's the 20%
men going on these platforms and genuflecting to these women.
That are
I'm gonna kill those guys next week.
80% of this ratchetness.
Right.
That's who is attacking you. It's not majority of us. It's
I understand it.
The 20% that are benefiting from this dysfunction of men. You know, that's why they continue to do what they want to do. That's why if you come and give some constructive stuff, they're going to try to derail the conversation right out the gate
and again
and use the same matriarchal talking shaming
Points.
tactics as the women do. You know, they
Right.
almost regurgitate the same thing, you know, and it's like, I mean, you can read right through it. It's nonsensical. They already know. But
Yeah,
Right.
they know
And
already.
you were,
and you know, at this point, you know, I ain't never gave up. I'm still the same square that I came in.
yeah. But I'm just saying,
Regardless of what
even,
the tax of it, you ain't gonna change. Look, man, I tell people in the courtroom, you can't change a rock. When a story is rock solid, I don't give a damn how many times you try to change the question, how many times you try to put in a different formation or anything, the answers go still be the same.
mhm.
A pig in is a pig out.
Right.
Even
That's
if you
true.
put lipstick,
lipstick on-
even if you put lipstick on it, or you put eyebrows on it, camera eyebrows, it's still gonna be a damn pig.
But I
And
just
so-
can't, what I can't understand is like, you know, I'm a dude that, you know, I've never been no lame. I've had women all the time. I mean, I've never worshiped a vagina. Like, you know, the vagina is never going to let me change my philosophy. If anything, it'll make me think more clearer of how dangerous it is. But some dudes feel like this thing, well, it's just like so precious that they just need to protect it and not expose it. So
Right.
just so they can just a hoard, like it just like
it's
some dudes just
embarrassing,
can't-
bro.
It's
Yeah.
embarrassing that when
But
when
it's
vagina
on
comes there
every-
and it hypnotizes them.
But you know what? It's on every level. It has nothing to do with pussy. Now I'm gonna just go spell it out. It has nothing to do with pussy. I seen it done in Hollywood all the time. I refute the do rag. I refute when I was in Congo to carry something on my head. But every time I refute something or I disagree with something, there's some other brother or sister who would come in and do that for money. So they don't only just do it for pussy, they do it for money. They use it for personal gains, anything. We just got these type of people in our community.
Yeah.
And
sad.
every
Why do we
community,
have so many of them though?
because when you nothing and you believe you nothing, you don't have knowledge of yourself. It's like stripping out a damn computer and taking it and reformat it and put all that you want to put in it, so they have nothing to think about for whatever's been put into their brain.
I'll go 2 steps further. What it is because my nephew's like this. He looks around and see how the environment is, and because he is, you know, he's not a bougie anything, but because of his college education, he swears he's better than the people in the hood, better than Pookie and Ray Ray. So he takes a look and said, "I'm not going to be living here, bro. I'm out," and he moved to the suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Now, and now we had to go over there when they put the N word on his damn garage door. We had to go over there and pick it for him. Then he ain't never stood up for us. You understand how this shit works?
Yeah.
No, I understand how this shit works.
Right. And so what I'm just trying to say that look, this is what I'm trying to say. Before anybody believe that I don't understand it, the full circle of this. The same dog bit her, bit us too.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to understand, and we got to understand we are a bigger target. We always go be attacked because we bring the most dangerous to the table. Just think about this, young man. And I'll say that to young man, to anybody. It's not because I'm trying to son you. I say that to people who are older than me. Just think about it in this way. All right?
Yes, Sheila. That's going to change, Sheila.
You got to understand one thing. The black man don't have to have an arsenal of weapons. The only thing we have to do is zip down our pants, and we can change the colorism all over this planet.
Right.
Nobody else can do that but us. So they had to pull out the gun with it itself. What the first one was called the pistola, and it was called the equalizer, because if you really look at it, it's shaped it's the same as a man's private part. Because they know when they went around this planet and put their little Peter in any woman of a color, when they came back, the children didn't represent them. And so they've been so scared, and it's called self-preservation. And so a lot of things is not done because of racism. It's done because they want to self-preservate their own race.
Exactly.
I just have a fault that we don't think the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said the other night to this man that by 2060, the United States will be all mulatto. Because the generations that's going to breed it, they're not on Earth yet. Those women are not here.
Mm-hmm.
their mothers are probably
You know what's crazy?
15 years
Like,
old right now.
you know, modern history is so I don't want to say biased. It is kind of biased though. Like, for instance, when you think,
Hold on, I gotta step away for a minute, and y'all go ahead, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
when you
I gotta
think about
feed. I gotta feed some people in the house. It's gonna take me about 5 minutes. All right.
Go ahead, man.
when you think about just like slavery in general, like the transatlantic slave trade and all this type of stuff, man. I mean, it's just I guess that this type of stuff has been going around like since the history of the world. That's what you do. It's like when you conquer like a tribe, or you conquer a nation, or you conquer a territory, what you have to do is you got to basically rape and pillage it. You got to change the complexity of it. You know, you got to also use whoever of that, to your advantage. Either economically or some type of way, and you got to understand. 400 years is just a drop, not even that's a speck of history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, we've read books in the Bible, when with Moses them were slaves or whoever, or it's been going through history. And we don't understand that history repeats itself over and over. What's crazy about it is we know what's going to happen. We know what has happened. And yet we continually go through the process willingly, almost. To me, that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's
We
like
go
I
through the
said.
process.
It's like I said when I was talking to OG. I said this to you the other night, Triple Black. The problem is we don't stand up. I mean, you think these women, and I wish Sheila E could come up here because I think she can validate what I'm saying. You think a lot of these women who come up to the manosphere, these platforms, really want to mingle with those dudes? No. They're just seeing where their mind is. Have they realized what they need to build communities? And I've always said this. Black men, I mean, like not just black men, men of each culture are the leaders of your community.
Right.
And if you don't have that, your community is going to go in flames. And why a lot of these young women are dotting it up, these middle-aged women are dotting it up, because there's not a man in our culture who's going to grab her by the arm and say, do you know how embarrassing you look?
No,
Instead,
we
we either chasing them or we're running away from them.
No, we just don't use action. I mean, that's the thing.
That's
is
the
we
point.
talk about it. I mean, the thing about, like I always said, like, the more you tell them about it, because that's their default. Like, you're not going to tell me what to do. I can do whatever I want to do.
Well,
Blah,
I
blah,
told
blah,
you guys
you
that
know?
story last week that I used to take this woman out to dinner, and she was always on her phone.
Yeah.
And then one night she went to the bathroom at the restaurant. She left her phone on the table, and her young 19-year-old friends, remember, this woman's 45 years old. Her 19-year-old friend said, when you going to get rid of that old loser and let's go clubbing? Come pick us up so we go to the club. And when I called her out on it, her attitude changed. And she asked me, do you think black women could change? I said, no. Because they like to go clubbing, have fun, and that's the first thing I realized when I first lost my weight. Talking to women, they used to like having too much fun, and I don't go for that. I gotta make money.
That's not, to me, that's not true. But
you don't think a lot of sisters don't like to have fun?
No, I just think it's more of a it's more of a, they like to have fun, but I don't think it's in that form as much as we do.
I know women in my old neighborhood, bro, but they go to the club every night.
Yeah. But if you drink every night, you're probably an alcoholic. If you're partying,
I don't think it's about the drinking, bro.
No, what I'm saying is it's not normal. That's what I'm saying is there's something wrong with them.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
They want to pass it off as being normal, and that's what they want to do. That's not what they want to do. It's crazy. It's like if, for instance, if I went right now and I told a black woman, hey, you know what? I can make you a millionaire, right? All you got to do is just listen to me and follow my direction, right? I guarantee you, if you put 10 of them in a room, maybe one might be like, you know what? Maybe will even listen to it. I bet you 9 of them be like, nah, I'm not going to listen to you. You can't tell me what to do. I make my own money, blah, blah, blah. That's just their whole default attitude, period. I mean, they're just, I don't know what's made them that way, but it is what it is, you know? I mean, I don't know. I just refuse to believe that, you know, they want to be used up thoughts their whole life.
I want to say this. It's no coincidence that these women are still dialing it up in their 50s and 60s, bro. And they are.
Yeah, I know that. But you really think that they want to be used up thoughts?
Yes.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you why. When they come to their senses and realize that no man's going to wife them up, then they're going to go, okay, at least living this way, I'll get what I need. And they just keep it moving.
You know what? To tell you the truth, I always go by, and I never go by what they actually say out of their mouth, because most of the time that's not what they really want or what they really mean. Them, you know, saying that they want a hot girl summer it up and thought it up all this time for all this, for, you know, you can't. I really don't believe that what they feel deep down inside.
You know what? You know what it is?
Cool. I think
I'll
it
go a
sounds
step
cool.
further. I'll go a step further. What they want deep inside is the educated lame to be a tough guy. What they want to see, especially in the workplace, they want to see, let's say, I'll give a name, Antoine, to step up to Brad. That's what they want to see.
Oh, really?
Yes. That's why they go the other way, because Antoine, instead of having swag, he's giving roses to these women at the club. Are you kidding me?
The old
Because he has no game. Come on, man. Why you think they run the Pookie and Ray Ray? They have swag. They take what they want from these women, bro.
Hey, I have a different perspective, because, sometimes I got to keep a couple chicks that deal with Pookie and Ray Rays off my nuts. Like, because they're trying to, I got to keep them off my
Jay Speed's back with us.
I'm just saying, I was like arguing with the other day. I was like, man, those niggas sometimes they have worse problems than the educated lanes, man.
The reason why they have worse problems is because their future is a dead end.
Man,
by the time those guys get 32, 34 years old, they're effed.
Bro, that's the thing is a lot of them, the mistake that they made, they equate their value on how much pussy that they can get.
Yes.
But they never talk about how much jail time that they've done for that pussy. They never talk about the times where their baby mama is calling the police on them. They never tell you about the time that their baby mama is keeping their kid away from them. They never tell you about the mind games that the baby mamas, like, you would think these niggas got swag and it's all gravy, but these bitches be acting a muck. Especially
but that's their fault, because they put themselves in that predicament.
I'm telling you how many Pookie and Ray Rays talk about that. They come in there, they're always pumping their chests out about how much bitches they got, but they ain't telling you why they got so many bitches, because they got so many terrible bitches they can't even be around them. That's
and
what
I'm going to
saying.
step further.
Huh?
These are the same Pookie and Ray Rays. You said it to me the other night. They cannot stand the fact that the lames, as you get older, is living a 10 times better life than they will ever live.
I do not envy a Pookie and Ray Ray for for nothing. Some of them are, some of those Pookies that like we talk about so much, man, are the biggest hoes ever, man. The biggest suckers ever. You know what I'm saying? Biggest suckers ever. I've had a couple of them, you know what I'm saying, them near beg me to stop messing with his girl or his supposed girl or whatever. You know, oh man, you know, my baby mama. Like, bro, it's not fun and games, bro. It's not fun and games.
Again, I know
I
what you're
know we
looking
talk
at
about
it.
the Pookie and Ray Ray.
I know the way you're looking at it, but I'm going a broader picture. It was either you, it was you the other night. The lanes are getting the last laugh. Why? They're leaving this country in droves. They're telling black women and the white man, kiss my ass. I'm no longer in the Matrix. They're laughing at Pookie and Ray Ray because they always hated them. And that's a big problem that we have again. And why the women are, let's just say the women have left. I'm talking about the good women. They have left because they see too much hate for the men, by the men, and towards each other. The bow tie nigga hates me. I don't respect him. The boule wants to be with the white man so bad, they'll sell out the community in a heartbeat. Everybody hates Pookie and Ray Ray.
It's hard.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying is we ride on Pookie and Ray Ray, but I know them personally. Like, some of them are like the biggest hoe ass dudes that you'll ever meet in your goddamn life. That's why they be killing each other most of the time over some pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Here's your problem, Triple Black. The lames, the boule, they don't give a damn.
What I'm saying is all about perspective. Some of what I'm saying is the Pookie and the Ray Ray a lot of time are lame as fuck too. That's what I'm saying. They be doing some hoe ass shit.
Yeah, and the greater part about that is I can look back in my coming up, who was educated and pretty much well rounded, and having an older father who had me at 50 years old. And I participated in some of the same bullshit because I worked in a nightclub, and I'm just, I'm having sex with so many different women because I'm the DJ, but I'm not out there robbing, stealing, or none of that other stuff. But some of the activities, I came to the festivities too, and so this is why I know that a man as myself, who's always been taught great things by a two-parent system, and still fall into that that pussinella, and so and so if I can change, then I feel that we have a chance that anybody can change. And looking at people like Malcolm is totally different than Martin. Martin is totally different than Malcolm. So I believe that some of us never gonna make it and don't want to make it.
I totally agree.
And I believe that there are some who still that we can see that have good hearts, and they are letting that pussinella take over. But maybe one day they will grow up and understand the meaning of what pussinella is and become a respectable person where they can this is why I'm giving back now for all my atonement of the product I made. And not saying the women who came to my club was not looking for that one night affair or that 3-week affair, but what I'm saying, I participated in it. And so me being an older gentleman now who been up ever since 2:00, and I did so many different channels this morning. I didn't sleep yesterday doing channels, and this is the way I sacrifice for what I left in that street. And so
subscribe button, people. Go ahead, preach, OG.
And so I don't separate myself from bad behavior when I know I participated in it. I'm a different man now. I've been a different man in the last 40 years of my life. And so I have to acknowledge what poison I brought to the table too. And that's no excuse for the ones today, but it had to be somebody whispering in my ear to let me know. And there was a 5%er in New York who started whispering in my ear.
There you go.
And I didn't know anything about 5%ers. And they led me to the Nation of Islam, and that straightened me out. And what I'm saying is, the same way Malcolm walked through his journey. And I wasn't no pimping, and I didn't chase white girls and all that other stuff, but I was chasing a lot of, well, I wasn't chasing them, they was coming to me. When you the DJ in the club owner, you're the one who's going to get that
all
personality.
panties at you, bro.
Right. And so what I'm trying to say is you got to understand of what you put out there in that street too, and you got to be accountable for that message that you left in the street, because that woman was the woman who raised these generation of men. And so you got to understand the mindset you left her with as the mindset she came to you at, and she has to be accountable for what she did. But I never separate myself from the bad behavior of my community due to the fact is I left some of that poison on the table.
I never make fun of anyone who didn't have both parents in the home. But if you're lucky enough, like me and OG, Argoff, I was soon, Sheila, Mr. Miami, it pays a lot of dividends. Because I'm gonna tell you, me having both parents in the home, great uncles who showed me leadership, how to be a man, and great aunts who were nurturing to me, especially if I was fat growing up. It teaches you to be humble. It teaches you to respect your own, like you want them to respect you. And a week ago, O'Shea Duke Jackson did a video, and he said something that I was doing in here. And that is, if you get back to your peeps is going to come out and show you love. Look at the audience I had today, because I had the beautiful Toya up here. I had them in the sky. I had them in the chat. These people came not just to see Toya. They didn't come to see me, but they paid homage to me because I showed them in respect, courtesy, and I bring all of our sisters and brothers in Manosphere together. And I'm very proud that I do that. Instead of me being an A-clown, and you know a lot of guys do this, when they see the man in their room, they start kissing up to them. Not me. My people in here, I know all these people from being in the chat room. I love them. I embrace them, and they embrace me. And I don't give a damn what sports fans think. Nothing against you, Bargoff. I'm not counting you in there. I don't care what these guys who used to be in here think. When I wake up in the morning, I'm black. During the day, I'm black. When I go to sleep at night, I'm black. And if I cater to my own, that's your problem. That's not mine. Am I right about that, OG? OG be back in the...
No, when you come over here, I heard you. I was just had my mic mute. When you come
you too,
over
Sheila,
here,
I love you.
You come over here, you know you are able to express yourself, but you know if you come over here with some junk, you're going to be challenged with it. And as you go to other, I seen you in other places, and you didn't even know I was even in the queue, or, you know, I call the queue the check box, or either the panel box. You didn't know I was in there, but I know a lot of guys respect you on a certain level that a lot of other guys can't get that respect. They know what you stand for. They know who you are. And they have to respect you on standing in your square. And a lot of times they don't come after you. They don't try to come after you. They might make a little joke about you, but it's in love, not in to try to tear you down.
Yeah, they did that for me a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
It was on a Friday night. The first Friday I came out of the hospital with my kidney. And everybody was like roasting me, but it was out of love.
Right.
And they saw the Kool-Aid smile on my face.
Right.
And I say it every day. Every day for me is a great day because God gave me another chance to live with a perfect, healthy kidney.
Right. And that's good. That's a blessing within itself.
Exactly. And I appreciate that, my brother. And what I try to tell people now is this. We got to get it together now. And with that witch lady in the White House, she is waiting to wave her sword against African-American people in this country.
You ain't lying. She did it in California.
I know. I told people that yesterday. I said, look what she did in California.
Never prosecuted one officer. Never. Regardless of what he did. You know. And
Let me ask this beautiful creature. She wants to come back up. You want to come back up? I'll drop the link. Here you go. Come back up. You the star today, baby, not me.
Yeah, she can go ahead and relieve me. I've been up for 48 hours now, and I'm an
Hey,
older
JC,
man.
get some sleep, bro. You want to come
Yeah,
back in tonight? I'll be on doing the basketball game. And let me
yeah.
say this before you walk
Who
away.
who gonna
The
win tonight, man?
basketball game has
Who gonna
raised
win?
my weightings.
Hey, who gonna win?
Let me just say this. I think the pressure's on Phoenix tonight for the first time.
Right.
Because they have had a magic carpet ride. Now this is it, because if Giannis wins this tonight, he ain't losing in Wisconsin on
over.
Tuesday night.
It ain't over. It's over, right?
Yeah.
If he win tonight, it's over.
It's over.
Okay.
And
all
what
right.
Phoenix is going to experience tonight, and I'll let you go get some sleep. For the first time, Giannis is going to get all the calls the rest of the finals because he's the big star of this finals.
Right.
And whenever that happens, especially to a young team like Phoenix, they're in serious trouble. I call it the Jordan factor.
Okay.
Back in the day, remember? When Jordan was in a tight series, who started getting the calls?
That's right.
When the Lakers was tight, you lived out there. You saw it.
Right.
Who did they get the calls to? Kareem.
Kareem. You touch him, blow at him, or whatever.
Yeah.
You gonna
Bird
get
in
called.
Boston.
Right.
You're a megastar. You're going to get the calls, and nothing against Phoenix.
Right.
Booker is getting there. Giannis is there.
Yeah.
So.
Nah, it's gonna be a good game.
I think it will be. Hey,
Y'all take it
JC,
easy, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep, and
Go ahead, man. I love you, man.
thank you.
Anytime,
respect
brother.
for you.
Anytime. The
I
great
love you too, my brother.
JC,
And
OG. Appreciate you, man.
all right, y'all have a good
You know
one.
how
Have an
we do.
amazing weekend. All right.
You too, my brother.
All right.
Toya, you want to come back? I dropped the link. Oh, you multitasking? All right, everybody. I love you all. Bug off, you stay. I love you all. I'll see you 7:45 tonight, maybe 7:30, and I'll take you to the end of the game. Then we'll do some stuff after the game. It's Saturday night, and I love you. Toya, drop your link so people can subscribe to you. And I love you, Sheila E. Miami, you want to come up? You want to come up, Mr. Miami, for a few minutes? You can come up. I dropped the link. Come on, do some shots fired. Bargoff is going to stay with me for a few minutes. I'm going to talk to him about some life things. The rest of you, I'll see you later tonight. 5 hours and 15 minutes of this. Toya's dropped her link. I will see you in exactly 2.5 hours. Good evening from the Oasis. Enjoy your dinner, everybody. Okay, Mr. Miami's cooking, so we'll see him tonight for sure.